Wasabi Wallet. Unfairly private.
Get the fuck out of bed, bitch. Go. Get up, get the goddamn. Gotta wake up, bitch. Get up. Get up. Get up.
Holy shit, you guys. Welcome to the show. This is going to be a banger. Holy crap. I might have bit off a little bit more than I can chew, but I will do my best. Let me break it down for you what we're going to be doing. First of all, Merry Christmas. Ho ho hodl. Welcome to Why Are We Bullish? This will be the lengthiest and hopefully the best episode of Why Are We Bullish we've ever done. We have just endless panels with amazing topics. I'm going to break down a little bit of what's going to be going on today, okay? So we've got a little intro here. I'm going to be chatting with you guys a little bit for the first like 10, 15, and then we're going to bring in panels. Panels are 30 minutes. We're running a tight ship here, 30 minutes, and they're going to have dedicated bullish topics. I'm going to break down what's going on. So we've got the first panel is going to be global macro. We've got Bitcoin Tina, Preston, Pysh, Eric Yakes, and Greg Foss. Next up, we got game theory in small countries. We got CK Snarks. We got Camila, Campton. We got Peter McCormack. We got Javier Bastardo coming in. We have Bitcoin in the media with Natalie, Brunell, Dennis Porter, Joey T from Canadian Bitcoiners, and Robert Breedlove. 6:30. Holy hell. We have software and hardware developments with Alyse, Killeen, Pierre, Rochard, Francis Pouliot, and Matt Odell. 7 o'clock, we got mining, or sorry, 7:15. We got mining with Nico from Simply Bitcoin, Amanda Fabiano from Galaxy Digital, Steve Barbour, and Lili from Compass Mining. We got Lightning Network after that with Guy Swann, Len, again, from Canadian Bitcoiners, JC Crown, and Desiree Dickerson. We've got Human Rights and Freedoms with Mark Moss, Jan Pritzker, John Vallis, and Brandon Quittem. Then we've got Bitcoin Creating a World Anchored in Truth with Tip. If you haven't seen her, she's friggin' amazing. Coinicarus, again, from Simply Bitcoin, Jeff Booth, and Richard James. And then, of course, we've got the Pleb After Party. We got a bunch of people showing up for that. Crypto Mags, Yellow, Pubby, Anders, Phil Gibson, Justine over at Unchained. And then I've got a couple mystery spots that literally I will just pull from Twitter, whatever plebs want to jump in and have a beverage. So it's going to be, it's going to be a night. What else have we got going on before we start bringing in our first panels? I'm just going to keep mindful of time here. Let's take a look at what we're sitting at with the market here. Here's bitbo.io dashboard. If you haven't used it yet, what are you doing? 50 that we broke 50. We're up above 51 for a little bit. So 50,780 some odd dollars per coin. Again, as Foss will tell you, that's a rounding error. Who cares? But a single US dollar pick you up 1,969 sats. Well over 90% of Bitcoin have been mined now, and fees, not bad. 5 sats per byte. Next block, willing to wait anything over 30 minutes. A sat per byte will do you. Let's do a little shout out to some of the sponsors, of course. ShakePay, guys. If you're in Canada, you're stacking sats. Awesome way to do it. Super easy. No deposit fee, no withdrawal fee. Spreads are thin. After you sign up, there's a link down below. When you sign up, you buy your first $100. They give you $30 for free. That's some extra sats there. Not bad. Get same deal when you refer your friends. And of course, once you refer a single friend, you can shake your phone. You get free sats every single day. That is wild. What else have we got here? Of course, our friends at LEDN. Mauricio is a legend, and he's been on the show plenty of times. But anyways, if you're looking to use your Bitcoin for a variety of different services, namely if you need dollars, but you don't want to sell your Bitcoin, because why would you want to do that? You can deposit and get a loan of dollars to your bank account within 24 hours. You pay back the Bitcoin, or you pay back the dollars, you get back the same amount of Bitcoin. So that can be very useful. They also have savings accounts and their B2X offering if you're feeling bullish. Up next, of course, I do live on Bitcoin. Bitrefill is a godsend because I can pick up things like grocery cards and Uber and all that kind of stuff. They've just got endless gift cards. You can pay on chain and via the Lightning Network, and you earn sats back as you shop. So that's huge and very helpful for me. We do have the Keystone, again, one of my most used and favorite hardware wallets, air gapped, beautiful. I just did a video called Simply Bitcoin. Simple Bitcoin wallet, and I use that as an air gapped option to use with that on your mobile device. And yeah, it's beautiful. All QR codes, don't have to plug it in. Bitcoin only firmware. I highly recommend you upgrade to. It's badass in a multi-sig setup, so highly recommend. Check it out. And last one, of course, if you're backing up any important Bitcoin wallet, paper, I'd say doesn't cut it. Fire damage, water damage, all that stuff. Getting it in solid steel gives you a bit more peace of mind. This is how I back up my important Bitcoin wallets. So Bill Foddle over at Privacy Pros, they got you covered there. So guys, I'm beyond excited for this show. Of course, you got to smash that like button, give this a share. I see people hitting up the comments already. I see people yellow asking for carrot cake for Christmas. What a fraud. Yes, I agree. He'll be on later. He better explain himself. So yeah, I see everybody here. Thank you guys for being here. Very, very blessed. And I've got to say, just reflecting back on the year, not only just for Bitcoin itself, because it's been a massive year. So much has happened. There's been so much in the news. Every turn, everything you look at in the headlines is just a perfect reason for needing Bitcoin. It's a never-ending rotation of stories that just prove why Bitcoin is needed. But beyond that, on a personal note, I am eternally grateful for everybody that's been so supportive this year of myself and the channel. I don't really know how to put it into words. There's been a lot of people that have been very gracious, that have been so kind, recommending tutorials and videos that I've done in the past. And it's odd because it seemed like it really snowballed this year. I really noticed it. And there was just so many kind words and so much help on behalf of the other Bitcoiners there. I'm very grateful for that. And I wanted to bring up one thing, just because it's been a stark contrast comparatively for me to like a few years back. And some of you will have seen this, but I tweeted out an image the other day. I set a reminder for myself. Probably it was 3 years ago, as of a couple days ago, that is. And this reminder was effectively kind of outlining I was having a rough year. And so I set a little reminder, and this reminder said, it was just titled, "How are you?" And this is what it read. It said, 3 years ago today, you and Lisa, who's my wife, were super stressed trying to keep up with bills, manage debt, juggle time between work and family. You were sick of your house. Lisa was having trouble sleeping. Aria, my daughter, was constantly sick. And we couldn't afford Christmas presents without going into debt. And then it just says at the end, how have things changed? And they've changed a lot. I think having there's been a major change in mindset as I've kind of gone further down the Bitcoin rabbit hole. And I know to outsiders, it always sounds silly when people say things like this, but I legitimately mean when you kind of change your mindset to one of low time preference, and you have at your fingertips a mechanism that allows you to properly properly, I guess, store and hold the fruits of your labor, and you can actually start to plan long term again and set goals and achieve them over time, it kind of changes a lot of the ways that you think about life. And so I'm the changes that I've seen in my life in the past 3 years are stark. Like we moved, we're in a new home, we've got a second child now, which we're so excited about. We've gotten to see places around the world. I've gotten to partake in event like Bitcoin events and speak at them and be on other people's shows, and had amazing people come visit my show. And it's just been so incredibly humbling. And so I wanted to take this beginning of the show to, from the bottom of my heart, say a very, very profound thank you to every single person who has ever watched a single moment of this show, or said a single positive thing, or offered some encouragement, or like dropped a single sat of a tip. Thank you all so much, because it really means the world to me. And especially this year around Christmas time, it's really hitting me. So, you know, before I go and tear up here, I just want to say thank you again. And of course, guys, smash the like button, subscribe, share. Let's get this thing rolling. I am Ben with the BTC Sessions, and this is your daily session.
Hodl the Bitcoin.
All right, so we're going to start bringing in our first panel. We've got Mr. Greg Foss, we've got Bitcoin Tina, we've got Preston Pysh, and we've got Eric Yakes. Gentlemen, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. And let's just do a really quick, because these are tight panels, 30 minutes. So just a really quick round this circle. If people are unfamiliar with you, just let them know who you are, what you do. Greg, let's take it first.
Hi, everyone. Greg Foss, old Canadian, experienced market professional, lots of opinions. Half of them are right, half of them are wrong. Never in doubt, though. Okay. So I'm frequently wrong, but I'm never in doubt. So over to you.
Awesome. Tina, how about yourself?
I call myself Bitcoin Tina. Tina stands for There Is No Alternative. That refers to Bitcoin, not to me. I've been in Bitcoin since 2017. I think that Bitcoin is the most important thing in the world. Very bullish on Bitcoin. I continue to be bullish on Bitcoin, although last I heard Bitcoin's dead. But it's like the 414th time that it's died. So
that's true.
We keep going. TikTok,
well,
no block.
Glad to have you, Tina. Glad to have you back. Eric, how about yourself, friend?
Yeah, I'm Eric Yakes. I wrote The Seventh Property, Bitcoin and the Monetary Revolution, and I firmly believe Bitcoin is starting a revolution.
Awesome. I'm glad to have you. And dude, your book was absolutely stellar. Anybody who doesn't have it needs to pick it up. And thank you for sending that very gracious signed copy. I'm happy for that.
Absolutely, sir.
No worries. And Preston, you're up last. Let people know who you are, what you do.
Hey, Preston Pysh. Have a podcast like a lot of other people. I specifically joined this panel because Tina was on this panel. He had signed up, and I was like, I'm going to go on that panel.
Perfect. Awesome. I'm excited to have all of you in a single room, albeit for 30 minutes. I'm going to try not to talk too much. And I was just wondering if anybody wants to kind of jump in and maybe give us a picture of how things have changed on a global macro sense over the past calendar year. Like what has happened out there that maybe some of the, your average normie is unfamiliar with? They have no idea what's going on. Does anybody want to tackle that initial thought?
Come on, Tina. Come on, Tina.
I'll go ahead. I'll
I'll let other people speak.
Yeah, here's so look, for those of you that don't know me, I'm a credit trader, 30 plus years trading high yield junk bonds, all sorts of credit derivatives, credit default swaps. Over time, markets learn. And, Bitcoin only being 12 years old, the market hasn't had a long time to learn about what the pure beauty of Bitcoin is. There's a lot of intelligence in this market, but there's also a lot of fluff. And One of the things I believe that's starting to be appreciated about Bitcoin from a macro perspective is that Bitcoin is actually a long volatility asset in the face of a short volatility world. And what does long volatility mean? It doesn't mean that the asset is volatile, which we do know that Bitcoin is. It essentially means it's insurance. So if you're long equities, you're actually short volatility. Think about what happens typically to the equity markets when the VIX goes through 25. Equity markets are generally shitting the bed, okay? Same thing with high yield credit. Same thing with most assets in the world. When the perception of risk increases, price goes down. Perception of risk can increase because the credit markets are sick. The beautiful thing about Bitcoin is that Bitcoin is actually a short credit position. De facto, it is long volatility. And I think the macro funds out there have this all wrong that are currently trading Bitcoin as a risk off asset. Bitcoin over time, in my opinion, will come to be appreciated as a risk on asset, which means when risk is increasing, you better be buying more Bitcoin. If you live in a fire zone, you don't sell your fire insurance. You actually go out and buy more if a fire is approaching your back porch. Okay. So this will take time for the market to understand, but having lived in the global macro world, trading an asset class where I could hedge against equities. So if I was long credit and I was concerned about the default probability of that credit, I just trade down in the capital structure and short the equity or purchase puts on the equity. This takes a long time to permeate the investing landscape, but I was fortunate enough to write an article with Seb Bunny that was published in Bitcoin Magazine this past week or two. If you want to check out the views there, I'd be happy to accept all criticism. But the truth is, it's my firm belief that global macro funds are going to appreciate Bitcoin for the beautiful thing that it actually is. Once again, it's a long volatility asset in a portfolio of other short volatility exposure. In other words, it's the perfect option. It's got no theta. It's got delta hedging capabilities, and in fact, a gamma component. Don't want to get too granular. Most important, no counterparty risk. Any global macro fund that is not long Bitcoin is missing out on the most beautiful hedging instrument ever created, especially since it is non-correlated to your other short volatility assets. That's it.
So you're talking about risk, and you're talking about it eventually becoming seen or being seen as a risk on asset. Is that correct? So
again, I need to define that. It's insurance. So when the risk is increasing in the world, you should be buying Bitcoin, not selling it to raise capital, buying it to hedge the imminent increased volatility in the rest of your portfolio.
And so the question I'll throw out to the rest of the panel, who wants to detail how the risk in the market has changed over the past calendar year? What risks have we seen grow or become more pronounced?
I think one of the biggest things is the amount of credit expansion that came out of 2020 and where we're at now. And when you look at the, like loan to deposit ratios and how over the past year, those have really stagnated. That tells me that people are so afraid to keep lending into projects and how widely dispersed malinvestment has become. And I think that that's one of the key things that we're starting to see. And while now this week that might have reversed a slight amount, but broadly speaking, we've kind of peaked out. I think a lot of the productivity that a lot of that debt we've pushed into the economy could ultimately have.
Anybody thoughts on that?
Preston, you have to have some thoughts because we've talked about it just recently on John Vallis's. So go ahead, brother.
I mean, at the end of the day, I just think that you're having more and more systematic risk just ramp up. And each time that they're going to step in and supply a response, it's just getting more and more, how do I put it? They're just putting more magnitude into it, and the correction is going to have to happen faster. The response is going to require more fiat units being added into the monetary baseline, and then more credit's going to then be constructed on top of it. And so, you know, I think you're at this point where, when we were talking about this the other night, Greg, where you're starting to see supply chains just really kind of break down. And so the real question is that going to persist? My opinion is that it is. I think that you're going to have these deflationary fits that are going to be thrown by the market, followed by these massive inflationary units that are then added into the system to reflate the economy. And what you're going to see is that it's just going to kind of grow in magnitude and in speed at which they start happening. So do I think it's riskier than where we were a year to 2 years ago? Absolutely. Do I think it's going to only get worse as we go forward? I do. And I'm not saying that to be a pessimist. I'm just looking at it from a purely mathematical kind of standpoint of how they have to respond to each one of these deflationary fits that the market's going to throw.
So how's the, given that the risk is in your opinion being seen as increasing, how has the return on said risk kept pace with the increase?
Well, it depends on what you're using to measure that. So if you're using Bitcoin to measure it, well, you're doing pretty well, because Bitcoin was up. I don't know what the percent was, but it was, you know, I at last Christmas we were at like 20,000, right? And we're at 50 now. So you did over 100% in Bitcoin in this past year, which, you know, is not too shabby. If you're comparing it to the NASDAQ, I think the NASDAQ was probably up, I don't know, 25, 30, 35% in the last year. So you've tripled the buying power of the NASDAQ. The S&P was probably another 10 to 15% lower than that. And we can just go down the list of everything else as you're doing that comparative analysis. And so I think that's how people that are participating in the markets are looking at this. And this is why it's going to be so hard for most market participants. Although you had 100% return being in Bitcoin for the last year, on that horizon or longer, you're basically getting 100% annually. You're also experiencing massive volatility. And so that's the thing that scares the living hell out of people, is they see the volatility and they're worried about their entry, and they're saying, well, it's at that right now, but it could go down by 80% next month. And here I am buying the top and I look like a fool. And so that's why it's so hard, I think, for most market participants to go beyond owning the NASDAQ, or going beyond owning the S&P 500, or going, you name it, because what's going to happen as the market, as these credit events keep throwing fits, they're going to get more pronounced. The reflation of Bitcoin and some of the things at the top that retain buying power better than other things are going to demonstrate this volatility that is going to literally just scare people half to death. And you got to remember, your typical person is in debt up to their eyeballs, okay? And they're just trying to make the next debt payment after they receive their paycheck next month. So when you talk about sticking some of that buying power, or trying to skim off 10% of that buying power for the last paycheck into something that is that volatile, that is extremely scary for that person, because they just want to try to make the next payment of all the debt that they owe, because they're slaves at this point. They're so indebted that they have become slaves. And so if you're making these slave-like payments, it's really hard for a person to step in and buy something that's that volatile, because it's that precious to that person as they're thinking about how they need to allocate their buying power, or whatever type of disposable income that they have. So that's why it's tricky. That's why it's hard. And people need to embrace the volatility. They need to think, and this is really hard to do. It's easy for me to say, but it's much harder for most people to do, because they've got to embrace that volatility and see it as an opportunity, as opposed to a liability or a setback.
Tina, I want to hear from you, because you've been brooding up in the top corner there. I'm curious about your thoughts here.
I am not brooding. Not at all.
Okay, good.
I don't like the framing of risk on versus risk off because I think that's a legacy framework and mindset.
Yeah.
So I don't really, I'm not a fan of thinking, I don't think Bitcoin is either risk on or risk off. I think it's a new framing. It's an asset which has no other, there's no other asset like it in the world. There are things that are somewhat similar, moderately similar, but there's nothing at all like Bitcoin. And so to frame it that way, I know that's how market participants think. And I tend to agree with what Preston was saying, that we're going to see this roller coaster of deflationary types of episodes. I think there are people who believe that we can negotiate our way out of the world that we live in. We live in a world which has become very over in debt. And I don't think there is a way, I don't think there's a way to negotiate out of this problem. I think there are people who think that there is some magic solution we can do. There's something that could be done. We could raise rates. You have people who come from legacy who really think we can raise rates to some level and we can just, it could be like it was back 25, 30 years ago. I think that ship has sailed. I think those days are over. And I don't see how that can be. And the Fed alone cannot negotiate our way through this because the Fed does not actually print. It's going to be more government spending. We're going to see a lot more government spending in the coming decade. You can call it whatever you want. You can call it UBI, but you're going to see substantially more government spending, and we're going to have to do that. At the end of the day, Bitcoin will survive and stocks will survive. You'll have companies, you'll have Bitcoin. And that's where I think the world will be. Yes, we'll use the dollar along the way, but the world's going to change a lot. And this is the most important asset to hold on to. Preston's smirking. He's dying to say something. Go ahead, Preston. Go ahead.
The people in the comments, somebody wrote, the calm before the storm for Tina. They know you're about to just break loose. You're about to break loose, Tina.
No, there's nothing to break loose. I'm here with friends. We're all pretty much in agreement.
We are in agreement.
I just think I do think that legacy thinks about things that way, but I also think there's this unrealistic point of view that many people have, and I constantly question it. I wonder, I don't think you can see Fed funds lift very much before the yield curve gets inverted. I don't know how much it can be. I think it's actually possible, although I'm not predicting it. It's possible you can see a curve invert on taper alone. Right now, we had a bullish day. I would like to see the curve positively sloped. I think if we, and I'm not trying to predict it. I'm not interested in trying to predict it. If we have a positively sloped yield curve coming into Q1, and we have one all year, it's going to be an incredibly bullish year, and we're not going to go through any kind of a deflationary types of cycle. Lynn Alden tweeted something the other day, which looks like some increase in credit creation. If we see a positively sloped yield curve and we see some increase in credit creation, very bullish markets, and that's going to be incredibly bullish for Bitcoin. So I'm not sure what this year looks like. I'm not sure what it brings us. I really don't feel like I have great macro insights coming into the year, but I do think it's possible that you could have an incredibly bullish year. I really don't feel like I have a great grasp on a predictive ability as to what this coming year is going to look at. I'm sorry to say, and maybe that's disappointing, but I really don't. Right now, I think it's quite possible that we can see, we might have, markets might have turned down a little bit to frighten everybody some. Historically, I will say, they used to say 3 steps and a stumble. So, you got 3 hikes before markets did something. We could have an incredibly bullish year across the board in 2022. and then you certainly want to own Bitcoin if you have something more negative. I just don't, I'm sorry.
They're not. They are
I don't have a lot
using
to add there.
Tina. They're using the Fed is using Goldman Sachs to leak out the plan into the market. So 3 hikes this year, a couple more in the following year. They won't even get one through. Okay, it is mathematically impossible to even stop tapering, let alone meaningfully increase rates. The U.S. dollar will strengthen. Third world economies will plummet. That'll leak back into the S&P. Doesn't matter the shape of the yield curve. It's artificially manipulated as it is. At this point, any talk about meaningful US dollar strength will result in sell-offs in emerging markets, which we have always seen leads to the Fed taking their foot off the brake. So what happens when you're the petrodollar? So I wanted to take one thing, if I could explain one thing further, then if you don't like risk on versus risk off, think of Bitcoin as being a put on the Fed put. There will be a time when the Fed put, meaning the Fed's going to ride to the rescue of the markets, does not work. People will say, kicking the can down the road, I've had it. Cycles will get shorter, as Preston pointed out, and more severe. So a put on the Fed put is what you own when you own Bitcoin. Tapering, rate hikes, it's all a bunch of hoopla. Mathematically impossible. The strengthening of the US dollar will crush emerging market economies.
I agree with you, Greg. All I'm saying is I think that some people will take that to mean that they should sell their Bitcoin when equities are going up and only buy it when equities are going down. And I'm just saying that I don't actually agree with that point of view.
Sorry, if it came across that way,
that's how I think that's how people will read what you're saying.
Okay, good.
And so
point.
I don't agree with that take. So if that's not what you mean,
policy.
then I would. Well, it's more than that though. But you still want to own it while equity markets are going up. So
100%.
You imply that you would sell it off because your stocks are taking you up. So can you maybe clear that up, because I think people might be confused by what you had to say.
No, you cleared it up perfectly. You own Bitcoin as insurance, and right now the price is a rounding error in terms of its pure asymmetric return opportunity. Pure and simple, the best asymmetric trade opportunity and investment opportunity I've seen in 35 years of managing risk. You don't sell that, you buy more. Equity markets go down, you buy more. Equity markets go up, you buy more. It's a rounding error in price. And Eric hasn't said anything, so I'm going to have to try and absolutely shut the F up. So thanks, Tina.
Yeah, I think I could just kind of like help with rounding some of this out for people. I just having like the right framework about some of this stuff, I think gets pretty complicated. But, when we're talking about some of these deflationary bouts that we could be seeing and how those might persist and get shorter and more exaggerated, I think a good way, and I see a lot of confusion around this with people when they're in the, on Bitcoin Twitter. The money supply is somewhat complicated to measure. So money is debt, and when debt is issued, money is created. And, when the U.S. government is issuing treasuries and then the public's buying them or the Fed's buying them, that's just like step one of money creation. Once it gets into the banking system, then banks start to loan that money out. And depending on how much they loan that out, determines how much that expands. So we have this kind of private market expansion of debt that's going on. And then to further complicate things, there's also international systems like the Eurodollar system that you've probably heard of. And that's, just a bunch of IOUs of, the US dollar that are being traded around. So that's also monetary expansion as well. So the idea is that if markets get scared, kind of within those three areas, we can have credit contractions or expansions that occur. And, to Bitcoin Tina's point about Lynn Alden's tweet this week, one of the big trends that like the deflationist argument is that, when this money gets pushed into the system, the question becomes whether or not private banks are going to start lending that out, whether it's going to start circulating within the economy. And you can think about that like Bitcoin that's been stale or hasn't moved for a very long time, or we know is like a lost coin. It's kind of been taken out of the supply. So these banks have a decision. They can either lend that money out into the market, or they can post it as a reserve at the Fed account and earn a small rate of interest. So we've been seeing a lot more of that And that's a deflationary argument for how money is being backstopped at the Fed, or, kind of being held up in reserves and not getting into circulation. So one of the other points is that, and I think Preston was kind of alluding to this earlier, once we kind of exhaust monetary expansion in this process, we've printed so much money, banks have lent so much, it's hard to continue to get that credit expansion to go on in the private markets. Well, what happened in 2020? We've had a 40% increase in the money supply. A lot of that was through fiscal deficit spending. And that is something that's highly inflationary, and that kind of circumvents a lot of this process too. And that's things like, Build Back Better and the unemployment checks and, unemployment insurance stimulus, all that. So that's something that's highly inflationary. And typically when we see that monetary policy get exhausted, we turn to the fiscal side of things and we stimulate through that as well. And that's kind of the alternative. If we go through deflationary crashes, we can continue to step in and we can continue to stimulate through an avenue like that too. And that's it.
Okay. So I want to, I was Preston, I was listening to you the other day on Vallis, and you kind of had some thoughts as to what the next 12 to 18 months were looking like in your eyes. And I was wondering if you might want to just maybe briefly touch on, you don't have to reiterate everything you said on Vallis, but maybe just like a kind of a summary of what you thought might be coming down the road.
So I like Tina's point about the yield curve being positively sloped today, and that allowing the market to continue to run. So when we're looking at the yield curve here in the US, it's still positively sloped. But when you're looking at the trend, especially on the shorter duration portion of the yield curve, it's selling off like crazy. So like anything under the 10-year, you're looking at the 7, the 3, the 1 year, like it's selling off at a rapid pace, which means the yields are blowing out and going higher. When you look at that trend and you kind of chart it out and you're making an estimate of where those yields are going to start to go flat with the rest of the yield curve, the longer duration portion of the yield curve, it's looking like in the summer time frame, the yield curve is going to start becoming flat or maybe even inverted. So that's when things get really difficult for banks to manage, because when you think about how a bank manages its balance sheet, when they have short duration interest rates at a higher yield than the longer duration interest rates, it basically implodes their balance sheet. Anyone who's ever tried to figure out like how a bank would manage their balance sheet, do that. Try to manage something that has short duration having a higher yield than the long duration, and it's a disaster. So when I'm looking at that trend, if that trend persists and these sell-offs keep happening, which are highly dependent on the inflation prints that we're going to see. So this last inflation print was really bad at 6.8%. I don't really expect the inflation prints to be much worse than that for the next probably 6 months, which is probably going to add a little bit of relief to that sell-off that you're seeing on the shorter duration bond yield curve. But in general, I see that inverting by the summer. If that happens by the summer, which is a big if right now, that's when I think the markets are going to really start to get wonky and probably throw a fit by the middle to end of 2022. A deflationary fit because you got short-term interest rates higher than long-term interest rates potentially, right? Now, where this is a little bit harder to project is these are all U.S. interest rates that I'm talking about. So like when you start looking at European rates, you start looking at the UK and other places that have a substantial amount of network effect for their currency and the interest rates that are associated with those currencies, they're already a disaster. Like as far as I'm concerned, they're flat across the board because there's nothing to play around with. So what does that mean for the overall market? It appears like the overall market, especially in equities, is already kind of going, it's flatlined and not really trying to go higher. But here in the US, they are kind of going higher, which kind of goes to Tina's point, saying that, hey, I wouldn't be surprised if 2022 starts, aggressively running away, which could happen. But this is what makes macro so hard is it's not just the US. You have to kind of account for everything that's happening on the globe, because the US is only, and I'm using really round figures here, but it's only half of the global economy. So if the rest of the economy is really struggling, it could really start to impact even here in the US because of that impairment and that credit that's not growing at a pace that is keeping up with the pace that you have here in the US. So for a person who's listening to all that, it probably sounded like a bunch of like gobbledygook, but this is the best way that I can explain it. I expect probably by the summer that things are going to start struggling to make new all-time highs at probably the latest, that this could keep on running. If that's true, and it does get a little wonky and it starts to throw a fit, that impairment that's happening in credit is, just think of all the units that represent the price of Bitcoin and the price of everything else start to disappear. They start to dry up. And when that happens, it doesn't matter what you own, everything's going to contract against those units that represent fiat currency. And so this is what we saw in March of 2020. And so when I'm thinking about how the next event plays out, it's going to start to sell off. It's going to kind of go down pretty much everything across the board: debt, commodities, equities. They're all going down relative to these fiat currencies. And the central banks have to step in. They have to come in there. They have to do things that are going to reflate and add more units into the system. So the way they do that is they have to add more monetary baseline units into the system, which then allows for more credit to be constructed on top of that. They're going to have to do this to the tune well in excess of 5 trillion, probably around 10 to maybe 15 trillion. I have no idea what that number is going to be, but it's going to be bigger than the COVID amount that they inserted into the economy. And when they do that, you're going to see the prices and the volatility of things like Bitcoin, the NASDAQ, the things that we were talking about earlier are going to explode to the upside, because they're going to have to do it quickly. They're going to have to match it with UBI. They're going to have to do yield curve control, which means they're going to peg the yields of these interest rates. Like the 30-year today is at 1.9%. On this next go around, they're going to have to peg it at like 1% or something like that. They're going to have to step into some type of yield curve control for the longer duration fixed income instruments. And that's something that's never been done before. So there's a lot of things that are going to have to happen. And I apologize for all the terminology, because I know for people that are listening to this for the first time, a lot of that terminology just sounds like just total garbage, like Wall Street garbage. But I don't know how else to explain it to people other than kind of in these terms. But they're going to have to do more drastic measures, and more manipulation, I think, is probably the best word I can use. Is they're going to have to manipulate the market twice or 3 times as hard as they did during COVID.
Damn, dude. Okay. What's your hat, Greg? It's
Someone
grade 11
sent
math.
this to me. It's grade 11 math. Don't overthink this. The debt spiral accelerates in either an inflationary environment or a deflationary environment. We are in big trouble. Buy insurance on credit. It's called Bitcoin. Thanks and happy holidays. Over to the other boys.
You know what, guys? We are running short on time here. I think that's where I gotta wrap it. I know these things are quick. But guys, thank you so much for being here. Everybody, follow them all on Twitter. You can find them. I gave like a full list on Twitter who was going to be on the show. So, yeah, Greg, Tina, Eric, Preston, thank you so much for being here. And I hope you guys are cracking a beverage and maybe partaking in the chat later.
Absolutely.
Thanks for having me,
I got my Weller
And
here.
just remember,
I can load up on some more.
there's no alternative to Bitcoin.
There is none. All right, gentlemen, thank you. I will see you soon.
See you guys.
All right. So first panel out of the park. These are quick ones, quick conversations. We got to get our talking points in. Again, thank you very much to that panel. We're going to have a 1 or 2 minute break, and then we will be right back. I look how prepared I am. Hold on a sec. I got little things. So we're going to do a quick shout out to Shake Pay here.
after these messages. We'll be right back.
ShakePay.com is the best way to buy Bitcoin in Canada. No deposit or withdrawal fees, super thin spread, getting some of the best rates. On top of that, using the link down below, if you sign up and buy your first $100 of Bitcoin, they will give you $30 for free. You get the same deal when you refer your friends, and you can shake your phone every single day for free sats. On top of that, they have their Sats Back Visa card that you can sign up for now. Check them out. All right. We're going to keep things rolling. We got another panel coming in hot, and 3 of 4 of them are here. I saw him before. I know he's coming back. Pete, if you're watching this, we're here for you now. So this next panel, we're going to be chatting a little bit about game theory as it applies to small countries. And so I'm going to bring in some guests here. Let me get up here. So we got CK, we got Camila, we got Crypto Pistardo. Everybody, welcome. And we may soon, eventually, Matt Odell is in the comments already laughing. We may eventually have Peter McCormack here. I saw him down there in the box below, but we shall see. Let's do a quick round of intros, guys. CK, who are you? What do you do?
What is up, fam? Happy holidays, BTC session. Thank you so much for having me. CK, managing director at Bitcoin Magazine, all around just a Bitcoin lover, and here to jam on the sovereign individual thesis playing out in real time.
Awesome, dude. Glad to have you again. Welcome back. Javier, how you doing, man? Welcome.
Thanks for having me, and hello, friends CK and Camila. How are you? Well, my name is Javier. I'm Bitcoin enthusiast here in Venezuela. I'm trying to build a community around Bitcoin that is named Satoshi in Venezuela, but I also have a show with Camila that is named Bitcoin en Español. So we are trying to spread the word about Bitcoin in Spanish through every country in the region. So that's who am I.
That's awesome, dude. That's great. Camila, how about yourself? Little intro.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Ben. This is super fun. So my name is Camila Campton. I work at Swann Bitcoin, but I talk about Bitcoin in English and in Spanish because it's the best thing to talk about. So that's me.
I love it. Well, thank you all for being here. We are going to be chatting a little bit about kind of the game theory that I guess we get to watch happen in Venezuela and perhaps more. Sorry, not Venezuela. What am I talking about? In El Salvador. Jesus, I don't know. Anyways, happening in, yeah, you never know. No, but in El Salvador this year, as they adopt Bitcoin as legal tender, and then a whole other list of things have begun to happen. Bonds backed by Bitcoin and volcanoes and all kinds of crazy things. And I mean, this is the first. It blindsided a lot of people. Like, I don't know about you guys, but I sure as hell wasn't expecting to hear that at Bitcoin 2021. Like, what was on your minds as that was going down?
Who should start?
Whoever.
Go
Take
for
it.
Okay, yeah.
All right. Well, I guess I was probably one of the very first people in the entire world to hear about the news because Bitcoin Magazine puts on the Bitcoin conference, Bitcoin 21, where this was announced initially last June. But yeah, we were hanging around at the pool 2 days before the conference, and the CEO of BTC Inc., David Bailey, calls to me like this, and he was like, "Hey, one of those things that Bitcoiners have been talking about happening, it's going to happen." And then he told me that, El Salvador is going to make Bitcoin legal tender. And then the rest of that week, I just had to shut my mouth, not let this news leak whatsoever. And then, I was front and center as Jack Mallers was giving his presentation. And then Bukele came on with his pre-recorded announcement, and the entire room went absolutely crazy. It was just a really surreal moment. And I mean, Bitcoin is kind of weird. It feels like things are progressing very, very slowly. And then all of a sudden something that just smacks you right in the face. Wow, it took a big step up. So, I mean, obviously MicroStrategy was huge in 2020, but capping that off with adding in a nation state, publicly accumulating Bitcoin and making Bitcoin legal tender has really been massive.
Yeah, absolutely. Javier, like, what's your take on this, and how do you see it maybe kind of progressing in the region over time?
It is really weird because I went to El Salvador a few time ago, and I met Camila there and a bunch of Bitcoiners, but I never expected to be there. Like, who was thinking about going to El Salvador and having a week of different conference about Bitcoin and having Bitcoin as a way of pay your things in that kind of trip? Nobody was expecting that. I think that the few that knew the news before it goes live was really lucky to have this history in the making before everybody knows it. But when you go there and you live what it is being, I have a friend that is BTC Andres, that he said that it's like being in the future, and it is kind of that.
I think he cut a little bit, but we heard the whole sentence, so I think we're good. Camila, like, I mean, you guys have been doing the show together and everything. I mean, and actually, did you start that as like because of the El Salvador announcement? Was that very much like part of that reasoning?
I think that's basically what launched our show. We had an idea, Javier and I, like, hey, maybe we should do something in Spanish. We started talking about it in March. And obviously when stuff in El Salvador happened, we were like, this is it. We have to do it. It's our obligation at this point to start talking about this. We were talking about it during clubhouse rooms, and they're very small rooms, but there was people that were interested. And now you see the same thing on Twitter Spaces. You see Salvadorian people jumping in because they're really curious. They want to learn, even though it was really funny because at the beginning, it was like Bitcoin was a big no. Like, no, Bitcoin is scary. No, people shouldn't use Bitcoin. There was a lot of FUD going on. And this was actually people from the other political party that are against Bukele's government, like going around spreading a whole bunch of FUD. But, people like us, we're Bitcoiners, we're very resilient. We keep going, spreading the message. And now we see a complete shift on mindset about Salvadorian people being like, actually, yes, this is a good thing. And now I need to learn. Like, tell me about Bitcoin. Tell me what wallets are. Do I just use the Chivo wallet? Like, what other resources are out there? And so it's a very big change, very quick in such a short amount of time. So super bullish to see what happens in the next year, not only with El Salvador, but hopefully other countries in Latin America that start to catch on.
What do we think, and I guess I'll throw this out to the panel, but what do we think some of the biggest hurdles to neighboring nations or nations in the region or just somewhere else in the globe doing the same thing that El Salvador has just done? Because it came as out of left field, a total surprise, but then there was kind of an expectation that, we'll see dominoes start to topple. Like, right. It's almost like, even though we're low time preference, Bitcoiners inherently are like, it's all going to happen like this year. It's very quick to assume. So like, how do we think that this plays out, and where might it play out? I don't know. I'll open that up to anybody.
I don't think that if El Salvador doesn't scale, any other country will take the same path. So they have to succeed to be a successful example of a country adopting Bitcoin as legal tender, because all other countries, if they fail, will say, well, we can do the Salvador thing because you know how it happened, no? And you have Paraguay thinking on Bitcoin how as a commodity. You have Colombia that have a sandbox that they are working with banks, exchange, and the government. So they have many different approaches. You have Brazil. They have something that is called, I don't know the exact name right now, but it is kind of a crypto which you can use to pay through any of different currencies that works in Brazil. So they already have this kind of instruments. So I think that in the region you have these different approaches, but as the El Salvador thing doesn't scale and don't grow enough, I don't see any other country adopting the same path, because adopting a new medium of exchange is really hard. I know it because I'm coming from the Bolivar to use dollars mainly today. So the same thing will happen with the dollar. They already know with the colon and the dollar, but they have a fear about how the Bitcoin thing could work and stuff like that. So it's a really hard path to continue. So I think that they will fall, but with their own kind of views on how we can use Bitcoin to take a position in the new geopolitical thing, like Venezuela. The regime is mining Bitcoin. They are stacking sats in the dictatorial way, as I can do it, and we are living through the same systems. Only they are in the power, and I'm trying to survive it. So, but we are using the same money, and I can make them out of Bitcoin, and they can either with me. So it is at all the scales, countries, companies, but they all will have a way to, well, Bitcoin work for me because that thing.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting because there's people always say on Twitter, Bitcoin is for everyone, or Bitcoin is for enemies, or they'll phrase it in different ways, and it's interesting how a government that has taken action that has hurt the savings of their constituents is using a tool that would prevent the exact actions they were taking for them to hold value, but they're now kind of their power has been lessened in that you have the access to the exact same tools, right? Like there's no, yeah, sure, a dictator may utilize Bitcoin, but that doesn't, in my opinion, cancel out the fact that billions of good people around the world can use it too, right? And we don't get rid of good things just because bad people can use them from time to time. So what there he is. Hold on, I'm gonna hi Peter.
I'm not there.
welcome to halfway through the panel. I wonder if he's not even in the room.
He's
I bet
imaginary, Peter.
You know what? American Hodl is watching this somewhere and saying, this, of course, this is what Peter's doing. I'm taking him off. maybe I should just leave the empty chair there. No, I'm gonna leave that empty chair there. Yo, I put you live.
I was here. Dude, I was here at half past and I was watching Preston and Greg Foss.
this is why Peter has assistants. You're halfway here. Peter, we're talking about El Salvador, of course, and where it might go from there. But CK, Camila, Javier have all been kind of talking about, it came out of left field. There was a bit of expectation that the dominoes subsequent to El Salvador would fall quicker than our low time preference teachings. But there's this aspect of who might go first and what might be the impetus behind that. And where in the world is it going to be? What are the hurdles that that the governments would have to get around? And Javier was saying he believes that maybe others won't join in until they see like a notable success of El Salvador. So do you think that somebody's going to jump on this before there's a definite, this was successful kind of moment, or do you think they wait?
I think I probably agree with Javier. Hi Javier, good to see you, man. I was talking about I was recording with Willy Woo today, and I said the same thing. It's a little bit like MicroStrategy. I know we've had a few people jump in, but like to the extent that they've done it, they're the only one. And yeah, same with El Salvador. I almost think people need to see. It's not to see, a 10% growth in their treasury. They need to see that 2, 3, 5x of the treasury and go, oh, holy shit, they were right. And so I think, but the other thing is also you got to think about, you've got to find the mavericks willing to run this. Who's going to risk their political capital to do this? Bukele is a kind of like a unique person, as is Michael Saylor. They're unique people who are, taking a bit of a gamble. I mean, we believe they're all going to be right, but they're still taking a gamble. He's risking his political career and his reputation internationally because so many fuckers want him to fail. And Michael Saylor took a massive risk with his board. You've got to be pretty ballsy to do something like this. And a lot of people aren't that ballsy. They want the easy life. It's a bit like, why don't some of the fund managers recommend Bitcoin? Because it's a bit risky and it can make them look like idiots. So I just think we need more mavericks, but we're getting more of them. Look at Jack Dorsey this last week. Now his Twitter reins are off him. He's out there like machine gunning everyone down. We just need more of these people. We get him more of them.
Yeah. That's so true. I wanted to jump in just real quick.
Yeah, go.
It's so true.
Hi, Camila.
Hi, Peter. And we have seen other politicians in South America also start talking about Bitcoin, right? Like we had a politician in Colombia start talking about, well, if El Salvador is mining Bitcoin with their volcanoes, we have so much water power here. Why don't we start mining Bitcoin here, right? But then you see his political background and he's like a complete socialist that was part of the Colombian guerrilla. And so you see all of these politicians start using Bitcoin as a buzzword, but in reality it's like, are you really doing it for the right reasons, or do you even understand the potential of it? So maybe there is some crazy politician in one of these countries that run for election and start using that as a campaign as we start to see El Salvador succeed and hopefully get their people behind it as well. But without that happening, I feel like, we're going to have to wait a little bit to see if El Salvador succeeds.
Well, and part of it was Bitcoin Beach was around before this was a twinkle in Bukele's eye, right? And so that got to him, and then a decision was made. So perhaps it's more of, again, attacking it from a grassroots local level. Like I think in Guatemala, are they doing Bitcoin Lake? Are you guys familiar with that? Yeah. So
there are a lot more Bitcoin communities now popping around.
That's cool. Do you know a few?
I've been to that lake.
Have you?
So I have not been to the lake.
So those guys, I was in El Salvador.
Go ahead, Peter.
Go for it, Pete.
I might have a delay. Christian, you go.
So, okay, I'll go. I was just saying that I've never been to the lake, but I was speaking to Anita Posh, and she was the one who informed me that there's a pretty massive list of, or a growing list of kind of Bitcoin communities. And I believe that she's next week she's publishing a article on Bitcoin Magazine reflecting on her travels to El Salvador, as well as kind of just documenting some of those new Bitcoin Beach copycats or wannabes that are popping up. And I know Galoy, which is the company that is behind the Bitcoin Beach wallet, I know that's kind of their business model, is helping these small communities host Bitcoin infrastructure, and they got a lot of work on their hands.
How do those things start? Like, what are some of the initial steps? And this can be anybody answering, but like, what have they said were there initial steps with something like Bitcoin Beach? What's the first thing that you go and do, and who is even interested off the bat?
They are building communities
with Michael Peterson.
Javier, go first.
Through donations and stuff like that. So maybe you will need someone that is like the Prometheus of each community. Like, well, I want to go to Costa Rica, and I know few Costa Ricans, and then we are going to do this kind of Bitcoin stuff. And will it work in every country? I don't think so, but it is a good approach, as you can find people that want to support local communities work, like it was what happened in the Bitcoin Beach. They were already working with the community, and then they have their Prometheus, that is Mike, and Peter could comment more about him. But then they keep working and working, and then you have this state thing. But the first steps are really hard. You see many communities popping with that same approach, and I think that many of them will be dead, but many of them will be growing as Bitcoin Beach. So it's like the Citadel mode, game theory playing around, and you see it with few people that are convincing, like Francis Pouliot said, the remnants like are trying to spread the Bitcoin maximalist stuff and trying to spread Bitcoin and helping. Like,
yeah, Peter, you were gonna jump in, so go ahead. Like, you've been down to Bitcoin Beach and you had some thoughts?
Yeah, no. So when I was in El Salvador on one of the trips, these two guys turned up from Guatemala, and because they knew we were there and they wanted to tell us about this.
Poor Peter.
Technology these days.
You'd think that the biggest podcaster in Bitcoin would have a more sturdy internet connection, but you know,
he just keeps us at the edge of our.
He's in Venezuela. He's in Venezuela. And he's not saying anything.
Yeah, yeah. No, you're coming through loud and clear, friend. I think Peter's just since that.
If I could jump in real quick,
yeah,
I feel like we were kind of talking about this BTC sessions, but which is like, you know, the Venezuelan government mining Bitcoin, all these kind of like not Bitcoin aligned politicians using it as a buzzword to make them feel hip, technologically sound, whatever. I started off this conversation saying that we're watching the sovereign individual thesis play out, but we're also seeing Alex Gladstein's Bitcoin is a Trojan horse for freedom playing out as well. Right. There's all these incentives for bad actors to, and maybe you could even call Bukele a bad actor, like to adopt Bitcoin. And ultimately what that does is lessen their power over their people, their stranglehold over their people, and it enables their people to access the ultimate form of property, money, and store of value that the world has ever seen. So I think that both of these kind of theses are playing out. I think that we're going to see a lot of like unsavory people adopt Bitcoin because there's plenty of advantages, and that's going to have positive downstream effects for, you know, the people of those nations who also get exposure to Bitcoin. Regarding, you know, will other countries adopt Bitcoin? I do think that El Salvador is this very interesting case study, and a lot of people are looking at that. But I don't necessarily think that we need El Salvador success for other nations to see the benefit too. I think that the Bitcoin bond thing is absolutely huge. I think that Bitcoin as a medium of exchange, and even, you know, Bitcoin as a method to access Tether to some degree, access dollars, I think those are huge, huge trends. And I don't think that, you know, anything is going to stop those trends from playing out.
Yeah, it's I really do like the dynamic, given that citizens and leaders have the access to the same tools that we were talking about previously. I like how that flies in the face of those kind of naysayers that come in from a perspective of you know, this is being used maliciously, because the most malicious thing you could have done is create another central bank issued digital currency and then continue to debase it and rip off, you know, steal the people's time essentially. And so I'm wondering if it's possible that we'll see some leaders adopt this thinking it will be a malicious tool, only to realize that they've kind of reduced all their power. So I don't know if you guys have thoughts about that, and then we'll start winding down in a couple minutes here.
I want to flip it on its head a little bit though. because a lot of people say, yeah, Bukele could be like someone bad or whatever. Could be true, could not be true, right? But I started thinking about this. Like, there were bad actors before Bukele came to power, right? Like corrupt governments and stuff. And it's like, in my head, I was like, what if, those governments are censoring other people that actually really want to help their country, want to help the citizens of their country? Because governments could completely censor their opponents, their enemies, get them out of the banking system, like just completely shut them down. So what if leaders like this that are getting censored start looking into Bitcoin, learning about how it's censorship resistance, and then when they come into power, they're like, actually, I'm going to implement this so this doesn't ever happen again. Like, it could happen also. So the censorship part is completely important, because if leaders start to realize, it's not fair for a government to come in and just completely censor everyone who they're against. We should have all these voices to be able to speak up. By implementing Bitcoin, you're kind of doing that and kind of giving an FU to the corrupt government, because it's like, you know what, I can speak up. I don't need your money in order to be able to do what I have to do in order to make this a better country. I'm going to start using Bitcoin. So I think that's a really interesting perspective as well for leaders who are trying to fight the corrupt governments that are in these countries today.
It's interesting too, because all you need is one person to implement it, and then it has downstream effects on every other subsequent leader, because you then have to revoke what was given. And when you give people a free and open source, hard money that can't be censored, it's very difficult to take that away from the people once they use it and they understand the freedom that it imparts on them. And so this is what I worry about, but also see as a positive is if Bukele, did this altruistically and it works out great, and then later on down the line, whoever his successor may be, whenever that may be, if that person wanted to retcon everything, it would just be so hard at that point, given how far it's come in just a few months. So that is the one kind of thing that puts my mind at ease. But yeah, I don't know. What do you guys like, just as a final thought here, because I'm going to round it out in like about a minute or so.
This last,
Yeah.
do you think that, and this is an open question to close my participation, what do you think about a liberal dictatorship or kind of Roman way of dictator that could build a country around his own personality, but using this kind of free and open money?
Mhm.
I think that this is a new way that will play out, because Bukele is the exact thing. He has a lot of power and he has a lot of popular approbation, so he can write laws and make stuff happen. And the country is little. We are seeing a new kind of politic project burning, and the bonds. We didn't talk a little about the bonds, but the bonds will be a really huge, big deal around how you can build this kind of stuff. So is it possible to have a liberal dictatorship, like you have freedoms, but I'm the guy? I don't know.
I mean, it would be the sovereign individual thesis, but with like, here's the rules here, here's the rules here, and then they stay static, right? So that's, which I mean, in a world where you can freely go wherever the hell you want, based on what has the best living conditions and rule set, that would be fine. But in a world where you don't necessarily have freedom of movement to other nations, it could be more difficult. Yeah. And will people want to relocate when the liberal dictatorship is where they live and some of the laws they don't agree with? I don't know. We shall see. Guys, I've got to round this out because I got to keep a tight ship here. Peter, it was really good seeing you. Thank you for
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
You're the
That's
best.
okay. We got a really good shot of your chair for the first minute or so.
Probably the smartest thing for me.
But I do thank you all. Peter, I will vouch for you. You were here like 45 minutes early, so he was a keener. So we'll give you bonus points for that.
Sorry, my connection's just completely just screwed. I'm actually on my phone now. For some reason, my connection's gone.
That's all good. I imagine American Hodl is watching somewhere and laughing. So, that's
Well, I'm laughing. I'm laughing at him. He owes me half a Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Oh. All right. Well, guys, thank you so much. We're gonna round this one out. Everybody follow them. They're all in my Twitter threads. So, guys, thank you very much.
Shout out to the zoo. Bye, guys.
Yes, absolutely. All right. See you guys. Thank you for being here. Everybody, another one banged out. We got 2 panels down. We got another one coming. I've got my guests all lined up. I can see them in the waiting room. They've been patient. They were so on time, like miles ahead. So much more punctual than Mr. McCormack. But we're going to be bringing them in just a second. We're just going to take a quick moment again for a little shout out from a sponsor.
After these messages, we'll be right back. Yeah.
LEDN.io allows you to use your Bitcoin for a variety of different services, including if you're in a pinch and you need dollars, but you don't want to sell your Bitcoin, you can deposit Bitcoin and get a Bitcoin-backed loan with dollars into your bank account within 24 hours. You pay back those dollars, you get back the same amount of Bitcoin. They also have savings accounts for Bitcoin and USDC, and if you're feeling mega bullish, they've got their B2X offering. They also have deals where you can earn $10 for free into your savings. Check them out in the links down below. All right, we're back. We're gonna be hitting this next panel. So this next panel, some all-stars in here. We're gonna be talking about Bitcoin in the media and how that has been evolving, especially over the last, I don't know, 24 months, the last couple of years. Right around Sailor time, it's sentiment has changed a little bit different. So I'd like to welcome in Joey, Dennis, Robert, Natalie. Thank you guys so much for taking the time. This is first time for Breedlove here, so dude, thank you for being here. And then first time Joey, but I've been on your show. Dennis, I've chatted with you. Natalie, you've been here once before. This is somebody's already delaying anniversary dinners to watch this, so I'm very happy to have you guys here. Let's just do a quick down the line, just a quick intro of who you are, what you do. Joey, you got it first.
Yeah, sure, Ben. Thanks for having me, man. My name is Joey. I'm half of the Canadian Bitcoiners podcast. Find us wherever you get your podcasts. And after the show, if you have any ideas for a Christmas gift from my wife, my DMs are open on Twitter. I need advice on that, and I got to go to the mall. So thanks.
Awesome. Dennis, you're up. Quick intro.
Hey, yeah, Dennis Porter, host of Smart People Shit. Relatively new in the space this year, but having a ton of fun. Engaging with all these people up here. Joey, first time meeting you, but Ben, thanks for having me back on the show. Always do the best live shows. So thanks for bringing us on. Happy holidays to everybody watching.
Thanks, man. Natalie, welcome back. Let people know who you are, what you do.
Hi, Ben. Thanks so much for having me. Hi, guys. I am the host of a podcast called Coin Stories, and I used to work in the media. So I transitioned to doing Bitcoin full time, but I used to be a journalist, and I'm so excited to hang with all of you guys.
Awesome. Well, glad to have you. And Robert, welcome to the show. It's been a while since Bitcoin 2021. Hope you've been well, but welcome. Let people know who you are, what you do.
Hey, guys and girl. Merry Christmas, everybody. Glad to be here. Robert Breedlove, the What is Money show, typically talking about media of exchange, but I guess we'll talk about media today.
Awesome. Well, glad to have you. Yeah, guys, we're chatting about the media. So it's been quite a ride over the years, and all of the media stories that we've seen. I guess I'm going to just start with a really simple question for whoever on the panel wants to jump in, but What's changed in the past 12, 24 months? How is the portrayal of Bitcoin in the media different now than it was a couple years ago?
I think, Ben, it's safe to say that because so many normies, our friends and family now are affected by stuff like inflation every day, there's no explaining that away from, the White House podium or not, from a newsroom or from an anchor's chair. There's just no way to do it. And so now people are finally noticing this stuff and looking for what they think is a hedge. And I think we got the answer for them.
Anybody else? What have you guys seen? How are you feeling about the change? Assuming you believe there's a change in the past couple of years.
I think it's a combination of people realizing that the money printer can go burr and that we can print money to infinity. And so things like the hard supply cap just kind of click in people's brains now. But also you just have an amazing advancement in the talent of people talking about Bitcoin. I mean, two of Breedlove and Natalie have both been on national, TV and extremely popular podcasts where they're getting over 1 million views and delivering a really crisp message on Bitcoin. So I think it's a combination of just, it's starting to really make sense to the average person, but also you have just really, really smart people that have a background in media jumping up and talking about it for the first time.
Maybe Natalie, can you give tips on how to talk through an interviewer to make sure that your point lands no matter what?
10 years of experience doing it. No, I mean, this is literally why I left. It's funny. I got into Bitcoin in 2017 and I was working at a station in Northern California. I was an NBC and I pitched my first Bitcoin story. And I'm not kidding you. From then to today, the word Bitcoin is in the media more, but I still get the same reaction in the newsroom or I did when I was working at my network of just, be careful. You don't want to sell something to people that they're going to lose money. What are you doing? And so I remember doing my first story on like a Bitcoin ATM up in Northern California. This was during that bull run that went to 20,000 and then totally crashed. But fast forward, I was trying to do more stories and trying to get the word out. And it's just there's not a lot of opportunity. There's no like crypto show that you could work on. So I basically had to go off on my own. And I'm super grateful that these shows are now starting to reach out to me saying, hey, come on and, be a commentator and talk about Bitcoin, both on a local and national level. But, I certainly wish that there were more calls like that because this is a very, very important topic. It's an important technological revolution and advancement. And you would think that the news would be, on it. But just now they're starting to admit that inflation is not transitory. And I think, it'll take them a little bit to catch up. I think that once Bitcoin hits like 100,000, there's going to be a flood of just, all of us are going to be requested to go on every single show and talk about it. But, it's just funny to me that the media is so behind on this, which is one of the reasons why I decided to leave, because I really wanted to help spread the word and simplify the message.
What do you think took them so long to have good informed voices on? Because like it definitely was not that way. Even you'd see positive things during 2017, but definitely the year prior, without that hype of that bull run, it was just always a negative thing. It would be Bitcoin was used in insert crime here that could have just as easily been executed with dollars and has been many more times. So like what is the shift? Is it just the hype of markets going up and people are excited, or is it there's a better quality of messaging on our behalf? I don't know, Robert, what's your take on this?
Well, I'd first like to say, people like Natalie coming into the space, bringing that experience to the table. It's like you've been honing this craft for 10 years, purveying certain kinds of information, but now you're just taking that instrument and pointing it at Bitcoin, basically to amplify for the world. So you're clearly going to reach a much wider audience just because you've again, honed the skill of amplifying that message. So very grateful to have you. There's a broader trend taking place too, that One would be the decentralization of media overall. I guess you could say that more people are fed up with the mainstream narrative BS they're being fed through, traditional media outlets. I think people kind of have a natural inclination to be able to sniff out bullshit to some extent. And the bullshit's definitely been turned up a lot the past 18 months. So people are seeking alternatives. Podcast numbers are booming globally. Like people are just listening to a lot more podcasts, consuming a lot more content online, YouTube podcasts from non-centralized channels. And then the other component here that we've alluded to already is just that, pain is information. When you feel physical pain, you put your hand on the hot stove, that's information to move your damn hand. People weren't really listening to Bitcoiners, I think, prior to March 2020, because there just wasn't sufficient pain, at least in the West. Like you could look at certain economies that were experiencing inflation more heavily. They were more receptive to Bitcoin, let's say. But now that pain is being propagated globally. We're having global coordinated monetary expansion of the fiat currency supply. This is creating real pain in people's lives. And I think that is informing them to change their behaviors. So hopefully this combination of factors is just, leading people to the truth of Bitcoin.
I worry about the interim in that, okay, so it's now becoming apparent again, as Dennis was saying earlier, that you can't just, people get that there's inflation and Bitcoin is starting to make sense. And Joey, you were saying like that 21 million cap, it clicks, like people get that juxtaposed against, print money forever. But there's also a lack of nuance around Bitcoin versus everything else, and you don't see as much of that yet. So there's a bit of a gap in the knowledge. Is it just going to be we got to hang around for another 5 years until that becomes more obvious and fine-tuned, and then thus presented to everybody as, oh, we always knew this? Or is it possible to kind of start getting that messaging right now? Because you see a lot of Bitcoin and crypto will be used interchangeably. You see like hype around just the most asinine, JPEGs going for millions of dollars more than like artwork, physical artwork from long dead artists. People buying a JPEG for more than a Picasso, right? Like, and from an artist that's still alive and actively creating numerous copies. So like, is it possible to start getting that message out there immediately? Like we're seeing it from Michael Saylor. We're seeing it from some, but is it inevitable that this kind of like confusion is going to be around for a while? I'll let anybody jump in here.
Why can't we do something along the lines of what Robert suggested there? Pain taught a lot of people last year. Pain has been teaching people for a long, long time. And so if you like pain, if you're into that kind of stuff, you're a bit of a masochist. I got some JPEGs to sell you. I got pain for you. It's going to be 5-figure pain until you figure it out. It's going to be ICO pain. It's going to be centralized pain. It's going to be network down pain until you figure it out. But eventually you'll figure it out, right? I think that's maybe the best teacher. And it's not always our job to as far as putting down other projects and putting down stuff. Yeah, it's fun to smack somebody down, but do you really have, I don't know about you guys. I'm probably the smallest show on the panel, and I don't have time to smack people down on Twitter. But there's plenty of people who need it to be smacked down, right? So are you really going to waste bandwidth doing that? Or are you going to engage with people who will spread that message on your behalf effectively some other way that makes a little more sense, right? I think the answer is obvious.
Yeah, that was kind of I have a similar take. I just don't really have time to talk about other projects anymore. I used to do that quite extensively to try to educate and ground pound on what else is available out there. But most people really don't want to listen to that type of a message. And so I dedicate a lot of my time trying to just talk about why I like Bitcoin and why Bitcoin is very important. In regards to what you were saying, Ben, the question of, is the scamminess going to go away? I think it's just going to get worse. I think it's going to continually get worse and worse and worse over time. I used to think that it was going to go away, but it just becomes more scammy and more debased. I mean, things like WorldCoin just blow my mind, right? So, but what is the next thing? Web3. What's the next thing after that? They're always going to find some way to market this stuff. I mean, this is what VCs do. And this is not a hate on VCs moment, but just that's what they do. They're really good at marketing things and finding ways to sell stuff and then get out, like get in and get out and pump it up and leave. And that's the way the world has taught them to act because of the incentives that we have. And I think that those incentives are not going to go anywhere anytime soon. So you'll see a continuation and a proliferation of more projects that are going to, 99% of them are just going to go up and go down and completely lose their value. I think the final point really here is that for every good thing, there's some quote, I'm paraphrasing it, but it's like for every good thing that comes into the world, there's a curse that comes with it. And I think the curse really is this unabated scamming that's going to go on for probably 5, 10, 20 years before human beings really start to figure out that most of this stuff is basically just penny stocks.
Yeah, Ben, I'm really glad you brought this up because when I do get called for news shows, this is actually quite a challenge for me because a lot of the topics that they call out right away is just under the general umbrella of cryptocurrency. Like they even call the segments cryptocurrency craze, and they lump everything together, right? And so I don't know if you guys have seen some of my segments, I always try to like pivot and laser focus in on Bitcoin and the problem that it solves. And it's very, very challenging because some of the other stuff is more, TV kind of interesting and trendy, right? It's like the 1,000,000% increase in the meme coins or the metaverse, NFT, these buzzwords that TV really likes. And I know because that's my background, but I'm trying to pivot and help people understand, no, Bitcoin fixes a problem. It's hard money. None of you even understand what hard money is. That's the problem. You have to kind of do the homework, right? Of this is what money printing is. This is why Bitcoin exists, and no, it can't be copied. And this is why it's the pristine savings technology. But it's such a challenge, and I wonder what this is going to look like going forward. Because the more that I've appeared in news or even attended events, like I just came from a blockchain conference in the UAE, it's like everything is just under this one umbrella. And to separate it, you're called kind of a maxi, and you have this sort of, it's like a negative connotation. But it's like these projects are all different. It's almost like you're comparing, the internet to a bunch of technology companies. And I don't know what's going to happen with any of them, but I honestly don't really care because I'm not invested and they don't solve the problem that I'm trying to help educate people on. So personally, I'm really glad you brought this up because it's all lumped together. And I've even, been approached for opportunities where they're like, can you host like a crypto show? And I'm like, I don't want to do a crypto show. I want to do Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you guys have, encountered that too, but it's a challenge right now because in the media, it's all in one bubble.
I wanted to point out that one of the things that I'm hopeful for that I think has helped Bitcoin do as well as it has and have such staying power is kind of this. What I would say is a very finely tuned message on behalf of Bitcoiners of a very cohesive narrative regarding what Bitcoin is and why it's so important. And the messaging has been pretty damn consistent for quite a few years now in terms of at least kind of like on a base level what Bitcoin can represent. And it's been fleshed out in so many interesting pieces, like, Robert, you've written, the bulk of them, but it's been explored in so many different frameworks that this kind of cohesive and coherent narrative of what Bitcoin is for, it becomes very evident against a backdrop of just absolute noise and shifting narratives about everything else, right? Like how many times has the what is Ethereum for narrative shifted, right? World computer to ultrasound money to ICOs to everything else under the sun. It hasn't been cohesive, whereas you juxtapose that again with Bitcoin. I think that does us some favors in terms of media messaging, in terms of individuals watching and eventually deciphering what's real. So I don't know. Do you guys feel like the narrative has gotten better and more consistent over the past few years?
I can go back to the pain as information thing, that people will learn the difference between Bitcoin and everything else. But that pain cycle in crypto is like 4 years, right? You need to go through a full cycle and see this thing from all sides. So, and the other part here that's interesting is what distinguishes Bitcoin from everything else is very nuanced, right? You need to understand the social layer of money. You need to understand path dependence. You need to understand evolution of money. How did we end up with one gold versus everything else? So these are not, there's a lot of easy concepts in Bitcoin, like 21 million. Oh, okay, I get that. But it's harder to understand why Bitcoin, not in everything else. That's a more nuanced topic. So you almost need the pain, I guess, to get through that cloudiness, right? Someone needs to go through a full market cycle to really understand. There is a counterbalance to that, though, that the content creation is unreal now. I mean, we're doing it right now. There's the writing. It is just everywhere. If you really want to go down the Bitcoin rabbit hole, it's much more of a well-worn path at this point. You can accelerate down that rabbit hole much faster than those that have come before you. So that could play into this as well. And I'll go back to what Dennis said, that is it going to go away? No, because inflation actually drives people's propensity to gamble. And a lot of these are gambling devices ultimately. So there will be additional demand for these things as we produce more dollars. Like, I'm almost completely certain of that. And humans love to print money. So they're going to keep trying to do it. They're never going to stop trying to do it. So in the end, what happens, the game theory says, when everyone loves to print money and everyone can print money, the money that no one can print is the one that wins. We all get that, but it takes a little bit of pain to get to that point. And on the VC stuff, like this is another nuanced one, because we could sit here and say, yeah, VCs are great at spinning up these artificial narratives, dumping them on retail and moving on to the next. But that's also part of being a VC. Like, you have to bet on some future that doesn't really exist, capitalize it, sell it. You got to fake it till you make it, so to speak. So there's a nuance here too that is tricky to navigate. And I just almost advocate, like, do whatever you want, right? Buy whatever shit coin you want, do whatever you want to do. Here's why I'm 100% Bitcoin. And instead of like directing that toxicity towards other projects, I think it's more usefully directed at the state. That is my position. I think that's the greatest criminal enterprise in the world. That's what I want to throw light on. That's what I want to point my angst towards. So I'm not saying that's the right path or that's the only way to go about it. You can go out there and a lot of people have done this. They've destroyed Ethereum with these long write-ups. That's important. That adds value. If that's your opinion, that's your thesis, then go tell people that. So I think people will learn, but it's just going to be a complicated path to get there.
It's the first. Sorry, Dennis, you go ahead, and then I'll tag you.
Well, I just wanted to comment on there because it's something I think a lot about what Breedlove was saying, which is the amount of content creation that's occurring now in the Bitcoin space is by far and away beyond anything I've ever seen in any space. And yet, despite the amount of competition, there seems to be a real thirst for all this content. But what I think is happening, though, to an extent, is because Bitcoin has changed us in a way as individuals so that we want to cooperate. We want to cooperate and compete in a healthy way. And really what's happening, I think, is you're seeing these content creators, some of them on the panel today, that have honed their craft and have gotten so good at delivering a message and delivering content that it's becoming some of the best content of any industry. It doesn't matter. And now they're getting ejected out of the Bitcoin space and into the mainstream media. And I think you're going to see a spin up of that and an increase in that. And I think eventually mainstream media will be roughly dominated by people like Robert, Natalie, and Joey, who are spending all day, every day, honing this craft to the point where when Natalie goes on, national television, it's like, whoa, where'd this lady come from? People are like shocked by it, right? I think you'll see more of that and as time goes on, but it's because of this massive amount of I don't know if you would like call it cooperative competition. Like we're not out here like taking each other out, trying to like slay each other. But we're definitely trying to, we're all competing for eyeballs to some extent, right? Everybody is. And that cooperative competition is going to lead to, like I said, I think a total domination eventually in mainstream media.
I would love to see that.
Sorry, Ben. Do you think that, like, I was thinking about this today and kind of just like thinking about the panel. The thing that concerns me is, and now you're probably best suited to answer this question or make a comment, but the thing that concerns me is if we venture into a space where the sort of outline for what's acceptable content and what people want to see delivered is so neatly defined, especially in the mainstream press, the legacy press, do we risk losing the message in favor of what we think is extra eyeballs, and then the message is diluted in that way? Is that something we should be concerned about?
I don't know. Does it become a stepping stone to something better? Like, does that?
I don't know.
I don't know. It depends how you want to attack it, because it's very difficult to get the message out in, although again, I've got to say, Natalie, you're a very good at smashing through an idea in 2 minutes flat. But like it's very difficult to get out the entire message of kind of what Bitcoin was built for and who it's useful to in a soundbite. And so do you attack it from, a quick, easy narrative and just try and get people interested for the first time, or do you try and go in depth? And Bitcoiners have different opinions about this. I tend to try and take a baby step method. Like if giving people smaller steps to understanding at least doesn't get them to turn away right away, then I think that's a win. So I don't know what you guys think.
It's multi-flanked attack, guys. We have unlimited bandwidth with digital media. We can talk about this for thousands of hours and post as many shows as we want, and it costs us near zero. So, like, it's the ultimate competitive landscape for specialization. Like, we need people doing it in a soundbite. We need people doing it in a slightly longer version. We need people talking to people for 20 hours like I'm doing. Like, it just do all the things, attack it from all different angles, interpret and amplify through your unique filter. And I think that's how you resonate with the most people.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, everybody, I got to start rounding this panel out, but that was a great conversation, albeit short. I want to thank each and every one of you for being on here and chatting. And of course, everybody watching, you can find all of these guys on Twitter and start following everything that they're putting out, because there's a lot of firepower in this single panel here, pumping out content in many different forms. So once again, I'm going to thank you guys very much for the conversation, and hopefully I'll see you in a longer form show in the future, guys.
Thank you, guys.
See you, Ben. Appreciate it, man.
Merry Christmas,
No
everyone.
problem.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry
All right.
Christmas.
So another panel crushed. Thank you guys again so much for being here. We've got another panel coming up in just a couple of minutes. We're going to be chatting about software, hardware developments, anything exciting that went on this year. And this panel is I'm very excited for it. So I can see them all waiting down there to be brought in. I am going to take a brief 2-minute break, and we will be back in just a moment.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
BitRefill has a never-ending catalog of all of the best gift cards, and you can purchase them using Bitcoin, both on-chain and via the Lightning Network, and you earn sats back as you shop. On top of this, they have a killer referral program, so if you got friends and family that might be interested as well, be sure to check them out in the show notes below. All right, we are back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. We'll have a couple of those through the show so that I can grab whatever I need. We have a killer panel coming up right now. I'm going to start bringing them in, but yeah, we're talking about software and hardware developments in the Bitcoin space and some of the exciting things that we have caught our eye this year. So I'm going to bring in Pierre, Alyse, Matt, Francis. Everybody, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. I'm so stoked to see many of you again. Every single one of you has been on the show at one point, and I have met almost all of you in person multiple times. So guys, thanks for being here. I'm going to go down the line really quick, just get quick intros from all of you, and then we'll get into it because these are tight, like 30-minute panels. So Pierre, do you want to do a quick intro?
Yeah, sure. So Pierre Rochard, co-founded, although that's too strong of a word, joined Michael Goldstein at the Nakamoto Institute in 2014, and very interested in both the hardware and the software around Bitcoin and Lightning, of course.
Awesome. Well, welcome, man. You've been on the show once before, so I'm glad to have you again. And Alyse, you've been on here before as well, and you absolutely killed it. You were one of my favorite moments from Bitcoin 2021. I love this the live SmackDown on stage. And welcome back. Can you give yourself a quick intro?
Thank you for having me. Sure. So I have been in the Bitcoin space since 2013, and I'm coming at it from the perspective of a venture capital investor. I also more recently founded a venture capital firm that's just focused on companies building in Bitcoin called Stillmark. And we are partnering with companies doing everything from Bitcoin mining software all the way up to making initial attempts at layer 3.
Awesome. Well, it sounds like you have plenty to say. So thanks for being here. Francis, man, been a while. Glad to see you. Francis, I've worked with him at Bull Bitcoin and have known him since well before then. So Francis, man, maybe give yourself a little intro for everybody.
Yeah, hi, my name is Francis. I'm the founder of Bull Bitcoin, and over the last few years, I've been, I would say, more and more focused on self-custody tools. That's what I'm most interested about. So making sure Bitcoiners hold their own keys. I used to be a little bit more focused on getting Bitcoiners to run their own nodes, but I've lowered the bar a little bit, and I'm trying to make sure that everybody is in control of their coins. So that's the mission I'm on right now.
Awesome, man. Glad to have you, Matt. How you doing, man? Merry Christmas.
How's it going, Ben? Merry Christmas. Massive
Good to see
respect for everyone here. Love you all. I love Bitcoin. My name's Matt Odell. Let's get this party started.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad to have you all. Yeah, it's been a wild year, and there's just been so much, and there's so many different avenues that we could attack this from. So maybe I'm just going to throw out some of the cool things that have popped out to me in and around open source and kind of like do-it-yourself hardware is something that has been really cool this year, like putting together a seed signer. I've got parts coming for the Spectre DIY. And so that's been really interesting to see, not necessarily meaning that everybody has to go that direction, but the fact that you even can is an impressive feat. And this is kind of the ethos of a lot of things happening in Bitcoin right now. Again, there's been a big push for like various types of nodes out there that, to my eyes, seem to have caught on in popularity. Certainly on Bitcoin Twitter, everybody's excited whenever they boot up a node, and I've seen a lot more of it lately. So my main takeaway from this year is there's a lot of easy onboarding for newcomers, but there's also a lot of really cool just DIY stuff out there that you can throw together. So I'm curious, whoever wants to jump in, whether you want to comment on any of that or bring up another aspect that you've been interested in this year. Anybody who wants to jump in first.
I mean, I would just say that I personally think Seed Signer is, one of the massive successes of the year, if not the most influential project of the year. And they did it with very little funding, all open source contributions. They got the price point down to $50, so you can have a hardware wallet that you can build with off-the-shelf parts that has a camera on it and a screen on it, so you can use the whole QR code method. It was kind of born out of the Spectre DIY movement. They share a lot of the same code, so huge props to them as well. But the price point difference between the Spectre DIY versus the Seed Signer is absolutely massive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely noticed that. I even ordered the wrong discovery board, so so fuck my life. But it's okay. The right one's on the way. Have any of you tried with any of the DIY stuff?
I have to admit that since I found my cold card, and I don't want to shill cold card too much, I've been so happy. I haven't been really explored. I have tried the Bitbox, which, because man, it's actually hard for me to figure out what came out this year, because the last 3 years are kind of like a gigantic tornado. So
yeah,
I'm not even sure what was 2019 and what was last year. The only new one that I've tried recently was the Bitbox. I'm curious to hear a little bit more about the Seed Signer. So is that a full-fledged, is that just for generating seeds? Because I haven't used it. Is that just for generating seeds and offline signing, or can you connect that to a desktop or mobile wallet?
I mean, it's a full signing device. It's a full hardware wallet. It's stateless because it doesn't have a secure element. So when you turn the power off, it doesn't remember anything. So you have to constantly put the seed back in. Now they came out with this really novel idea though, where you have this QR code that you can stamp into metal, and your seed is the QR code. So all you have to do is scan it with the camera, and then it automatically just brings it back into the device. So it can generate a seed. Once you scan that QR code or add a seed in, you can sign, you can connect to Sparrow, connect to Spectre, connect to whatever multi-sig coordinator you have. You can use it with a cold card. The big thing with multi-sig this year is, multi-sig has made massive improvements this year, hoping for massive improvements next year. But the big thing is always, okay, I love my cold card. Now, what are the other 4 signing devices that I'm going to use with the cold card, right? And I think the Seed Signer fits really nicely into that mix.
I wasn't a big fan of the stateless part, to be honest. I didn't realize that was it was fully stateless initially. But it was really cool. I don't know, it felt a little bit magical to draw a QR code and have it actually work and scan. So yeah, I don't know. It's still super cool. And the fact that you can just build it from parts, like common parts, and it's all open source is incredible. I'm excited to get my hands on the DIY Spectre though. Now I wanted to dive into some other aspects. So maybe I'll toss it up to Alyse, and this is kind of an open question for you, but what have you been most excited about in terms of either software or hardware development in, we'll say loosely, in the past year, but if it overlaps a little bit, no big deal. What are you looking at?
Well, okay. I probably am, this is a boring answer, but probably in this past year, what I've been most excited about is the activation of Taproot, and then the implications of it for both activity that can happen at core as well as on Lightning Network. And then the anticipation of what that means for 2023. And though I think 2022, well, also 2023, but first up, 2022. So even though this year was a really sort of critical year for innovation and adoption, of course, especially of Lightning Network, I think that next year has the potential to be even bigger. And that's because of Taproot and the great work that's happened on core. So for me, that was what the year was sort of about. It was really active. It was also active, just even from an investment perspective. And the introduction of software to new communities was another piece that was exciting about this year that we expect to see accelerate next year. So I think you said to Matt that there were some interesting things that came out this year, and then some toys that were specific for hardcore Bitcoiners. But what's been really exciting to see, including in the second half of this year, is things that started as toys for hardcore Bitcoiners that became just sort of things that people use. So I guess that would be my answer to what was exciting in terms of happenings in 2021.
What would you say would be something like when you say things that were for hardcore Bitcoiners and are now kind of more mainstream or more for normies, newbies coming into Bitcoin? What are you kind of?
Well, probably. So here's two examples. One, which has already come up, is multi-sig. So multi-sig was something that was sort of more universally adopted this year. And we even see that sort of pushing forward in new ways towards the end of the year. So for instance, Hugo at Nunchuck just announced a new sort of form of self-custody through multi-sig. And, and then Kaza, which is a portfolio company of Stillmark, has had incredible growth as well. And I'm sure others. And then I think another really exciting example is just Lightning Network, frankly. So that was a super sort of OG, nerdy technical Bitcoiner thing until pretty recently. And I think you can already see how the tools that technical Bitcoiners use for Lightning today are getting ready to ramp up to be adopted by folks that, might spend less time in Bitcoin. So I'm talking about tools like Pool or like Amboss, or just, sort of things that make you smarter in your use of Lightning or make it more efficient. You see those maturing to be applicable to folks that are using Lightning because it's part of their sort of daily economy.
Interesting. I'm going to jump back to something that you said when you were touching on multi-sig, and you mentioned Nunchuck, and I'm pretty excited about what they're doing. I started playing around a little bit, and it's super interesting. I'm just starting to look at kind of the mobile app and what you can do between it, but like I use their desktop version quite a ways back, and I think I did it with like a mix of a cold card, a Trezor, and a Ledger all together, and it was awesome. Like they have such a clean kind of UI as you're going through it, and it's done in a way that I think sometimes is lacking in Bitcoin. Like the interfaces are like, Jesus, it's just like just whatever font was there and like a gray backdrop, and you're like, guys, I think we could step it up a little bit, pretty it up a little bit. But like Nunchuck is, I thoroughly enjoy what they're making, and there's been a ton of different options for multi-sig this past year, like whether it be like Cas or Unchained, but in terms of doing it with like Sparrow is so awesome. Spectre is another amazing option. Wasabi doesn't have the multi-sig, but still just like for management of hardware devices, super nice. There's a lot of options out there. And like, so I like, Matt, I see you nodding like it's Sparrow. You've been dicking around with Sparrow a ton this year, right?
Well, Sparrow is fucking awesome, and it came out of fucking nowhere. It's all being done basically by a single contributor out of South Africa, Craig Raw, who I'm really excited. I convinced him to come to Miami for Bitcoin 2022. He's going to speak on the open source stage. So I'm looking forward to meeting him, and I'm trying to get him more contributors. I'm trying to help him get more funding. He's been absolutely killing it. The key thing that I would say is, and one of the cool parts about Sparrow is that it uses Electrum as the backend. So and one of the things that I think goes along with the trend that Alyse mentioned is this idea of people running nodes at home, all of these node projects being very successful this year and becoming more accessible, and they all run Electrum server. So the beauty is if you run Sparrow, you can just easily connect it to whatever node box you're running at home, regardless of whatever the project is. But the key thing with Nunchuck, since Nunchuck came up, is Sparrow is great for multi-sig. Spectre is great for multi-sig. If it's your own multi-sig, if it's your own savings, your life savings, and you're doing all the key management yourself. But once you start entering the world of like corporate management of multi-sig, I'm currently part of 2 corporate multi-sigs. One is for OpenSats, the open source foundation that I co-founded. And then the other one is Bitcoin TV. And sending like PSBTs, partially signed Bitcoin transactions, as text, through encrypted messengers and stuff is an absolute pain in the ass. And what Nunchuck did that is really beautiful is this whole like integrated messaging of that key signing process. And I don't think people realize how big of a pain point that is until you actually try and do it. Because it's not like I'm doing this corporate multi-sig with non-Bitcoiners or like new coiners. Like these are experienced Bitcoiners, and it's just a real pain point.
I didn't realize that was part of because I haven't looked too deep at the mobile app, but so you can basically like sign past the PSBT through the chat portion. Holy shit.
Yeah,
that's
they like
awesome.
integrate that whole concept. That's the key innovation of Nunchuck, in my opinion, is that whole UI element of actually transferring the partially signed Bitcoin transactions between each other.
Damn, I guess that's a video coming. Yeah, I don't know. Well, let's jump up, Pierre. You haven't had too much input yet, so I'll just kind of clear the slate for you. What are you looking at this past year? What have been some of the things that stood out the most in your eyes?
Yeah, sure. So before cleaning the slate, though, on the note about multi-sig, I think that one of the concerns historically with multi-sig on Bitcoin is that it's not scalable. There's a limit to how many participants you can have in the multi-sig, and thus it limits kind of more interesting applications that you could come up with multi-sig. Now with Taproot, by removing that limitation and saying, hey, look, you can have multi-sigs with thousands of participants, then I think that we're going to see the application layer really flourish of how do we create products and interfaces that are going to actually be able to connect this protocol to end users in a way that solves problems. So I do think that at this point, the protocol and what we know is possible is way ahead of what exists today. And that means that there's a massive opportunity there. I think that over the past year, what really caught my attention was how low transaction fees ended up being. The price has been bouncing around between 30 and 60K, and on-chain fees have been minimal. So, we don't like to give them credit for anything, but blockchain.com switching to SegWit actually, I think, is a major contributor there. And so I think that it really demonstrates how important it is for ecosystem participants to be upgrading their software to be on the latest versions on the latest protocol, because now that blockchain.com has adopted SegWit, it's like, okay, well, now it's time for you to adopt Taproot. Here we go. 4 years later, they'll come up with something. So, the on-chain fees I found to be fascinating this year, that it ends up so low. And it also, it kind of has changed my mind on long-term Bitcoin transaction fees. And I now think that long-term Bitcoin transaction fees are going to be low, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just because software is improving.
That's interesting.
I want to jump in on that, Pierre, and thanks for highlighting that, because I also was thoroughly confused and simultaneously concerned and simultaneously relieved about the fees. I did not expect the fees to remain this low. There was a fee spike early in 2020. I believe it was around March or April, and a sustained fee spike for a little while, and then it just suddenly dropped I think around May. And what was really interesting to me was it did not drop in proportion to the increase and decrease of trading volumes, right? So there was a huge disconnect between the trading volumes and the mempool. So it was something other than lack of interest in Bitcoin, clearly. So the fees dropped way more than the trading volume. And I don't know exactly whether to be happy or dismayed about that, but I'm certainly surprised. And I, for example, was my year in 2021 was thinking about the fees all year last year, thinking about integrating Liquid Network and the Lightning Network, and We worked on transaction batching, which I'm sure that a lot of other companies were doing similar works in the background. It's really awesome how much space we saved on the blockchain. Like if you think about batching transactions, just that allows you to save 85% of the block space, something like that. And then you add another like 50% on top of that for native SegWit transactions. Now you can fit like, I don't know, 20 transactions almost in a batch transaction. You can have 20 to 1 savings with SegWit. It goes to like 95% of block space savings with a big batch transaction on native SegWit versus individual transactions with legacy transactions. So it's kind of what was all that fuss about in 2017, 2016? We solved it with SegWit, obviously. And the other thing is, a lot of people think that Lightning is one of the reasons why this would have happened. Although the more I looked into it, I kind of realized that a lot of the Lightning use cases that were just simply not happening on Bitcoin in 2019, 2020, right? So the Lightning use cases now are like much more akin to like the Bitcoin use cases of like 2014, 2015, when we're like sending each other sats online. So very interesting and something to keep an eye on, because that's really the only really thing that matters in Bitcoin economics. Like that's the only economic thing that's happening within the network. It's still transaction fees. So obviously if something defeats our expectations, very interesting to look at.
I mean, I was also ridiculously caught off guard by fees dropping. I mean, I guess it was 2020. I thought it was even early 2021, but I was having massive fee FOMO and I thought fees were going to go crazy. And I spent way too much money on open and closed channels. And I mean, if you look back at Rabbit Hole Recap Twitter, like I was completely wrong. I'm curious, like it's a little bit off topic here, but I have you guys, like, do you think like a lot of new Bitcoiners are just using custodial wallets, they're using custodial platforms and not ever hitting the chain? Like how much of an effect is that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little different than I don't know. I don't know, but I don't think it's just that, right? Like that wouldn't be, yeah, the newcomers flowing in may be in bulk acting that way, but that doesn't change kind of the behavior of people that were using on-chain Bitcoin before. And I mean, in 2017, wouldn't it have more or less been kind of the same, right? Like if so many people were uncomfortable using their own wallets, they would have just sat on Coinbase or whatever. So like I don't know how much of it is that. What I'm sorry to kind of leapfrog what you were saying here, but what I'm wondering is how did that timing work out between the mining exodus from China and the change in fees? Was there any kind of correlation
when the mining ban happened, right?
So does that not potentially denote that there was some intentional, like high fee transactions being sent that would just inherently be recouped by the miners that would mine them back, and then thus bump up the fees from other users of the network? Like, is that an okay thesis or no?
One of the explanations I've heard is that the mining ban in China also had a trading ban to it, which reduced the amount of OTC trading and thus on-chain transactions coming out of China. So that might explain the simultaneous nature of it.
Right. And miners are holding more as well. And financial services for miners have matured, allowing them to hold more. There's another trend that's happening too that I think we might have talked about last time I was on, which is just a shift in terms of who's onboarding to Bitcoin and how. And in the past, as many people have onboarded to invest or to, sort of hedge or diversify away from their local fiat, many people are onboarding now through earning. And a lot of that earning, all of that earning, most of it, for most people, for normal people, meaning non-specialists like miners, is happening on Lightning.
What, through like sats back programs and stuff?
Through gaming, through rewards, through
But most
earning.
of those are custodial, right?
Well,
It's still Lightning, right?
And I was going to say, there's also, I think, you know, I mean, maybe it's early, but a lot of the folks coming on are actually participating in circular economies where they're earning in Lightning and then spending in the same way.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure there's that many, and because I think like a lot of those payments are also batched. So it's interesting because we talk about Bitcoin batching, but there's also like this concept of like Lightning rewards kind of batching. A lot of these apps, they accumulate, because even on Lightning, like it's not free to make there's some stats involved to it. So there's definitely some Lightning batching going on as well, which is interesting. And I was just looking at like the sheer amount of trading volume this year compared to, I'm sure everybody was aware, but the first lockdowns in March 2020 just completely changed the game for Bitcoin exchanges. I think everybody's volumes kind of like did 10x over like the course of a month. It was really insane. And what's really interesting is the disconnect with the mempool, right? And CoinJoin, for example, one of the things that I've been looking at is the different CoinJoin volumes. We've had like two major players for a long time, Samurai and Wasabi and Join Market. And despite the fact that the Bitcoin price has dramatically increased, the amount of Bitcoins that are being CoinJoined has stayed the same. There's a bunch of stats that are out there, but I think it was something like almost 1 million Bitcoins were CoinJoined during the last year. A huge amount of transactions are being done on chain for that, and that still hasn't sparked an increase in the Bitcoin transactions fees. We're very lucky that CoinJoin is so cheap right now. Actually, I was very scared about CoinJoin becoming absolutely unaffordable, but it's remained more affordable, arguably than ever. And also now we have Sparrow on the Whirlpool client. We've got the Samurai wallets. We've got the Wasabi wallets, super convenient. So that's been increasing as well. Obviously, the number of people using it, since the number of Bitcoin stays the same and the price goes up, presumably a lot more users have been using it. So this is fascinating. And I think my main takeaway from that is, and also this year we saw the rise of chain analysis as kind of a trading tool, which had always kind of been around. But I think last year, a lot of people started to look at on-chain data for trading insights.
Glassnode.
And, right, like Glassnode is not like a thing. Like Glassnoding is a thing. And I've just realized that almost all of our heuristics are wrong. So our chain analysis heuristics for tracking on the blockchain were wrong. Our, there was this numbers of days destroyed have absolutely no influence. Everybody thought the price was going to go up because of all those on-chain data. And that's the crazy, beautiful thing about Bitcoin is like we had all these heuristics, but I think the fee situation definitely humbled me in the sense that the network doesn't work exactly the way that I thought. And then it's a permissionless network. So somebody somewhere might be doing something weird with the network. We don't know. And then we base all our insights on some heuristics, which is actually just like a few people doing something and we don't know about. So if we are unable to figure out what's going with Bitcoin, what's cool is that very few people would be able to attack Bitcoin because it's so complicated. So if we don't understand Bitcoin, and that's probably a good thing.
Yeah, I prefer that to the alternative, but yeah.
Also, to just extend on Francis's point, I think kind of taking a little bit off topic, but it shows how important it is to be humble when engaging with Bitcoin, because we're still learning, everyone, including, folks building at core, including folks that were as early as my fellow panelists were in Bitcoin. Bitcoin is still showing what it's showing itself and what it is and what it can do. And so I think that when new folks come into the space, they feel sort of like hesitant to raise their hand and say, like, I don't get it yet, I need resources. But everyone that, is the resource is also still learning.
Yeah. There's it's a never ending learning spiral, but that's what's fun about it. Right. And, again, like with a lot of the tools that have been improved upon in the past, year in particular, but seeing Lightning Network become kind of a mainstream tool while simultaneously having low on-chain fees, it's been an interesting one at that. But guys, I am out of time. I have to round this one out. I know they're short and sweet, But it is what it is. I'm doing some juggling tonight. Guys, thank you all so much for being here, for even just to get in a few bits, and I would love to have obviously all of you back at any time, and I'm sure I'll be seeing some of you at Bitcoin 2022. Is that the case?
Thank you for having us, Ben. Merry Christmas all.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas,
Merry
guys.
Christmas,
Thank you very much.
Bye, guys. Merry Christmas.
All right. So, wow, panel. What panel are we on now? How many have we been through? That was number 4. Number 4. No shit. Okay. Well, we've got another banger coming up. We're gonna talk some mining. I see the mining minions waiting to get in, and they will momentarily. I'm going to give us a 2-minute break. So, and I'm not going to lie, so I can stuff my face with food for like 30 seconds. So I will see you guys in a moment. I'm going to drop a quick message here from another one of the sponsors. So thanks, guys.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Keystone is one of my most used hardware wallets, and that is because it is 100% air-gapped, meaning you never plug it into anything internet connected, keeping the keys to your money safe and offline. They also boast compatibility with all of the best wallets: Blue Wallet, Wasabi, Spectre, Sparrow, you name it, they got it, and it works beautifully in a multi-sig setup. Check them out. There's a link in the show notes. And we're back. I just had some quesadilla. That was delicious. So we've got a mining panel coming up here, and I'm very excited to have everybody here for this. Mining is something that I have not dove into much. I have basically zero experience with, and so I mean, it's good that I've got some mining experts here. So I'm going to bring them in now. So let's add Nico, and obviously Santa is here, and Lili, and Amanda. Thank you all so much for being here. I really appreciate your time. Nico, Santa, you guys have both been here before, but Amanda and Lili, first time on the show, not first time interacting though. So thank you all. Let's do a quick round of intros. So Nico, you take it away. Let people know who you are, what you do.
Yeah, what's up? I'm Nico. I'm the co-host of Simply Bitcoin. I'm also the CEO of bitvault.com. We host people's miners, but don't ask me right now because we're completely out of space.
Awesome. Well, welcome back, man. Steve, aka Santa, you're up. Let people know who you are, what you do. Oh, I don't think we can hear you on your headset. Probably not. No,
He's muted.
Okay.
He's muted.
Oh,
are you muted?
here we go.
There you are. Technology.
Classic. What an idiot Santa is. Well, I'm Santa Steve. I deliver boxes of ASICs for Christmas, black boxes only. So I build Bitcoin mines. I own Upstream Data Inc. So we build Bitcoin mines for people all over North America.
Awesome. Well, glad to have you back, man. Good to see you, and Merry Christmas as well.
Merry
Amanda.
Christmas.
Amanda, it's been a while since we saw you at the Oslo Freedom Forum. So yeah, that was great. Yeah, a little intro of yourself, if you don't mind.
So I'm Amanda Fabiano. I'm head of mining at Galaxy Digital.
Awesome. I'm very excited to have you. It was a good chat we had down in Miami. So yeah, I thought it would be a great idea to have you on. And yeah, no problem. And Lili, welcome to the show. I'm glad to actually speak to you in person for the first time. We've interacted on Twitter plenty. Can you do a little intro for yourself?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Ben. I'm Lili. I'm a senior mining analyst at Compass Mining, part of the media and content team.
Awesome. Well, glad to have you. Everybody, welcome. As I was saying before I brought you guys up, mining is one of the areas that I have the least experience in. In fact, no experience. I dig around with so many different, devices and everything, so many apps and everything, but mining has not been one for me yet. And from many of you on the panel, there's a misconception that some would say a misconception that mining is just for big companies now, but there's been a concerted push from in a variety of different ways to make that not the case and allow individuals to continue to mine as well. So I don't know if maybe Steve, you already mentioned the black box and everything. Maybe you can chat about the viability of mining for individuals and kind of your stance and what you've been working on in that realm.
Yeah, I think mining is only going to get better and better for individuals over time. I mean, there's sort of like, I've always thought in a bit of a misconception, like what people have said about like home mining dying. You know, like even a couple of years ago when mining wasn't very sexy like it is today, I would have plenty of arguments with people on Twitter about the future of mining, and there was a lot of concern trolling for a long time about, you know, big companies like Bitmain centralizing it all in China and like the threats of 51% attacks and the like. But if you actually zoom out and look at the long-term trend, it's only shown decentralization since the start. I mean, obviously it started with one miner, ultra centralized with just Satoshi for about a year. So it's actually trended towards decentralization the whole time. And there's plenty of, you know, reasons to think why that'll continue. I won't go into all of them, but I sort of call it like we're in this phase of, you know, like maybe around 2014, 2013 was the start of the industrial mining era. But we're in this transitionary era, I consider it, where you have these centralizing effects. And like one of them is you have big mining institutions that can command big capital from the masters of fiat, right? Like the money printers. They get low cost of capital and they go out and finance these massive mines. So they can combine that low cost of capital, which is the legacy of the fiat monetary system, with what is presently a highly misallocated grid in terms of capital, how it was spent in the grid. You have all these opportunities where you can build these really big mega mines in single locations because the grid has been very poorly planned by centralized planning. The best example is China. Like Chinese hydropower, they overbuilt their hydro dams by a significant degree. I mean, China is famous for building cities that no one even moves into. That kind of capital misallocation, while sort of amplified in China, you're actually seeing it all over the planet because that's what fiat does. It misallocates capital. So I see us in this like transitionary phase where industrial mining has begun. It's now, you know, these computers are very commoditized. They're getting more commoditized. They're very high powered, very highly purpose built. And that's going to just keep trending towards commoditization, industrialization. We're in this weird period, I think, where you see these big mega mines being ultra profitable, but I don't see that being in the future. I think they're gonna see increased competition just generally, like because more and more people and more utilities for them, like themselves, like people that own the power plant are just gonna be like, well, why are we selling you power at 3 cents when I can just buy ASICs, you know, in 5 years at, you know, whatever the price would be, but it'd be a fraction of what it is today as the hardware commoditizes. And yeah, I see the future going towards decentralization. Home mining will always be a thing because home miners are the hardest to censor. Okay, number one. Big mines, you can snap your fingers, they're shut down. It's just the politician writing something on a piece of paper. So for a variety of reasons, like home mining is like the extreme. It's like what, you know, call it what the everybody mining, but all the intermediate mining, like the commercial, small scale commercial, like, I mean, we try to build products for that sector, like for medium, like, you know, kilowatt, hundreds of kilowatt or tens of kilowatt power mining. So that's the gist of it. I sort of rambled on for a while.
No worries. I very interesting to know. And let's kind of attack it from two angles here. I kind of want to chat to Lili about kind of like the mining on an individual level. Like, you know, Steve is you know, shipping out the black boxes for people to do that at home, but not everybody is, you know, maybe positioned to do that. Maybe you're in a condo and you can't have miners whirring away, or it's more difficult. And then now you're at Compass and they've got kind of a different approach, and like if everybody has different preferences, but like, can you detail a little bit about what Compass is doing?
Yeah, so Compass, we offer hosted mining, and then we also offer like direct sales for hardware, but hosting is our main, you know, business line. It's for people who, you know, can't have noise, like can't deal with noise, can't deal with like the heat, like in their home. People who don't want to deal with, you know, the setup and like keeping it at home. People who have like really expensive power rates where they live, where it's not as profitable to mine, so we can secure industrial power rates for them. I think I'm more of like the home mining proponent, but I think it's really important to like look at hosting as well. Like if you're going to be stacking on a KYC exchange, for example, I think it's more beneficial for someone to look at, you know, purchasing like a hosted miner, because then they're going to be getting that like cash flow from that miner. They're not going to be giving out as much information. They're not going to be scanning their ID to get those sats. So I think that's kind of like the market we're looking to cater to.
Okay. All right.
Also people who
Go ahead.
Yeah, so also people who are like typically like real estate investors who want like cash flow generating assets, but they want to diversify away from real estate. I think that's like another good customer for hosted mining.
Is that you're kind of getting like the hobbyists that don't have the space to hobby and are maybe looking for some non KYC sats, but are you also getting those people that are viewing this as kind of a diversification play?
Yeah, we get a lot of that, and like I get a lot of DMs personally, people asking about like what's the ROI of mining? Is it worth it for me? Like what does hosting look like? People who say like, you know, I have 100, like the common question is like, I have $100,000, like should I buy Bitcoin or should I invest in ASICs? And like I guess the obvious answer is like the cost to mine Bitcoin is still significantly below the spot Bitcoin price. So if you're going to be sending those sats to cold storage anyway and having them sit there for a year or two, might as well put that capital to work and buy an ASIC, whether you choose to host those ASICs or put them at home.
Yeah, it's something that's kind of I've been interested in. I'm going to be diving into it next year. Now that's on a personal level, like, or that's on an individual level perhaps. But Nico, you're probably one of those mid-level operations that Steve was alluding to. That would you consider yourself in that kind of a realm?
Yeah, I would say small to mid. But this year has been crazy. And the current, I can't scale unless I dedicate, essentially go full time going back into mining. And I just have Simply Bitcoin right now that's taking more and more of my time. So I'm kind of stuck in this place where I'm like, do I grow my channel or do I go back to mining? Right. So I'm like kind of stuck in this tough place. But going back to this year has been absolutely crazy. And I really haven't heard anyone touch on this. I think that what happened this year was on magnitude of what happened with the fork wars. I think that Bitcoin passed one of its harshest stress tests has ever passed. Over 50% of the hash rate just got shut down overnight at the largest difficulty adjustment in Bitcoin's history, 27.9%, provided a hell of an incentive. And that incentive essentially made the hash rate recover. I know it hit an all-time high. We can't know exactly what the hash rate is, but according to if you want to trust the metrics, right, it recovered within 6 months without any central authority, without a CEO, without anybody telling these people, okay, let's move these machines, right? and they migrated to all around the world. I know Texas got a huge influx. I know Kazakhstan got a huge influx. I know other parts in the United States got a huge influx, right? And the Bitcoin mining hash rate recovered within 6 months just by the incentives alone. And that huge difficulty adjustment, specifically in my case, right? Within 2 weeks of the China ban, I was completely full. I don't have any spaces since then, right? So it's been absolutely wild. And I think that it really highlights the strength of Bitcoin, right? The anti-fragileness, right? And I think that in the future, I would say within a couple decades, this will be one of the largest mistakes that the Chinese government ever made. Like, this will cost them trillions in the long run. I think that now, living in the fiat world, I think that, it's very hard. It's very easy to miss. If I talk to people outside of mining, they even, and I think this really highlights the strength of Bitcoin. They don't even mention the hash rate. It's like as if it never happened to them, right? But from my perspective, like, it's absolutely crazy what happened this year. I think that people can't really conceptualize how much money in terms of, and how much hardware, right, was essentially migrated, essentially shut down, and the network didn't even flinch. Now, if you compare that to, Ethereum or any of these centralized, excuse my language, shit coins, right? We know that, a majority of the Ethereum nodes, because they're so resource intensive, run on hosted servers. The majority of them are AWS servers. What happens if the US government overnight says, okay, let's shut those puppies down? What do you think would happen to Ethereum the next day, right? And now you compare that to Bitcoin, one of these most powerful nation states in the world essentially decided, because that's the way I see it, to attack Bitcoin. And Bitcoin just brushed it off, said, okay, yeah, whatever. And it recovered in 6 months. That is absolutely insane, right? That is absolutely crazy.
Well, it's one of the longest standing FUD pieces was centralization in China, and that's no longer on the table, right? Like it's not there. Although I've seen some stories floating around the past couple of days that like 20% of the hash might just be operating low key regardless of the ban, which is hilarious in a whole different way. It's like a whole other a piece of FUD obliterated. One was the centralization in China, and two was the government's going to ban it. Well, I mean, there's still 20% of the hash doing its thing potentially. So, it's no matter which way you slice it, as scared as like newcomers were, it was like the best thing for Bitcoin. This indeed too was good for Bitcoin. But I wanted to toss it to Amanda and kind of ask you, on your side of things, were you seeing kind of the shockwaves of what happened in China on your end of things? Like, you were seeing machines, you were seeing better percentage in hash.
Yeah, I mean, it was as a miner, it's great when something like that happens, right? Because your profits go up. So I think, it was a shock this year. Like Nico said, I don't think any of us expected China to shut down Bitcoin mining and as fast as they did either. I don't think like you were saying that it's fully gone from there, but it's definitely way less than what we imagined. I think this year has really been a boom in Bitcoin mining, where people kind of perked their ears up a little bit more than they normally did. Like Steve and I were working together on things back in like 2019 when no one wanted to talk about Bitcoin mining, right? Like we've been friends since, and it's just been interesting to see the dynamic of the world shift. I think the difference this year was there's companies like Compass and like Upstream Data that are making that barrier to entry a little bit easier for people, right? Whereas like that didn't exist before. So I think that's been a really interesting development this year, and I do see that continuing to increase. And also people are thinking about mining in a different way as an alternative revenue stream. And it doesn't necessarily have to be, I'm going to make my money back in 3 months. They're seeing it as a way to get Bitcoin over time on their own, which I think is fascinating. I will push back a little bit on the centralization piece, though. I think one of the biggest risks for miners is the centralization of ASIC machines. And I don't think we touch on that enough as an industry. So there's obviously like a lot of brokers in the middle, but there's still two main companies that make these machines that, they've also expanded their horizon on where they're developing machines, but they're still Chinese companies. So I think that's something that us as an industry like doesn't touch on enough. And I think it's still like a pretty big red flag.
I'd agree with that. Yeah, there needs to be more competition. I'm hoping there's going to be more competition. Like there's a U.S. foundry going up, right? Like Amanda probably knows a lot more about that. You know all the insiders, Amanda, but like the one in Phoenix or like Arizona, right?
Yeah, and I think that's supposed to be a TSMC foundry. I think it's like a 5-year build out. But the reality is Bitmain going to get space at that foundry, and that's still TBD. I'm a little bit excited on that because they did get space at the 5 nanometer node, right? Which was kind of shocking if you think of all of the clients. But I don't know if it's realistic for us to expect that. So would be curious.
I know that it's just recently announced, but I know that Blockstream acquired, I think it was an Israeli company, and it was exactly for the reasons that,
wasn't it?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
It was exactly for the reason that you just touched upon, Amanda. Right? They're worried, right, that look, you have a country that's openly hostile towards Bitcoin. And then, all the Bitcoin ASIC manufacturers, are Chinese. But I kind of want to touch upon that, right? Like, why did this happen? The reason for that is, Chinese manufacturing, right? It's ridiculously cheap. And I actually have a buddy of mine who tried to, and he actually pivoted, right? He started this new company. It's called Foundation, right? And he actually started a Bitcoin hardware wallet company. Before that, he made ASICs, and it was for an altcoin. But the point is that he actually tried to manufacture an ASIC in the US, and it was extremely difficult, because of the size of the chips, right? So again, I completely agree with you guys in terms of there needs to be other countries involved. It doesn't necessarily have to be the US, but I think that because of the manufacturing, I think it's going to be incredibly hard to keep up with companies like Bitmain that they just know the right people. They've been doing this for a little while.
One more thing with that, right, is like it's not only is it difficult, it's actually really expensive to create the ASICs that we need, right? And so it's the location of manufacturing them at a cheaper level. And we've seen other people try to do this, right? GMO, which is a massive company out of Japan, tried to do this a few years ago. They couldn't compete with Bitmain and MicroBT. Obviously, the standard Butterfly Labs, right, which couldn't compete. We've seen other Kodak. Oh my God. Kodak
really?
Yeah.
Well, that was it. Kodak was a scam from the start.
Yeah, that was good though. But there's other
Amanda,
ones.
you know a lot about the genesis of MicroBT, right? Like I think you're right that like probably the biggest risk to the mining scene is the hardware manufacturing centralization. But there is a glimmer of hope because I do believe MicroBT, so the manufacturer for Watts miners, who are arguably the best hardware, they had taken, but what had happened, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, if anyone here knows better, but I think like they started at Bitmain, like their chief engineer split out from Bitmain, and that's a sign of like a company forking and competing with each other then. And I think you're going to see more of that over time on a Bitcoin standard is companies, instead of consolidation of companies, you'll have like the fracturing of companies instead. And so you're going to see guys like, I expect to see people in my own company eventually fork and go do their own thing and duplicate what we do and compete directly with us. It's a natural phenomenon in business for that to happen. And so I mean, I was happy to see that with MicroBT because now they're competing and they're both trying to be more profitable than each other and build a better product, and hopefully that keeps happening. But I just thought I'd at least add some flavor that there's a bit of hope, and I hope that is the competitive greed to split, that companies will split themselves up because individuals in the company see a better, like greener grass if they just go hop the fence, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Dr. Yang created the S9, which is still like the king, right, of all machines that exist today. And I think the really interesting thing about that, Steve, is they also use a different foundry. So it is a little bit more distributed than it was, right, when MicroBT didn't exist in the world. So Samsung uses TSMC, MicroBT uses, Bitmain,
yeah.
TSMC, MicroBT uses Samsung.
I just want to give a shout out to the S9. That is the most beautiful machine that has ever lived. We never expected it would last for so long, but just like Bitcoin, it doesn't want to die. It just keeps going. It just keeps going. I had a client of mine earlier on the year, and he wanted to host with me. And it was 70 S9s. And I look, I'm not going to take business if I'm like, are you sure? Are you sure? He said, absolutely. And I remember I was like, okay, I'll take your money, whatever. Fast forward a couple months later, this guy ended up looking like a total freaking genius. And it goes back to, I've been thinking the S9 was going to die for at least 2 years now. And that puppy keeps on going, right? So I think in the beginning, machines lasted for a short period of time as ASIC manufactured had to catch up to Moore's Law. But I think that now, since we've hit Moore's Law, I think that the lifespan of these machines is a lot longer, and that allows them to, exactly what Steve was saying, to decentralize, right? Because before, if the machine had a lifespan of 6 months to a year, it really didn't make sense to ship that machine, overseas, right? So I don't know. I think that
can advantage to the people with the money, right? Because if your machine's going obsolete right away, like the pleb at home with not a lot of capital, and their capital is precious, by the time they get that machine, it's halfway obsolete. Like it's like they have no advantage. So absolutely.
So we're running a little short on time, but what I want to ask maybe a bit of a selfish question here. Through next year, I kind of want to make it my mission to get a better understanding of mining, and so I'm trying to piece together, what are the questions I even need to ask, and kind of like what's my trajectory like. So I guess, my question would be, what are the things I need to consider when looking at this? Like assuming I've got some space to potentially have, a couple miners kicking around, what logistically do I need to be looking at out there?
I have it all for you. I have a game plan. Okay, go on. Trust me, this is what you want to do. You don't want to start off big, because I've seen it a million times. Get an S9, then talk to Steve, get one of his black boxes, okay? And then put that like in the garage or somewhere so your wife doesn't go crazy. I don't know how much sound it makes, but I've heard good things, right? And then the rest you'll learn from YouTube. If you have a good time, and I want to specify, if you have a good time, you have a good experience with that, don't go into it thinking that you're going to make money, whatever. Go into it more as a learning experience, because you will learn something. You'll have a deeper appreciation of Bitcoin. I've seen this a million times, right? And then, decide if you want to scale from there. What you'll run into very quickly is that residential electricity prices are very expensive compared to industrial rates. So you'll probably want to go to Lili down below and either, host with Compass, or hopefully you'll have space next year. And yeah, that's your game plan, bro.
Dope.
Steve. That's pretty good advice. The only thing I'll add to that is thanks for the shill too. But you can actually run an S9. A lot of people don't know this. You can run an S9 with its stock power supply in a 120 volt plug. You don't even have to do anything fancy. Just get the right cord. The only caveat is you can't run it at like overclocking. You have to run it underclocked. You have to run it I would just run it at 900 watts, which is about peak efficiency. And the nice thing about that too is when you run it that low speed, you don't actually really need a black box. Even though I want you to get one, you can run it at that because it's going to be pretty quiet, and then you could throw it in a shoebox or something, and that'll muffle the noise a bit more. And I actually just brought one home from our shop because I'm just going to heat my garage at 900 watts, and I got my black box outside running high-powered, loud equipment. But yeah, what he just said is the exact advice I normally would give people as well.
And then obviously you have to connect it to a pool, right?
Yeah.
So there's that. Shilling/pool for a minute. They're my.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah.
They're great. But then there's something so special to Nico's point of when you plug in your first ASIC, it just feels good. It's the heartbeat of the Bitcoin network, right? It feels like you're part of it. So I think it's a great process to do it at your house. And if you want to scale, I think what Compass has built has been awesome, right? They give you the opportunity to go as large as you want and in whatever locations you want. So I think there's lots of optionality. now that didn't exist a year ago.
Great.
Yeah.
Well,
No, I think
I'm gonna go ahead, Lily.
I think everyone should try and like mine at home. We'll plug in a couple ASICs and experiment with it. But I do think like a combination, if you want, like of hosted and like home mining is good because you don't want to exceed 80% like capacity on your electrical circuit and like fry your home. Maybe you want like more sats, so combining that like with hosted mining like might be right for you. Like that's something that I personally do. Like I can only put so many machines in my home. So yeah.
And keep in mind, like, even when it comes to like, if you're starting with like an S9, so you're not spending as much money as like a new gen computer, think about it as just a conversion box. Like, even if you're paying, for example, like, I don't know what S9s earn per kilowatt hour off the top of my head right now, but let's say it's 15 cents per kilowatt hour in terms of Satoshis or in fiat worth, and your power is 15 cents. Okay, you paid $600 for an S9. On the speculative investment, okay, you might only have a little bit of incremental profit and your payout's not the greatest, but you're literally just converting your fiat to Bitcoin, non-KYC. And, whatever people think about that, that's important when it becomes important. It might not be that important to people today, but when they come snooping for your coins, when they write new laws, you might be happy you did.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. Everybody, I know these are short. They're pretty tight sessions, but I am so thankful that all of you made it out today. So thank you guys very much. Have a very Merry Christmas. And everybody watching, of course, there will be all kinds of links and stuff like that in the show notes post stream. So again, thank you guys very much. Have a great holiday.
Thanks.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Awesome. Thank you, everybody that was just there. And thank you, everybody that's watching right now. We do have another panel coming up. Man, we're slamming through these. We're already going to be talking about Lightning Network momentarily. I can see I've got a killer panel waiting down below. I'm going to take a quick breather. It'll be about 3 minutes, and then we're going to get rolling. So we will see you guys momentarily.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Keystone is one of my most used hardware wallets, and that is because it is 100% air-gapped, meaning you never plug it into anything internet connected, keeping the keys to your money safe and offline. They also boast compatibility with all of the best wallets: Blue Wallet, Wasabi, Spectre, Sparrow, you name it, they got it, and it works beautifully in a multi-sig setup. Check them out. There's a link in the show notes. We're back. Welcome, everybody. Thank you, all of you that have been hanging in there. This is a banger. This is an extensive show. So thank you, all of you that have been here. I'm going to bring in our panel right now. We're going to be chatting some mining. Not mining. We're going to be chatting some Lightning. I can see the whole panel. They're like, oh, Jesus, what do we do? No, we're going to be chatting Lightning Network. So I'm going to bring in Desiree. I'm going to bring in JC. I'm going to bring in Len. And we're going to bring in Mr. Guy Swann. Welcome, everybody. Glad to have you. I think everybody here is a repeat guest, I'm pretty sure, but we'll go down the line and we'll get quick intros. Des, you're up first. Let people know who you are and what you do.
Hey guys, yeah, I just about died when you said we were going to be talking about mining.
Whoops.
That's why I keep Amanda as, you know, my best friend, because she just answers the mining questions that I have. No, but I am Desiree, and I am CEO at Thunder Games. So we focus primarily on bringing Bitcoin to the world through games, and we do mobile gaming.
I love it. I have been dabbling in some of the stuff you're working on. So
I hope you're playing Thunder Bay, because it is so fun.
I'm gonna have to get that one. I don't have that one yet. What was the? Can you list a few of the ones that you guys do?
Yeah, so we have Bitcoin Bounce, and then we have
that one is my entire, like, I will sit there and swear at my phone for endless amounts of time. Yeah.
That one gives me massive anxiety. Turbo 84, which is like an endless racer. It's like vaporwave, synthwave type style. That one also gives me anxiety, but we just came out with Thunder Bay, which is a match 3 bubble shooter. It came out last week. It's been insanely popular, and that's my jam. It is so relaxing. You hang out with like a semi-alcoholic cat and just chill by the beach. It's great, guys.
Awesome. Well, that's awesome. I'm gonna get that one. Let's keep going down the line. JC, good to have you, man. Let people know who you are, what you do.
Hey guys, yeah, JC Crown. Been pushing for Lightning adoption education since probably 2018. Been in space for a while. With right now Ellen Pay, Bootstrap Bandit, doing some awesome Lightning infrastructure stuff. Trying to stay on the cutting edge is a full-time job in itself. There's so much going on in Lightning right now, which is why it's my favorite thing. Yeah, just keeping things going, and just like I said, trying to keep up with everything.
Awesome, man. Well, I'm glad to have you. You are one of the Lightning aficionados that I come to from time to time. Let's keep it on down the line, though. Mr. Guy Swann. Again, I'll say it. Probably one of the most frequently invited and accepting guests. So welcome back.
What's up, man?
Oh, not too much. Living the dream. Running a 5-hour show.
I was about to say, you doing all right? You hanging in there?
I'm okay. I've been having some quesadilla in between for my short breaks.
The lift in the hair is like 10%. It's like falling down.
It's like
when the hair falls flat, that you got to cut it off.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I do a Bitcoin Audible and a Shitcoin Insider with a someone not to be named. I don't know who it is. Who is it? I read all the Bitcoin things. And in fact, I huge fan of Lightning. I love everything that's going on in the space right now, and I should have the audio. Maybe not tonight because I got a lot of rapping still to do. But the state of Lightning from not ARK Invest, Arcane Research. The state of Lightning report. It's like 60 pages or whatever. I'm like 2/3 of the way through the audio, so that should be dropping on Bitcoin Audible soon.
Oh,
awesome.
Cool. That is actually amazing, because I never get through the whole thing.
Nobody ever does. It's good to just have that backup just in case. I try to hit all those big pieces. Like I'm still doing Bitcoin Net Zero from NYDIG. It's just been slow going. I've got John Vallis just dropped the Money Messiah. That thing is so fucking long. I'm trying to get to that as much as I can over the holidays.
That's awesome. Well, welcome again, and let's throw it to Len last. Dude, welcome back. Let people know who you are, what you do.
Well, thanks for inviting me back on the show. I'm Len. I mine fiat by day, and by night I'm a co-host for the Canadian Bitcoiners podcast. And I know the pain you're going through right now, Ben, because yesterday we did our Christmas special. So it's good to be on the other side of the coin and be part of the panel rather than hosting it. So Merry Christmas to everybody here.
Yeah, man. Welcome. I'm excited to have you all. And I love Lightning. I've been playing around with it so much. I've had so much fun. There's so many things going on. I'll toss it out there for whoever wants to dive in first. But what aspect of Lightning, what has been one of the most exciting things that you've seen this year? Anybody jump in and you get to bend us to your will.
I think it's been insane, the level of adoption, and just actually seeing it in full force. I mean, I was really lucky to go to Adopting Bitcoin and be on the ground in El Salvador. And, you know, I remember, gosh, I mean, I started Lightning Labs in like June of 2018. And I remember being there and like payments failing and, you know, us always being 18 months out and, you know, it just being like a dream. And so being in El Salvador and like paying for surf lessons, like, you know, paying for like jewelry with Bitcoin on Lightning and it working, you know, obviously I there were like, you know, struggles with the Chivo wallet and stuff, but like, you know, if you get around that and you like see the forest through the trees, it's like incredible to see that we've come this far. So like, you know, obviously there's been a lot of like really amazing technical stuff, but just like even taking a higher level look, it's just like the mass adoption that's happened in 1 year, especially given like the kind of socioeconomic situation that we're in, has just been like massively impressive in my opinion.
Yeah, it's pretty solid. And I mean, JC, you could attest to that, especially because you said you've been kind of pumping Lightning and trying to help onboard people onto it since 2018. And I know sure as hell it wasn't as easy as it is now. What changes have you been seeing?
I mean, so I try to, whenever possible, stay as non-custodial as possible. So, you know, UX is the big thing. On the network side, I mean, yeah, liquidity is getting a lot better, but I feel like it's been decent for, you know, if you're using a good wallet like Breeze or you know, something along those lines, or back then it was the Claire wallet. It was basically your old wallet and the Bitcoin Lightning wallet. But so liquidity's been okay for mobile users, and mostly like when I'm talking to people, you know, in face-to-face, it's mobile Lightning stuff. But the thing that's improving the most, and that's improved the most as we go forward, is the UX. Now we're getting to a point where, you know, I can go to a merchant and just whip out the Breeze wallet and just show him, you know, all you need is a tablet, you're good to go. Just download this app, you're good. You know, for somebody, if I wanted to, you know, spontaneously give somebody Bitcoin at the mall, you know, you can do that with a non-custodial wallet with the same UX for the most part as a custodial wallet. So that's the biggest thing that's changing. And I really love, to echo what Desiree said a bit, I really just love how like Bitcoin has kind of managed to stay in like this parallel universe to all the casino crypto stuff that's been going on. Like it's like real people doing real things without all of the gambling and all of the, you know, kind of like Ponzi incentives that are driving so much of the quote unquote crypto market that I just find to be like disgusting actually. Like Bitcoin has managed to like not only increase in adoption by leaps and bounds, but all without any kind of like dishonest or predatory incentives that are just like milking retail, you know, with tricks and skimmy tokens. It's to me is an incredibly bullish thing.
It's I don't know how you guys are feeling, but like just to, before I pull us back a little bit to go down that line of thought, I found that you know, go back to 2017, I felt like it was more I needed to go out and kind of attack those other projects like actively and like almost defend Bitcoin from them, you know, maybe like thinking, oh, is it actually competing until you realize that no, like what's actually being built in and around Bitcoin, like there's no way to compete with it. Now I don't feel that way, right? Like I sure, it's funny to make some jokes here and there, but like it's not like a threatened feeling. It's like an acceptance that this is bullshit, and the focus and the kind of the heads down work that everybody's doing, especially with stuff like Lightning, is super important. I no longer feel and it's been quite a while since I felt threatened by other coins. It's more of an annoyance. And now the stuff that I look at is, you know, the speaking heads and the politicians that are starting to kind of become adversarial seem to stand out more to me. They feel like much more of a threat.
Lightning is starting to get more into like the mainstream, not just in crypto mainstream, but in mainstream now. I mean, it's almost we're doing a good job of whenever somebody says like, "Hey, Bitcoin is slow," like even your politician or, you know, big Wall Street guy that's not necessarily in, you know, the space says, "Okay, Lightning, all right, I get it." You know, it's starting to stick a little bit. There's still a lot more work to be done though on the education. I think, you know, I still hear too often people say really ignorant things like, "Oh, nothing's happened in Bitcoin for like 3 years," and it's just like, literally, I could spend every waking moment I have trying to figure out keep up with everything going on in Bitcoin, and I can't. Like, it's great.
You had touched on being able to onboard to people to Lightning relatively easily in a non-custodial way. So I kind of wanted to open it up to maybe Guy or Len in terms of wallets that you like using and feel comfortable recommending to people. And is Lightning a first thing that you put people onto, or is that a later step? So I don't know, whoever wants to chime in there.
I always go straight for Lightning. In fact, one of the things that makes me so bullish about Lightning right now is that, like, when somebody like sends me like a Bitcoin address to like, it's like, oh, send me a payment real quick or whatever, and they send me a Bitcoin address, I realize that I have to like stop for a second and be like, all right, shit, what? I don't use any like main Bitcoin wallets anymore. I do Lightning everything, you know, and that includes like the wallets that or the either the non-custodials or like Sphinx or whatnot, where, you know, from time to time I will have a little bit of a hiccup still. There will be some sort of liquidity issue, or like I won't be able to find a route or something at some random time. But regardless, like I test out everything. Like I have a whole page. Like this is all just like, it's just Lightning. It's this whole absolute bullshit page right now. But probably the non-custodials that I recommend, Breeze, Moon, and Phoenix. Like that's the only three that like they stick in my mind. I use them all the time. Yeah, I was just using Phoenix like 20 or 30 minutes ago. Somebody sent me Strike is actually a really good onboarding for like that middle of the road for somebody who wants to like actually will be doing this again with a group of my friends that are going to New Year's. Is one of my friends was just like, I don't want to sign up on this thing, but we were like sorting out our Airbnb, and I was like, please just sign up for Strike. And we tried to do this with like Venmo, and I've been like kicked off of PayPal for some stupid reason like a couple of years ago. Not the slightest clue why. I'd never sorted it out. I fought with support for like a week or two before I was just like, fuck PayPal. So trying to set up like a Venmo and send her money, I shit you not, it took me like 5 days. And like I had to like ACH to Venmo, and I had to prove something. I don't know. It was a real pain, but I think I'm going to pay like everybody like $30 or something if they just sign up for Strike, like because I'm going to just sit down and I'm going to wait till everybody's good and drunk and at New Year's, because I know nobody wants to sign up for another app to do it. But I was like, I swear to God, if you just do this, I'm going to give you $30, and then anytime we Airbnb or we do anything, moving money to you will be the simplest thing in the world. And just please download it, and you get like $10 from Strike too or something. Like they give you a reward. Come on. So
do me a solid. Just jump in.
Just download it, man. Just come on, baby, please connect your account.
What about you, Len?
Breeze and Phoenix are without a doubt my favorite non-custodial for mobile.
Yeah, Len, what about you? What do you typically use when you're?
I use Breeze. I like Breeze. I've been using it for some time, and it works flawlessly for me. And I'm kind of a recent adopter of Lightning. Just earlier this year is when I established my Lightning node, and so that's when I really went deep into the Lightning waters, and it's been an awesome experience. And some of the things that I really absolutely love is the ease of use of not just the Breeze wallet, but as a whole, Lightning, like when you get a QR code, that scanning that and watching a payment go through right away, that's an almost an eye-opening moment. Like, who can't do that? And if you can't, rub two brain cells, go to the Doge crew and hang out with them because they're brainless as well. Just think about how easy it is to use Lightning and how quick payments can go through. It could be a game changer for a lot of different industries out there. I would look at like the restaurants, for instance. Like restaurants, whenever you use a credit card in that industry over there, they're taking a slice of like 1% to 3%. And it's profit that's taken away from the restaurateur. Lightning is going to be an awesome implementation into that type of industry. It can make restaurants very much more profitable, especially now considering what happened in the last 18 months with the cooties closing down a lot of these restaurants. I think that this is a really good implementation to have it in a real world case use, that we can actually use it and transfer money using Bitcoin. When people are talking about it, it's slow and costly to send money in Bitcoin. They have no clue, absolutely no clue.
I'll put in another plug for Breeze, not just because I absolutely adore Roy, but shout out to him too for kind of pushing the boundaries on like what a Lightning wallet is and like what it can serve as. I think it's like quite impressive that he's totally added like the podcasting 2.0 functionality and like really experimenting with like if really circular economy within his application itself. And so I'm really, really excited to see what he has in store for like what the future of these wallets look like. And then also to the QR code point, I think we're even getting further with that with like Lightning addresses. Like I think that I set up Lightning addresses with the LNTX bot the other day, and it was so seamless, and I was like, this is amazing. Like you can just have these addresses now and you don't even have to mess with the QR code either. So I think people are really starting to think outside the box and think about real people and people's incentives out of I get it, fix the money, fix the world, but like a lot of people that doesn't necessarily resonate with them yet. And so I think people are getting creative and like finding new ways to onboard people who that's not going to bring them to Bitcoin, but finding ways to onboard more people.
I love, again, to plug Breeze, but I love that they integrated the podcasting 2.0. It's so nice and smooth. And it's such, as a content creator, it's so cool. It's just to like look on my node and see like a stream of like 10 sats or 20 sats or whatever it may be. And know that I can watch the person actually watching the episode as those tiny payments come through. It's just, and they're looking at video streaming too. I think they were mentioning, which would be huge for me. Like I'd be so excited about that, to be able to do like a live stream for sats. That would be incredible. And like live events and stuff like that. So there's just so many interesting tools that are going to hit like a niche group of people, like to see non-Bitcoin podcasters jump into this is kind of exciting.
Like Adam Curry, that's one of my favorite things right now, is that you've got the father of podcasting that is like kind of heading this movement for podcasting 2.0. And he's not a Bitcoiner. His podcasts are not about Bitcoin, and he's just using Bitcoin because it's the best technology for something he wanted to accomplish. And it's an open standard that a lot of non-Bitcoin podcasters are starting to use, and it's really easy to just to get on, and it's really cool. I just love how how real it is, and there's a lot of volume there too. Helen Pay does a lot of the back end for that, and there's surprisingly large amount of volume.
Wow, I didn't know that actually. Huh? Yeah. Interesting. So let's have an open question for everybody. What's kind of the next big thing in Lightning? Like what grows the fastest? What do we see that's new? What do you think is on the horizon here?
I think authentication. I think if we start, I hope that this is where this goes, is like with a slash tags with a synonym that John Carvalho is building, and the team over there. Man, if we can get to the point where it's built in that we're logging in and essentially creating usernames with a wallet, with something that's already secured in a very, very different way, and eliminating essentially the need, like the interface, the UX for his little like test out version or whatever. It's just like I can set up like a couple different accounts and user IDs or whatever, and I just click on one, and then I scan whatever website I'm logging into, and then that's the one that I'm using for that website. And I really hope to see like LN Markets is one that lets you log in with a Lightning wallet. I use, the Breeze wallet is one that actually, Breeze wallet is always like on the edge of like, they've implemented the next thing. Like as soon as I hear about the next thing, it's like Breeze is like, oh yeah, you got LN URL. Sure, you got login with Lightning. So that's another good one, another good reason to actually push that one. But like I had Geist. Oh God, what's his freaking username? A friend developer in Lightning or whatever build like a little tool. You can't do anything with it, but like you can log in with Lightning on my website. And but I'm really excited to see where that goes. I assume like Impervious AI, like they're building the web browser. I highly assume that there is going to be a login tool for that. Like it would be stupid to not take advantage of that. And we're putting public and private key pairs into the hands of every single user. And we need to utilize that. We need to utilize that and solve the username and password problem. That is a massive problem. If we are onboarding people to Lightning with all of these different tools, with like Fountain app and like streaming sats and all of this great stuff, we need to immediately turn around and be like, by the way, you can now log into services 100x better, like process, like user experience, than having to have a freaking username and password for every damn website. And then when one of those bullshit databases gets leaked somewhere, all of your accounts are screwed, because like any sensible person who is sick of having to have a billion different passwords, you use the same damn password for like 30 services, and we can fix that. We can eliminate that point of failure. We need to do that. And I'm increasingly excited about the tools that are making that possible and the fact that they're being utilized.
It is really cool. I did it on, what was it, Lightning Network.plus, where you can do like the triangles of liquidity and everything. You can line in that. Yeah, exactly. The thing, yeah. And then CoinOS wallet or whatever, it has, it's like a singular balance for on-chain, liquid, and Lightning. So you can like, the Lightning portion is custodial through that, but you log in through Lightning as well. And then whatever the balance is there, they'll just send it out through whatever like means necessary. It's pretty interesting. So like if you're looking to convert between them, it's like an easy go between. But yeah, interesting what they're doing there.
Yeah, I did that with CoinOS. That was actually the first liquid BTC that I ever held. I logged in with Breeze, then sent $200 to CoinOS, and then withdrew to Blockstream's Aqua wallet. And I've still got it. I don't know. It was a little while ago, so it's been sitting in the wallet. But I was like, hey, I'm on Liquid.
yeah, exactly. It's fun to tinker around. But yeah, the login thing is awesome. It's super cool. Like going up to a website and then pulling up Breeze or some other Lightning wallet and just using that as a login. It's wild. I am going to round this out in just a minute here, but guys, like there's just been so much with Lightning, and like we didn't even get into like the growth of the network, the number of nodes that are running now. It's happening very quickly. You're seeing that kind of like hockey stick as it begins to take off, and I'm very excited to see where we're at in a few years, because like we don't even really need the cheaper transactions this year. Like people are doing like in terms of just like regular sending money to and from people currently, but like when those fees eventually do go up and when those blocks do fill and we're tapped out for efficiencies for the time being, having Lightning already super fleshed out is going to be incredible. So I wish I had more time with you guys. I know these are short panels, but I want to thank every single one of you, even though it was a quick convo. I love chatting Lightning with all you guys. So everybody watching, again, check all these guys out, follow them on Twitter. But I just wanted to wish you guys all a very Merry Christmas.
Thanks, man. You too.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks, guys. And everybody watching, again, damn. We're getting through them. 30 minutes a pop. These things are going quick. We're going to be chatting a little bit about human rights and freedom momentarily here. I have my guests all down below. I'm literally going to take just a quick 1 minute break and then bring them in. But yeah, let's get this thing rolling. Everybody that's here, of course, hit that like button, share, subscribe, all those good things. They really do help the show. And we will be back in here in just a moment. See you guys soon.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
If you're backing up any important Bitcoin wallet, be sure to get it in solid steel with the bill fodder over at privacypros.io. Guys, paper just doesn't cut it. Fire damage, water damage, accidentally discarding it because it's paper. When you get it in solid steel, all of those problems tend to go away. Be sure to check them out. This is how I back up all of my important Bitcoin wallets. And we're back. All right, we're going to get our next group of fine people in here. We're going to be chatting again, like I said, some human rights and freedoms. I had the pleasure of going down to the HRF Human Rights Foundation had the Oslo Freedom Forum down in Miami in October. And I got to go and help out with that and see a few panels and interview some people, which was a fantastic experience. But we've got a lot of people that are going to join us in a little chat today. So I'm going to start bringing them in. We'll do some intros. We got Mark. We got Brandon. We've got John. We've got Jan. John and Jan.
Yo.
Guys, welcome. Thank you for being here, guys.
Hey.
How you doing?
Merry Christmas, all.
Yeah, Merry
Cheers.
Christmas.
Yeah,
Merry
Merry Christmas.
Happy holidays.
I think I might be starting to get into the safe zone of where I can like crack a beverage because
bro, come on.
How many hours you been going for?
I think how long? I started at what time
3
is
hours
it
and
Eastern
15
right
minutes,
now?
it seems.
Yeah, I started at 5 Eastern.
Okay,
it's a real session.
Yeah.
How many got left? Like 2 hours?
Well, there's one actual like topic panel after you guys. And then we've got the pleb after party, which I can just get obliterated at. So that part will just be whatever the hell we feel like talking about. I can relax a little bit, but you guys are awesome. I'm very happy to have you. Let's just do a quick round of who you are, what you do. Mark, do you want to grab it?
Yeah, try to make a bunch of content, YouTube, podcast, and now nationally syndicated radio host. Pretty cool.
What?
So just trying to reach as many people as I can, really trying to come at Bitcoin from a kind of a freedom sovereignty standpoint. And so that's one reason why I jumped on this panel tonight. Excited to talk about these subjects.
Awesome. Well, thanks for being here, man. Brandon, how about yourself? Want to give a quick intro?
Yeah, what's up, guys? Brandon Quittem here. I do marketing things for SwannBitcoin.com. I also work with Jan, who's coming up here soon. And I'm most known in Bitcoin land for exploring Bitcoin as a living organism, essentially comparing it to mycelium or fungi, as you will.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad to have you back, man. You've been on here a couple of times now, so always good to have a familiar face. Jan, good to see you, man. Welcome. Can you give a quick intro?
Yep. Jan here from Swann, co-founder of Swann, CTO, and also the author of Inventing Bitcoin. And I'm interested in this panel because I myself am from the former Soviet Union, which was, very well known for not having good freedoms and human rights. And, I think Bitcoin fixes the problems that the Soviet Union had.
Awesome. Well, glad to have you, man. And John, one quick intro from you as well.
Sure. What's up, everybody? I host the Bitcoin Rapid Fire podcast, and I
Like to talk about freedom and sovereignty and truth and all that good stuff. And can't wait to have this discussion.
Awesome. Well, welcome to all of you. Glad to have you here. Again, I guess I'll kind of jump off and chat a little bit about seeing some of the chats down in Miami for the Awesome Freedom Forum. It was really cool to actually meet to and talk with people that have had Bitcoin change their lives, not just from a Western perspective of, I'm able to store my wealth a little bit better and that basic kind of number go up mentality that a lot of Westerners are coming into this from. But to see people that literally needed this lifeboat to make it out with any of their assets intact, people that, like as an example, people from Senegal talking about how their currency is being debased overnight because they don't control their own currency and they're under a quasi-colonial rule from France, at least in terms of economics. And so to see kind of that self-sovereignty in holding the fruits of your labor be presented in such an accessible way to anybody was pretty stark. And there were some pretty powerful chats and panels there. So I guess I'll open it up to all of you. What and maybe I'm going to go to Jan first. Maybe tell me a little bit about, your experience with the former Soviet Union, like things that your family may have experienced and how that may have been different had Bitcoin existed.
Yeah, for sure. So just to preface this, I was 7 years old when I left the Soviet Union. So most of what I know is through my parents and through reading, history and stuff like that. But really, we were growing up, the government had complete control over the currency, right? It was a socialist regime, complete, centrally planned economy. All the things they warn you about were happening there. And the result was basically that all goods were mispriced, right? You could basically have an apartment for free as long as you're willing to wait for 3 years, but a pair of jeans would cost you a month's salary. So everything was mispriced and wrong. And there were shortages everywhere, obviously, because as we know, when prices are fixed, the market cannot communicate. And of course, there was market breakdowns all over the place. But more than that, besides this kind of broken economy that we lived in, and you just stand in line for things and just buy whatever was available that day so that you could trade it for whatever you actually needed later. So you basically reverted to barter. Besides that, you had a very strong authoritarian government, control of the media, control of communication in and out of the country. People weren't allowed to leave. People weren't allowed to watch, TV from abroad. So nobody knew what was going on in America or anywhere else. And when we actually ended up leaving, which was in '89, when essentially the wall came down, people were starting to get out, there were still capital controls. So one of the things that I learned about when I started, learning about Bitcoin, my moment of orange pilling, I think, was Andreas's video Currency Wars, where he was talking about all these countries that were putting on capital controls and people couldn't exchange money freely. And I, at that point, asked my parents what happened to our money when we left, because I remember we left with just a couple of suitcases and we had to sell a bunch of goods on the way. And so I was like, what happened to the money? Turns out that we were only able to exchange $100 per person. So there was a cap controlled by the government because the rate of exchange between the ruble, which was essentially a shitcoin, for all intents and purposes, outside of the country was worthless. The government had a certain exchange rate that was beneficial, and they would let you have, $100 worth of that exchange rate. Otherwise, you'd be on the street exchanging, at 30 or 40 times worse exchange rate. So your currency was toast. And so we left with essentially $400 for 4 people. And I think that's what drove me to Bitcoin. My big aha moment was, hey, Bitcoin is actually fixing this entire problem because it's giving us portable wealth for the first time in humanity. You can memorize your seed phrase, your 12 words, your 24 words, and you can walk out of a country and your wealth is on you. And just like the game theory of that, right, is the threat of that happening is now going to shift the power dynamic between the state and the citizens, because at some point the state does need the citizens to produce and to run the country, right? And if everybody's more free with their wealth, and obviously there's a gradient. Some people will say, okay, there's still people with guns that are going to stop you at the border. and that's true. But there's definitely a gradient. And in countries like the Soviet Union, essentially fell because the market forces started overtaking the centrally planned economy. And that's going to happen more and more when Bitcoin is available.
Damn. Wow. So 400 bucks.
400 bucks.
And that was in what? That was in 89?
It was 89, yeah.
So it bought like, $4,000 worth of stuff.
Yeah, so let's say it was 4,000 worth of stuff, but still wasn't a lot of money.
Yeah. Well, it's powerful though, because like think of how different and how much easier it would have been exiting with all of your wealth, and they would have be none the wiser. And I mean, this is becoming a reality for people all over the place. Like speaking with, now I'm going to forget her name. Anyways, there's a girl from Afghanistan. She was highlighted in the book, The Age of Cryptocurrency. She ran the female robotics team in Afghanistan. And, as a woman in Afghanistan, just not allowed to have a bank account, or had to have like a man overseeing the funds. But that's, she was able to do whatever the hell she wanted. She paid her girls in Bitcoin as they helped out with the robotics team. They eventually became privy to what she was doing. I think they threatened her life and she had to flee, but she was able to flee using the tool of Bitcoin to store her wealth as she fled. So it's a pretty powerful thing, and you're seeing more of this.
I think it's huge. And there's so many different versions of this story where different countries approach it differently. But at the end of the day, it's like if you're not free with your money, then you're locked in, and that Bitcoin unlocks that monetary freedom. We've never had it before.
And this is becoming front of mind for Americans, Canadians, a lot of Western nations now too, right? Like Mark, you talk about that a bunch.
Yeah, I talk about it a lot. I think, it's easy to see that the world is trending towards authoritarianism. Obviously, some countries are much further along than others, but most of the West is trying to really kind of import what China is doing with this whole social credit score system. And it seems like the point is when they get us to have to show this thing to gain access to freedom, like that's kind of the line, and digital IDs, central bank digital currencies, health passports, etc. Right? But it's about them requesting us to show something to gain access to freedom. Or they're calling it freedom as a service now. And so I think that's kind of the line. And so yeah, right. It's crazy. And so if you're a good boy, you'll get a little bit of freedom back, kind of a thing. And I think a lot of people see like a revolution coming, civil war in the United States, splitting sides, all these things. Maybe it's my my eternal optimist bias that I have. I don't think it's a war over guns and weapons. And I think what ultimately breaks that trend of authoritarianism isn't guns and weapons. What breaks that trend is competition. And when we can move somewhere else, and like right now, like what's happening in El Salvador, like he's like, hey, you can come here, no cap gains, no income taxes, et cetera, no mandates, no tests. If you want vaccines, take them. If you don't, whatever, like everyone's free, do what you want, make as much money as you want, he said. And so if enough people go there, we've already seen massive amounts of investment capital going there. They're doing their bond sale, et cetera. And like another country is going to say like, well, how about us too and us too? And then maybe eventually if enough people leave, then we can really start that competition loop. And, the point of like Jan's story, when they keep all your wealth there, and I had friends growing up that come from similar situations, if they can keep all your wealth, and even if you leave, like really, like how much does it hurt them, right? But if you can take your wealth with you, it really starts to speed up that competition loop. And so obviously that's over a longer kind of arc of time, but I think that's going to really swing the pendulum back.
I worry that with El Salvador just kind of sticking its neck out there as the first ones to do this, I worry if it sits there on its own for too long without somebody else kind of jumping in and doing it soon enough, it becomes too easy of a target. And that, not that it would stop Bitcoin, but it would set back the idea of attempting something like that again quite a ways. Because you see the demeanor between relationships with, the IMF and the United States and stuff like that. You see the smear pieces. And again, like governing aside, you see pieces that definitely wouldn't have been written prior to them adopting Bitcoin. So there's definitely a bit of an effort to make sure this looks as bad as possible. So at what point are you comfortable that enough people or that enough nations have started to do this, that it's just too hard to stamp it out temporarily?
Well, I think it's too late to stamp it out, period, right? As far as like nations jumping on the bandwagon, I mean, I think it is super important that El Salvador works. And so I think it's really, you know, every Bitcoiner should kind of take that pretty seriously. At what point? Obviously, we'd like to see more countries jumping on board. I think what does success and what does failure look like? I think one of the big attack vectors I see is if they could artificially suppress the price of Bitcoin down, that could definitely, you know, disincentivize a lot of people from using it down there. So I think that's one thing. Other than that, I mean, I think, you know, inside El Salvador, some of their politics could mess it up. I think this bond sale is going to be a massive success. I think we already know that. Michael Saylor's been able to launch a couple of them. We've seen about 6 or 7 publicly traded Bitcoin companies do this in the last couple of months and raise billions of dollars. And so I think it's going to be a big success. I think that's going to get other countries going on. But back to your question, I guess I think if they're a success, that's enough. Other people are going to want to do it. I think once we see probably 3 countries on board, I think then the tide's probably going too hard and they probably can't reverse it at that point. I'd probably give it 3.
Yeah. Because I mean, it's easy to smear a single government and then go in and give them a taste of freedom. But it's a lot harder when you are specifically targeting just the countries like it in a handful that have adopted Bitcoin. It's a lot harder to use that reasoning to go in and shift a regime when it's multiple. But I do worry that's a possibility with just one.
Yeah, and you know, it's hard to even imagine like how much of sweeping change this can make. You know, I've been down through Mexico and Central America a lot. Like I spend months a year down there because I'm a surfer and I like to go travel down there a lot. But there were some things I didn't realize until I was actually there. John and I were down there together this summer. And, you know, one thing I just didn't realize because I hadn't really interacted in this way is that the average person down there doesn't have access to checking accounts or banking accounts. And like, what does that really mean? So about 70% of the adults don't have checking accounts. And so what that means is they're not in the global financial system. So I think about like this phone being like an equalizer, and I could be anywhere in the world. And as long as I have, you know, Instagram, I could make money. Right. But not really. Not if you're not in the financial system. How can you make money? Right. No one can send you money, etc. And so that piece is massive. So with the phone and the payments, right? So that's what Bitcoin fixes, and the payments. Now we can have equality. And so I didn't understand that most people didn't have bank accounts, and not just the people, but also the merchants don't have merchant accounts. And so neither the merchants nor the people are in the global financial system. And so while I've thought this was the great equalizer, it is, because you can learn anything, meet anybody, talk to anybody, etc. But you need the payments. And so this is what's solving it. So if you think about this, if you chase this down, I mean, obviously there's the whole issue of them having to ride the bus to go get the money out of, you know, their remittances from Western Union and whatnot. So that saves them a lot of time, convenience, safety issues, etc. But what does it mean as you start to kind of chase this down, where now they're learning, now they can actually tap into the global economy, one, just for themselves. Now they can start creating businesses and doing business. But what about even just for the world, right? So for progress to happen, we need more iterations, right? We need more people approaching more problems, more solutions. And so just to even have another few million people to bring into that global economy, I think it's going to be bigger than most people realize. And so, yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see where it goes.
John, you went down to El Salvador, right?
Yep, twice.
Yeah. How was, you know, how are the people there interacting with it? How are they, like, you probably saw a lot of different kind of iterations of and levels of usage, but what's kind of the sentiment depending on where you are?
Well, it was interesting because when I was down there with Mark, it was pre-law coming into effect. Yeah. And, you know, like what my first impression when I arrived in Zante, like I thought I was going to kind of Mecca, right? But it was still kind of sporadic who accepted Bitcoin and who wanted to talk about it and all that jazz. But then, of course, when I went back in November, like in the airport, you want to spend Bitcoin to get a Subway sandwich, you know, as soon as you land, go for it. And then you step out, like, you know, it's accepted pretty much everywhere. And there, you know, the growing pains are real, and Chivo is a pile of garbage by all accounts. But people, you know, claim their money and then move over to a Blue Wallet or Moon or whatever it is. And I got to say, man, like I moved to China in 2009. and there was like a real buzz and energy there because so much was happening and so much progress was happening. There's so much opportunity. And that was the thing that I'm comparing it to. Like, first of all, the people are amazing. There seems to be, and I think this preceded Bitcoin a bit, kind of a growing national pride and ambition as a result of the changes that Bukele has instituted. And then you layer on Bitcoin on top of that, and there seems to be this sense that like there's a tremendous amount of opportunity. Like, there's hope on the horizon. Life can be and get better. And what's more powerful than, a country waking up to not being a backwater that has to, scrape and beg for everything they have and send their best and brightest off to another country just so they can remit back some of that money so that they can live. No, like a place that you can actually take pride in and celebrate the beauty of it, and also build your life and your family there. Like, we were doing a documentary there in November, and we were profiling the Bitcoin Beach guys, right? And Jorge is one of them. And the whole kind of genesis of that story was Jorge met Mike Peterson, and Jorge was like, when he was a young person, he was like, do I have to go away to the US to do that whole thing that everybody does? And he said, no, I don't want to go. I want to build a dream here. I believe in this place, and I think this place can be better. And this was like 15 years ago when nobody was thinking that way, really. And, he met Mike, and they were like, well, how do we build a dream here? Well, we have to give. We have to give to our community. We have to help in any way we can, even if it's so insignificant in the beginning. And then they did that. And then, other people like Chimbera came on board later, and they were just giving what they had, which was relatively little. And then, in 2018-19, anonymous donor comes in, says, hey, I got some Bitcoin. If you guys commit to using it and don't just sell it to fund your activities, but you actually create a circular economy around it, I'm happy to provide it. And they said, okay, we'll figure it out. We want to do as best we can for our community. And so they taught, and they spread it around, and they got people to accept it so that they could pay the young kids in sats that they could go get a pupusa for and that kind of stuff. And then fast forward just 2-3 short years, and Mama Rosa's, which is Jorge's mom, by the way, she was the first business to accept Bitcoin in El Salvador. And, the photo of her storefront is the photo that they're using at the Olympics for the El Salvadorian team walking out. And, interesting story about that too. Like, Jorge wanted to, the whole reason why Mama Rosa's pupusa shop came to be is because Jorge wanted to visit his mom at work. And her boss wouldn't allow him to do that. He wanted to stop by in the day and say, hey, mom, and bring her a sandwich and that kind of stuff. And the boss said no. Obviously not a great working environment. And these were what so many people are subject to. And so he was like, he got a few community guys together and put some bricks and concrete together on the side of the road and built her a little like chip and soda shop, right? So she would sell soda to the trucks driving by and that kind of thing. And then, 5 or so years later, she started making pupusas, and, the rest is history. But that was built because he wanted to be able to see his mom, and he wanted to be able to stay there to build his own family, see his family, and give others the ability to dream about something better in that country. And it's just amazing how such seemingly insignificant or small acts of like altruism or hope can bloom into what we're seeing now, which is, potentially, as and let's hope it all stays together, because man, Bukele's got some balls the way he's poking the bear, up in the US and stuff like that. But it very well may be the first domino to fall in a global nation state adoption of Bitcoin and all the great things that will follow from that, because of a little bit of dreaming and hope that things can be better in your home, and you don't have to go away and subject yourself to something else. Like, you can actually build it in your own backyard. And that is so awesome, and we had so many great interactions where, like, right next to Mama Rosa's, I got a haircut from a haircut lady. And she was saying, because freedom is not just people leaving you alone. Obviously, that's a big part of it. But like, if you're impoverished, then freedom's not your primary concern. Food on the table and a roof over your head is. And so freedom is also your ability to move through and access the world. And, obviously Bitcoin provides that in spades because of what you guys were saying about how you can protect and store your wealth. And obviously, of course, because of the degree to which it grows. But she was telling me that she was able to put a down payment on a new house, as a result of over the last 2 years having been doing haircuts and being paid in Bitcoin. And because of the way that she stacked and the price appreciation, she was able to put, substantial amount of the cost of the house down in Bitcoin. And how life-changing is that? To have a nice new, a better environment for you and your family and your kids. And how does that like affect the kids' development and all that kind of stuff? So I'm blown away by El Salvador, to be honest. And I know everyone has questions about Bukele and his intentions and what the real deal is and all that kind of stuff. But, they seem to be doing a lot of things right. And they seem to be one of the only countries in the world planting a flag even a little bit for freedom right now by just saying, hey, we're not going to force you to put anything into your body. And, we're not going to force you to do anything to come into our country. And, during the conference, the two conferences in November, they seem to be making quite a few overtures towards the Bitcoiners, i.e., kind of eliminating that testing requirement while we were all there. And they seem to be treating everyone very well. You've probably heard about the signs at the airport and stuff like that. So, I mean, that's how this whole sovereign individual thesis plays out, right? That someone kicks it off, and as you guys just said, hopefully it can be maintained, because I do think it's important. If it gets crushed hard, it might make other countries feel a little sheepish about trying the same thing, So
yeah, maybe I'll toss this one to Brandon here. Do you think that this we basically see the sovereign individual kind of play out here, but does that then kind of have us living in a world where, regardless of how policy and government decisions are made, it becomes basically like you're trying to entice people to come to your constituency for the benefits of what you're willing to offer? Does that basically translate to more human rights and freedom because people have to become competitive in those realms?
Yeah, it's a good question. And I think all Bitcoiners can agree the sovereign individual is kind of a Bible, and it's shocking how much of that stuff's playing out, written over 20 years ago, 25 years ago about. And how I see this, actually, to go back to El Salvador for a second, my favorite part about this is the IMF is saying, hey, Bukele, stop talking about Bitcoin. Enough of that. We're not going to finance your debt if you just do this funny money thing. And in Bukele fashion, he tweets back and puts his middle finger up and he says, all right, well, F you guys. We're just going to crowdfund our own financing by offering volcano bonds to the world. And the whole world's psyched about that. And so I see that as a really pivotal moment of the old power structures starting to fray a little bit, or at least having the confidence of these smaller nations that have nothing to lose fighting back. And back to the sovereign individual, what does that mean? Well, Mark and I were in Miami recently at dinner talking about this and talking about where we're going to spend the next few years, what countries are offering what, essentially shopping jurisdictions. And out of that, we decided, okay, we can go to some countries that are half free, or we can go to places that are really raising the freedom flag and bring our capital there, spend our money there, invest there. And who are Bitcoiners? Bitcoiners are freedom-oriented, ideologically motivated, extremely productive, I would say on average compared to the average person, probably more capital and increasingly so over time. So what's going to happen? Mobile capital is going to find the places where they're treated best. They're going to go there, they're going to invest. And those countries who opt into this idea first are going to benefit disproportionately compared to countries who lag behind. And so that, for me, that's very optimistic, right? We can be, it sort of feels like the walls are tightening in around the world as governments are tightening their grip. And that's frustrating. And I also think it's also a poor long-term strategy. And I want to bring up one other point, which is before this panel, okay, we're talking about freedom. What does that mean? How does that relate to civilization? And I just want to bring up an idea from one of my favorite authors, Matt Ridley. He wrote The Red Queen, The Rational Optimist, and his new book, How Innovation Works. And in that book, he essentially studied, okay, all these different countries, what do they have in common? What produces good results? How does innovation come about, essentially? And, freedom of press, property rights, all this stuff. And he had this nice quote, which is, and I'll read it here, innovation is the child of freedom and the parent of prosperity. And so what that essentially means is more freedom equals more innovation equals more prosperity, right? So it's in that order, directly related in that order. And I was thinking about that. Okay, how does Bitcoin fit in, right? We like to jam Bitcoin in everything we can. And Bitcoin's freedom money, right? It is a tool that enables individuals to have more freedom against anyone who would oppress them. And so I added on to this Bitcoin. It goes Bitcoin upstream, providing freedom, which provides innovation, which provides prosperity. And so I guess that's how I'm seeing this right now. And so it's not only like a nice thing to say, but it's also extremely practical. If you want your people to survive, if you want prosperity, you need free and open markets. And so as we watch the world tighten their fist, that might work in the short term, right? I think China can be efficient globally and make plays, but they don't produce any innovation. And so long term, that system eats itself. And so somewhere around the world, free people are going to congregate. They're going to create innovations due to the emergent desires within all of us. And we need to keep that spark of freedom alive.
I think that's a perfect spot to round it out. I'm sorry these things are so short, you guys. This is let's tackle human rights and freedom in 30 minutes. But I appreciate all of your time. And I mean, this is what it was meant for. We're doing quick little fun thoughts, and I was glad to share even half an hour with you guys. You're all welcome back anytime. And I wish all of you a very Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, guys.
Thanks, Ben. Merry Christmas, boys.
Merry Christmas, guys. Thanks.
Cheers, guys. Thank you so much. And everybody watching, thank you for checking that last one out. We've got another panel coming up in just a few minutes here. We're going to be talking a subject along. We're going to be talking about how Bitcoin creates a world anchored in truth. And I'm sure we'll find some interesting lines of conversation with that. So we'll be bringing in our panel in just a moment. I'm just going to take a couple minute break and we will be right back. So see you guys in a sec.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
ShakePay.com is the best way to buy Bitcoin in Canada. No deposit or withdrawal fees, super thin spread, getting some of the best rates. On top of that, using the link down below, if you sign up and buy your first $100 of Bitcoin, they will give you $30 for free. You get the same deal when you refer your friends, and you can shake your phone every single day for free sats. On top of that, they have their Sats Back Visa card that you can sign up for now. Check them out. All right, we're back. Okay, we're rolling. We're gonna keep going. Again, thanks to that last panel. That was a blast. We're gonna be bringing in our next speaker. So yeah, we're talking a little bit about how Bitcoin creates a world anchored in truth, and so we can take that down whatever avenue we see fit. But I'm gonna start bringing in my guests here. Of course, we got Phil, aka Coinicarus. Welcome, dude. Tip, welcome in. And I'm just scrolling to get him. Jeff Booth, Richard James. Welcome, panel. Thank you guys for being here. Very excited to have you. Let's do a quick round of intros. Phil, let people know who you are, what you do.
Hey, what's up? I'm Phil, or Coinicarus on Twitter, and I am the co-host of Simply Bitcoin with Bitvolt, or Nico.
Sorry, guys. All right, let's jump down the line. Sorry, I'm just switching on my headphones. But Tip, take it away. Quick intro.
Hey, I'm Tip. Tip_NZ on Twitter. I'm a Bitcoin pleb, a poet of the time chain and a defector of modern day venture capital. Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be amongst the legends.
Well, I'm glad to have you back, and we got a lot of awesome comments from last time you were on. So I'm glad to have you back, and I'm glad you're still spitting fire on Twitter. And wait, you were deplatformed from TikTok, weren't you?
I was shadow banned on TikTok, so my videos don't get pushed out anymore. But I just use it as a library of my videos.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're still floating around. They're still getting retweeted by Adam back, things like that. So, so that's I think you're still well into the fray. So thank you for being here. Let's jump down the line once more. Richard, welcome. How you doing, man?
Doing well. Thanks for having me, Ben. Yeah, I'm Richard James. I'm a filmmaker. Recently been working on topics like Bitcoin education, money and Austrian economics. So that's where people might know my work from.
Awesome. Well, dude, glad to have you. And you've made some great pieces of content. And I highly recommend people take a look at your Twitter profile and dive down that rabbit hole. So let's lastly jump to Jeff. Welcome back, man. Good to see you again. And maybe give yourself a bit of an intro.
Yeah, good to see you too, Ben. Merry Christmas to everybody. Jeff Booth, just entrepreneur, wrote a book called The Price of Tomorrow.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad to have you. Glad to see you. Guys, we're talking about maybe the most vague topic that I had for the night, but also the most interesting, because I do very much believe in the idea of Bitcoin creating a world anchored in truth, because so much of what we see now is not the truth. The truth in where people are placing their time and money and value. It's been perverted and gives very strange signals, and I think contributes to very strange, seemingly illogical behavior in a lot of ways. And so I'll open it up to you guys. What are some of the biggest mistruths or fallacies or symptoms of fiat that you see that contribute to some of the problems we have today? What do you guys see as some of the non-truths that stand out to you?
Can I want to take it into just something really simple. Okay. We all vote with our time to get more for less. So if that is true, and technology provides that, and entrepreneurs provide that in a free market, and they only win if they serve us value, and we choose all of those companies, how is that possible to live in an inflationary system? So when you have theft at base layer money, every single other thing, every other economic calculation and everything else has to be corrupt as a result of that. When you have misinformation and money, which is just an abstract concept for our time, as a byproduct, you must have misinformation everywhere else. And so it's not in one thing, it's in everything. But it's hard to see, because we grew up, everybody here grew up believing that you had to have inflation to have a productive society, and it's simply false. But people haven't questioned that.
I do like that line of thought. I don't know, Phil. I mean, you see it a lot in your show. You see the insanity that, as Jeff is kind of getting down that line of thought of people taking their time, aka the fruits of their labor, and misallocating it, because there's no proper measuring stick for that. There's no tool currently, other than what we believe to be Bitcoin, available to the average person. So what does that do to their mannerisms, what they do with their time, what they purchase?
Yeah, I just, this goes back exactly to what Jeff was talking about, right? So we have this broken base layer, which creates these, broken incentive models, for all of us. And we see it, right? Like, even like what we were talking about today, there was an article where Hillary Clinton, was talking about how cryptocurrencies are, undermining the US dollar. Right. Like, I mean, they're not talking about cryptocurrencies. Let's be honest. They're talking about Bitcoin. Right. And they, for some reason, group it with all these shit coins. But, that right there, they have zero incentive because of the broken base layer. They have zero incentive to make a change. because this current model enriches them so much, so quickly that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that, you know, in 50 years or 100 years, there's horrible problems and everybody has to reel from this. That makes no difference, because right now, you know, everything is the best, seemingly, but it's not. It's actually not. It's a derivative life, because it's derivative products. It's crappy products. It's crappy many things, and they're just getting worse.
And do you think, like, in your opinion, is this out of malice, or is it just ignorance? Because like I think maybe there's an element of this is benefiting me. It seems to be benefiting me pretty well, and it's worked so far. But do you think there's also, like, there's got to be the people that are like, I think this is the right thing and we'll figure it out?
So that's the thing, right? Like I used to think that it was malice, but that was just me wanting to believe that, right? Like to create like a, like a villain type of thing. But really it's not. I don't know if it's a cross between just ignorance and incentives, because think about it, right? Like you want to do what's right, for you personally, for your family, for your close circle, but it just so happens that because the base layer is broken, in some cases, or in many cases, as we see, doing those things actually causes really negative effects in some, out in the real world, as we see with the money printing and, the Cantillon effect and all that good stuff.
So, okay, let's kind of look at, how does it change things moving forward if we were to be on a Bitcoin standard? Let's bypass the idea that there's a gradual shift. Let's just say, I don't know, go 100 years out. How do people look at their lives differently? How do people act differently? How are they better at kind of deciding what to do with their time? What does it look like? Maybe, I don't know, Tip, maybe if you want to.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to mention in the panel. Is I love this topic because it allows for the imagination as well. So I'm just going to work my way through a particular rabbit hole that I'm most excited about. So starting from the beginning, I think Bitcoin creates a world that's anchored in truth because it creates a shared reality that we're all able to work from the same objective information set. Fiat money is like playing Chinese whispers in a foreign language. Like the further you are from the source, the more distorted the message will be for you. And then there's information asymmetry between the people who speak the language and the people who rely on translations. And there's an industry of translators called the finance industry. On the SAT standard, Chinese whispers in a foreign language doesn't exist. The SAT standard, you have a direct conversation with people you are exchanging value with in the same language in real time. There's no translation needed because everything gets measured by the same yardstick. So there's no misinformation, there's no friction, there's no uncertainty and exploitation opportunities. You look at sats per joules per second, value, energy, time, and that's the only metric you'll ever need to understand value from here on out. So this point, this kind of one metric, leads to more empowered decision makers who can now trade with their future self over time and trade with other people across space. And this kind of multi-dimensional consistency allows all of us to be better, smarter capital allocators. On top of that, each of us has now access and are able to directly hold the most valuable, the most scarcest, the highest growing asset in the world by default through sats, which means we increase our capacity to save and allocate some of that wealth into projects and people that we want to back. So the second order effect that I'm most excited about over time is that more and more people will become active investors in the future they want to build, rather than just passive consumers buying things that they're told to buy. And as a result, I think we'll have a more diverse, representative, culturally rich world created by society as a whole. And that's where I'm seeing kind of like 10 years, 50 years, 100 years on out, kind of that picture of what that compounding effect looks like. Whereas today, I think our world is shaped by the views of a privileged few who have the connections and who have the proximity to the money printer. And capital is concentrated in this convoluted pyramid of public institutions and private funds, which is fueled by our tax and pension paying dollars. So we've effectively handed over our capital allocating power to people who don't know what's best for us as individuals, with individual stories, individual needs. But on the SAT standard, I think individuals will have more control, they'll have more certainty, they'll have more security over their wealth, which increases their capacity to experiment and take risks and be creative. And we'll start seeing things from minds of people who have been trapped in fiat poverty. I mean, their perspective has not been heard. Their perspective, their work ethic, their stories will shape our world in ways we've never seen or thought of before. So I think the overarching kind of effect of having money that is based on truth, based on time, based on energy is just the more fulfilling world for each individual. And that's what we're fighting for here. And that's the future of Bitcoin that I'm most excited about. And Brad.
I love that, and I want to latch onto one thing, one little tidbit that you said, where you said that people will be more likely to, if they choose to invest their money, they're more likely to allocate it to something that they actually believe in, and that's completely devoid. The market is devoid of that, right? Like when people are aping into AMC, they don't believe in AMC. They don't believe in GameStop. Like they're not like this. I believe in you and I believe you're going to do great things. It's no, we know that it's a total mistruth. To keep with the topic of truth, they know the valuation of the company is not true. They know that in doing what they're doing, they are manipulating it, but that's okay in the context of everything's manipulated, because that's what they're seeing. Everything's manipulated. You're printing and you're buying everything, and everything is artificially priced. Why can't we do it too? And so we start to see people act out in that way, to a total lack of truth by creating their own. And so in a world where there's a basis of truth, people do start to consider, like, I've got a money that is, there's a limited amount. As long as people are productive, then that technically will purchase me more goods and services. And also, if we have a growing population, then that also benefits me in the long run. So do I want to save my money, or do I really believe in something to the point where I'd like to invest some of my time and capital into it? I think that'll be a refreshing shift. But I mean, I'll haven't heard too much from Richard yet, so I don't know if you want to chime in on anything that's been said so far, what you're thinking.
Yeah, absolutely. And just listening to what Tip was saying, I agree with all that and kind of share that vision, and I think we all do, of this better world built upon Bitcoin, where it somehow provides a more accurate signal, and it allows everyone to more truthfully reflect their what they value and achieve that through economic interaction. And it's something I've been thinking about a lot lately, is this idea of money and Bitcoin specifically as like what we all understand as the best form of money, as a form of measurement, but like what it's actually trying to measure, or what you could potentially measure with it, if it is more truthful and a more accurate form of measurement. And I've sort of been chasing my tail a bit on this, because I keep coming back to the fact that in the end, you can't actually put numbers or measurement on any of this. Like, I've been thinking about this idea of, if we're imagining this better world, like we're imagining a world where economic growth or economic potential is rising, but like, can we actually somehow quantitatively measure that? I think we'd all agree that the current concept of growth is kind of broken, like expressed as GDP, and Jeff's work really speaks to that. It can't really account for this deflationary force of technology. But I think for example, GDP, you can be increasing your GDP whilst at the same time destroying capital. Like, so GDP is a terrible metric. But if you were, and we try and increase GDP in the current system by consuming more, but that's a terrible idea, because it totally misunderstands the trade-off between consuming now versus the potential to consume later, and that's created by saving and then building capital through those savings. So I keep going back to this kind of brick wall where, you know, in economics, value is subjective. Like you just can't really in the end put a number on it. So I think that what Bitcoin, not only would we have to, you know, if we embrace Bitcoin, that allows for a better signal in the market, but I think you would also we have to give up this idea of growth as a metric of like more stuff or higher numbers. Like really it's a qualitative measure, which is, are individuals in the market allowed to truly, you know, express their, you know, exchange and produce in a way that allows them to achieve the highest things on their value scale. And I think Bitcoin plays a really key part in that.
I see Jeff nodding and raising his hand. Did you want to jump in?
Yeah, and it's so much bigger than even what that was, and it's Richard touches on it. When a measure becomes a metric, it ceases to be good, be a good measure. And so when you say when 2% inflation or GDP has to grow by this, it's not a measure anymore; it's a metric, and you're driving it at all costs. And you're distorting money supply to do so. And so if you do that, and the people closest to that, I think 2008, and you encode when the people close to it know that you're going to bail out the system no matter what, because the system would fail spectacularly, you encode corruption into the very system. And the people closest to that know, and that's what capitalism looks like now. Because anybody close to that knows it's a one-way ticket, that they win it, and the taxpayers will always bail them out because they have to, because otherwise you'd have a deflationary depression. And you get to the system that loses all hinge of reality. Inside that system, AMC or anything else, or altcoins, the works, become a whole bunch of ways that people are trying to get out of the system. And they're taking more and more risk and gambling in a system because they don't have the same privileged access as the hedge funds do, or BlackRock does. So they're trying to get out of the system, and they're increasing their risk all the time by doing it. And you have collapses, and they get more and more mad through that. And as they get more and more mad, because a lot of them lose and they get into this, they actually give government more control, or a different government more to control, and they remove individual rights and freedoms. As they stand up and march down the street or break windows, government hires more police to control that. And so it's you take a whole bunch of power, individual rights and freedoms, and you transfer it to government through this action, all caused by this. And what I'd say, and this is a whole big reason for this, the shit coins and everything else. If a system can be controlled by humans, it will be, for sure, because human nature requires it. And because game theory, humans will do that to benefit themselves at the expense of others, or benefit a nation at the expense of other nations. It is what the way system theory would look. It will always look like that. Why Bitcoin is so different. Now ask yourself this, on Richard's conversation. If it's about more jobs, we need more and more jobs, and that's impossible with where we're going with technology, because technology gives us our time back by taking the job, and prices should fall. If we need more jobs, why don't we create a whole bunch of jobs supplying people oxygen masks? People could walk around and give me oxygen right now. Sounds ludicrous, right? It is ludicrous because oxygen's abundant and it's free. And a lot of other things, if you had a standard system, Bitcoin, those prices would fall at a rate so fast that, and that's actually the thing that's so important. When people yell at Bitcoin, a whole bunch of people are fighting Bitcoin and making it stronger in due course. Even the people that are not on Bitcoin benefit by this path, because it reset, because prices come down everywhere, and they can live in a world that doesn't look as manipulated like it does today. And then people say, well, not all prices come down. And eventually all prices come down, because where do you think the entrepreneurs will go? Will they go after the zero margin products like oxygen, or will they go after the highest margin opportunities? And I can tell you, being an entrepreneur, you go after where you can create the most value. And there's the value gain everywhere. And that value gain on a system like this is abundance for all humanity.
I really enjoy when you talk about kind of the juxtaposition of the push towards like a greener, better world that doesn't destroy the environment as much, versus this world that we have to live in that is growth at all costs. And Bitcoin is not a world where it's growth at all costs. It's growth spurred by the inspiration of entrepreneurs that want to build something better, and people actually seeing value in it and not just gambling. And that's a very stark difference from today, because how much trinkety crap do you see at the store, and it's just like, we'll pump this out, or things like planned obsolescence. Does that exist in a Bitcoin world? Can it?
It does. It does. It does by every experiment that entrepreneurs will try to win a market. It absolutely does. And all those experiments, or the resulting ones, a lot of them will fail if they don't provide value. But they all exist until they don't. That's the point. And we choose which ones exist, and we only choose the ones that give us value.
Mm-hmm. So what does this change in terms of where humanity goes? Because previously, like there's a lot of focus on, does it change the quality of focus on, and what types of products and services and endeavors human beings put their capital into, right? Like what would it have changed the past 40 years? Would we have been working on different things? Would we have been quicker to, pull an Elon and be landing rockets straight up on a barge in the ocean? Would things like that have happened sooner? Does that change the trajectory? I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I actually, I kind of think that, I mean, don't get me wrong, right? Like if we look back, it's very difficult to quantify, maybe when we would have had these things happen. But okay, so if we do fast forward though, right? Because we do have Bitcoin now. So okay, so right now we're just a bunch of, it's going to sound corny, but we're just a bunch of humans doing, right? Like there's a whole bunch of needless work. There's a lot of busy work. I mean, there's, red tape in a lot of things where really it's just a whole bunch of, covering your ass type of stuff. So you need a whole bunch of, bureaucracies and people doing all of this busy work. Okay, so instead we maybe start moving because all of these prices go down, because the reality is that the Bitcoin keeps increasing in value, and so people have to actually innovate more in order to get you to separate from your Bitcoin, right? So they kind of have to come up with better quality products, maybe better innovations, stuff like that. So I think we kind of move more to a human being, which is what we're supposed to be, right? Like, we start to experience more. Maybe, it also may sound corny, but maybe we spend more time doing conscious elevation instead of, just material accumulation, so.
Do you think it like, I try to picture a Bitcoin standard and kind of and I don't know if you guys have experienced this as well, but like that my time preference has definitely shifted since being introduced into Bitcoin. I plan for the longer term, and we've kind of seen that with older societies that were on sound money standards. The idea of building something that you'll never see the completion of in your lifetime. Do we get back to stuff like that where there's multi-generational projects, or does that go away? Like, is that just gone, or is that something we can return to?
I definitely think it's something that that we return to, and not only that, but I going back to your original point about what we have missed out on. I think that we've created a lot of technology that has a a very short lifespan, and I think that on a Bitcoin standard, maybe we create technology that has a much longer lifespan, and possibly as a result, maybe we don't need that many generations to going forward to finish these these massive projects, right? Because of the rate of the growth of technology. So I don't know.
Interesting.
I love these high level conversations, right?
Yeah.
Because we can touch these topics, we can touch these topics, and we don't have to be burned by them.
But actually, it is actually some of the most important things, because we're measuring the system from the system. Talking about what the system looks like on the other side that doesn't exist yet is really hard for people. And just about everything. Ben, to your question, I think the easier thing is to ask Bitcoiners how their life has changed. And extrapolate that everywhere, and see what would happen, and I think that's what you would see, and then extrapolate a system where you wouldn't have to work as much if you didn't need to. Prices kept falling everywhere, but you had opportunities to if you wanted to, and there was massive opportunities to make the world better, and you weren't living in this fear-based where you were getting your pocket picked over and over and over, and prices were rising. Imagine the difference, and that would look like, and what would happen in that. Unfortunately, I think if we don't get across this bridge and take humanity across this, I don't think we might end our civilization.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's not a sustainable way of doing things. We already know that.
And so it resets through massive global conflict, or all control in hands of very few.
Well, I'm gunning for the positive outcome.
Me too.
I'm hoping.
That's why we're
and yeah, exactly. Bitcoiners are optimistic. I mean, you have to be, right, to be into Bitcoin. You see a problem being solved. That's why you're here, I imagine. And so, yeah, with that, holy crap, guys, these things are flying by. I'm so sorry. It's already 30 minutes. I got to thank every single one of you. I know that each one of you only got like a short little blip, but I really enjoyed this. There's a reason I kept the final topic panel as this, because I knew it could go some interesting ways. So I really appreciate all of your time. And I'll just end with wishing you guys a very Merry Christmas. Thanks for being here.
Right back at you.
Thanks. You.
Thanks,
Merry
guys.
Christmas. It was a pleasure.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jeff, maybe I'll bring you out for now, but stick around. Somebody in the next panel maybe wanted to ask you a quick question, if you're okay with that.
Sure.
Awesome. All right, everybody. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
And everybody watching, thank you again for rounding out that panel with me. Guess what? That's it for the regular show with the kind of outline with topics, but now it's time for the pleb after party. We're going to get into that just a moment. I'm going to mix myself an old fashioned live on the air and let some other guests do some chatting. And so we'll be back in just a moment. So I'll see you guys soon.
After these messages, we'll be right back. Yeah.
LEDN.io allows you to use your Bitcoin for a variety of different services, including if you're in a pinch and you need dollars, but you don't want to sell your Bitcoin, you can deposit Bitcoin and get a Bitcoin-backed loan with dollars into your bank account within 24 hours. You pay back those dollars, you get back the same amount of Bitcoin. They also have savings accounts for Bitcoin and USDC, and if you're feeling mega bullish, they've got their B2X offering. They also have deals where you can earn $10 for free into your savings. Check them out in the links down below. All right, everybody, we are back, and we're going to get started with this pleb after party. I'm going to turn off these. All right, so we've got a good number of people that are waiting backstage right now, and yeah, so I'm going to start bringing some of them in. Jeff was gracious enough to stick around because we do have a quick question for him, but let's bring in everybody here. So Jeff, welcome back. Thanks for hanging around.
Thank you.
We got Danish. We got Pubby I got him mid scarf toss, believe it or not. We've got Yellow has joined us. I hear it's 4 a.m., so welcome. We've got Justine, we've got Phil, and we've got Mags.
Mid-hair toss there.
Yeah, there you go. Mags, I thought that was a headshot. That's how beautiful your setup was. I was like, did she?
Here, let me rotate to make it more. There we go.
I thought you just brought a 5x8, uploaded it, and that's what we got. But here we are. I am so glad you guys are here. Hey, Pubby, it was you that had a question for Jeff, right?
Yeah. Can you guys
go
hear me?
ahead. You take it first, and then we'll do a round of intros after that. But Pubby, you take it away.
No, because Ben, you brought up a word that I really love. It's called planned obsolescence. Okay, and it's something that's underrated in how things have been created, product-wise, created to break down at a certain period of time to maximize production. And you brought it up earlier, which is good. And Jeff, he's been on Toxic Happy Hour so many times, and I always ask about different deflationary things. I love the charts. The deflationary things right now, obviously, are electronics, TV, cell phones, everything else that comes down. However, the price of the things that are labor intensive, child care, for example, keep going up and up and up. Where's the deflationary side of the human thing?
Yeah. So so how many times we've had this conversation and it's still not grabbing shows how hard this is to understand. So so housing without $185 trillion of stimulus over the last 20 years would have come down in price. And why? Because technology has moved into there as well. It's just not as much. Technology has moved into lumber. If you look at the lumber mills, they're all highly automated, just not as much because you're forcing assets up in price. And so when you're forcing a whole bunch of people to work 2 jobs to be able to live in a system, what do you think happens to healthcare? Or what do you think happens to childcare when there's not enough people to look after the kids because everybody's out there trying to desperately save enough money to be able to pay because their money is getting devalued? That goes up. All of these things would fall in price drastically because your time would come back. But people look at it just electronics because the money is rushing into not things that haven't been totally automated yet to as stores of value and byproducts of that. So just remove $185 trillion of stimulus, or remove what's just happened in the last 2 years from when my book was written, and imagine prices everywhere. And you would see it's everywhere. It's not just in the things you think. It's the things you think is masking what's really happening.
Jeff, I knew the answer already. I only asked because I love you, man. I love you. Let me tell you a quick story on Jeff Booth, man. That dude, I know you did a road trip around the world, and Andrew and I we were doing a Spaces with Greg Foss. I just sent you a link like, hey, Greg Foss is here. Do you want to gate crash? After dinner in Spain, Jeff just jumps in. Yeah, I'm in Spain, guys. How you doing? You are the man of the people, my friend. Thanks for all you do.
Yeah, you know, but this whole group, it's this whole community. I said this to you, I think, last time on your podcast, Pubby. If I had to measure what I got versus what I gave, I'm the winner all day long. And so I love this group, and just huge props to everyone. Thanks.
Awesome. Well,
but Ben, you need a break. You need a break, man.
I'm making my. I already got my sugar cube, and I got my regular bitters and orange bitters in here. I've just peeled a lot my orange, and I'm about to pour a couple shots of Bowmore single malt Scotch whiskey, maturing in first fill bourbon casks.
Is this an ad?
Smoke.
Totally.
Sweetness.
I got to jump, guys. But
Yeah. Thanks, Jeff.
Jeff, good to see you.
Bye,
man.
Jeff.
Love you guys.
Merry Christmas.
Let's do a round of intros because we haven't done that yet. Anders, you take it first. Let people know who you are.
Sure. I'm Anders. I do Toxic Happy Hour with Pubby. We started on YouTube 1.5 years ago, and now Pubby has dragged me into Spaces, which is a lot of fun. Once you realize it, it's actually really, really valuable because you get to speak to a lot of people and get to know them like it's a proper social hangout. And that was the whole spirit we started Toxic Happy Hour with, which it really is, and always should be, that you go into a pub, you have your favorite beverage, and you just talk Bitcoin. And so that's what we're all about. And you got Pubby there, right there on the left of me. But thank you for having me, Ben, on the show. Thanks for having us, and Merry Christmas, everyone. And good to be here again. Thank you.
Yeah, man, I'm glad to have you. And it's been too long since I did a Toxic Happy Hour, although I did get to pop in. I popped in for a little bit the other day. I was glad that you guys invited me. So yeah, thanks for having me. Pubby, I know you were already just chatting with Jeff, but maybe again, a quick intro for yourself would be awesome.
Yeah, I'll just start with a quick story. Just a regular pleb in the space. I saw Anders on a podcast, reached out, we became best friends, man. Decided to have a conversation, turned into a podcast. We just love to talk Bitcoin, man. Bitcoin only. It was great about the panel. I've gotten to know Yellow through the years. Justine still, I think, is part of the show that has the highest ratings ever on toxichappyhour.com, because I think we had like 6 of the Bitcoin ladies on there. And apparently there's a lot of thirsty Bitcoiners that wanted to watch us. And Phil. And now Phil, this is the first time we get to see each other in person, but I always love to, you know what, it's funny, I've had one of his podcasts I had downloaded. I always listen to the podcast, A Boy Named Sue. So yeah, so here we are, just a bunch of, it's perfect. A pleb after party, a plebe after party. Get Preston Pysh up here. It's a plebe after party.
I think so.
No, but love you all, but thanks. Yeah.
Phil, how about a little intro, dude? Good to see you, by the way. I think I unmuted. There we go.
Yeah, I'm using this thing.
It wasn't working before, so I killed it.
All right. Well, I'm not gonna use that thing. Hey, what is up? I'm Phil Gibson. I'm just a Bitcoiner on the internet. I saw Richard James in the chat, and August of 2020, I put out a Bitcoin song just because after the crash of 2020, I was just like, oh my God, how is this shit so broken? And so I tried to, just listen to a bunch of podcasts and then write some more books and just kind of put it all into like that song. But Richard and I collaborated on what that music video was, which was super fun. And then Biko Yanowski did the artwork for it, which is like a cartoon Federal Reserve monster thing. And it's got a giant Bitcoin orange comet like flying right in front of his face. And it looks petrified, like, but yeah, that's what I'm about. And other than that, I just fiat mine remotely. And I'm in Austin, so I feel very, very fortunate to hit up the meetup at Unchained Capital and run into Justine every now and then when she comes into town. Hopefully she moves here, but maybe not. But yeah, that's what I'm all about. So yeah, Merry Christmas, I guess.
Yeah, Merry Christmas. Glad to have you back. And I guess you perfectly segued into Justine. Justine, it's been a while.
That was a really good intro. I don't have to say anything now, right? That was perfect. Justine.
Justine is responsible for making Mrs. Sue, or Miss Sue, MSPSEU on Twitter. So she's responsible. She did a wonderful job.
I totally did some photo editing to make you look like a girl, and one of my proudest moments really on Twitter, to be honest. But yes, I ship post on Twitter under Miss Hoddle when I'm not doing that and trying to be somewhat serious. I'm the VP of Concierge at Unchained Capital, where I get to help people hold private keys. One of the most comical parts is that, you know, people say that Bitcoin custody is way too hard for most people. I want you to know that half of our calls are helping people turn on their Zoom camera before teaching them how to hold their Bitcoin keys. So I say bullshit to that. Everybody is capable to holding their own keys. So yeah, just happy to be here. I love the shirt, Ben. We're kind of matching, and just excited to be here with everybody. Merry Christmas. And yeah,
you low key said it to me before. You said, I'll wear my ho ho hodl. Of course, I went and snagged mine upstairs too. So
love it. Yes. So glad to be here. Love all you guys. Some of my favorite people in this room. So yeah, just excited to be here. Cheers to all.
Cheers, indeed. Yellow, you're joining us from the metaverse, it appears. How are you? I think you're muted right now. Also, probably no, you're talking, but there you oh wait, Yellow, something is happening. It's exciting. Hold on. Oh my god.
You don't know who I am.
I do know.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
I'm Yellow. I do memes. I see posts, and I'm happy again to be back. I think the scarf pump, together with the prophecy, is already working. There's no coincidence in the space, so we can say it like we're having like a over 51K. We're seeing 58K gun coming at us again, and I'm getting ready, man. I'm getting ready for that battle.
I'm excited to have you here, man. I hear it's very early in the morning there, or like middle of the night, whatever you would prefer to say. But
It's
you're
like
a trooper.
4:30 in the morning, yeah.
Jesus Christ. Dude. Well, I mean, you are a trooper, and I did come to Greece to get into the same time zone as you to make sure that you had a reasonably timed show last time. So it's your turn.
I gotta say, everything I've learned from TA comes from that man right there. Thank you, Yellow.
That's true. That's true. He's got the best TA in the game.
Yeah, it's going up.
Megs, good to see you with your headshot.
Hey guys, happy holidays. You gotta look profesh, sort of.
It's perfection. You should do
Thank you.
Twitter Spaces on how to achieve that, because we all could use some assistance.
But in the Twitter Spaces, you can't see anything. Then it used to be
I know. I was just trying to, piggyback off of Pubby's and Danish's.
Happy to do that. There's some. Actually, it's hilarious because we just recently got these tools. Like there's apps that you can just like instantly beautify yourself, and I made my Twitter profile like a lot cooler with a Bitcoin orange. But then it's fun too because then you do the male, female. So now I see how you guys did all that magic of like sailor, the woman, etc.
Yeah.
And look at all these ladies.
Who were the hot ones? Odell was like a smoke show, and. So that was an unfortunate thing to see with my eyeballs.
Can I tell a quick story after the introduction here?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'll do a very quick intro. So I'm Meg. I've been around the block. Haha. No. So I helped launch Bitcoin funds. Then I got into Bitcoin mining, and now I reside as the vice president of business development at CoinKite. We make the cold card wallet and the amazing block clock, among other things.
Mags, you are the hire of the fucking year. I was so excited to hear that you were at CoinKite.
So
that's so awesome. Yeah.
And I'm happy I get to work with awesome people like Justine. What do you got there, sir?
Right. Oh, I was going to say, I think I own every CoinKite item there is. I think it's
nice.
And part of it was I did my cold card video back in the day. And then
awesome.
Rodolfo was like, hey, we're doing like a little referral, like a pilot. I don't even think it's out of beta. It's just like
you might have been one of the initial ones. Yeah. Well, we got some stuff coming in 2022.
Because every time, because it builds up, because people are like, they get 5% when they go there, and then I think I get something, and then I go.
You get
Yeah, and then I go and I look and I'm like, oh, I some money built up. Maybe I can buy some coin shit. And then I'm like, I literally own everything on this fucking website like 10 times over, which I'm not complaining about at all. It's all awesome shit. But I'm gonna be excited for next time when I log in and I get to see new things to buy because I'll obviously buy the shit out of them. So
this year I didn't have time, but I want all the open dimes, and I want them to decorate a Christmas tree for next year.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that'd be incredible.
All right, there was a story, sorry, go ahead.
Pubby, take it away, because there is literally no flow to this or anything. I don't give a shit. This is Daddy's having a drink now, so this is my Pubby. You go.
Daddy, have a drink.
Yeah.
The rest of us can look, man. We got a boy named Sue down here. We got Anders. We got Yellow. We got the lovely ladies that are just hanging out, spitting fire. Let me tell you something. What's interesting, if this is a true pleb/plebe party, you need to have a backdoor entrance into sometimes what goes on behind the scenes. Because I want to hear your behind the scenes story, Ben. I know you
said backdoor.
Yeah. Yes, backdoor.
Yes, that's for you.
You
just said it.
Yes, I know. Just for you. Because
you're great.
Yellow's great. I'm
Hey!
going to jump on my phone here in 5 minutes, Yellow, and find 5,000 banana bread texts. You'll see it. But I will say this. What was funny when you start this, anyone that comes into this space and you want to do something new, hey, I got a great idea. I'm going to start a podcast. I'm going to do something original. You start a podcast, you reach out. Here's the beautiful thing about Bitcoiners. When you reach out to them, they respond. When I met Anders, that dude was like king of the world. Still is. And look at him now, still king of the world. But what happened was we said, hey, let's start this podcast where you can have people just show up and hang out like it's a pub. We sent out text to American Hodl, shows up. HODLNut shows up. All these people that have no reason to show up, they show up. And it's part of the reason I love Bitcoiners so much. It wasn't about the financial gain. It's about the fact that they wanted to promote Bitcoin. That's why I love Jeff Booth, Greg Foss. Do you think those guys need to be here? No. But the funny story is this one. Pierre Rochard. Hey, Pierre, want to come on the show? He has no idea who we are. Yeah, man, I'll be there.
That's, yeah.
So 10 minutes before the show, Andrew sends out this link. Pierre shows up. Let me back up a little bit here. 10 minutes before that, I get a text from Preston Pysh. Hey man, I want a gate crash. I see Pierre's coming on. Can a gate crash? Of course you can. So I'm trying to wake up Anders is in LA. This is what goes on behind the scenes. You're in like 5 different time zones. You're waking people up from around the world. Pierre shows up, and I'm looking around. I'm like, what the fuck is that green thing, dude? You got a green cape on. What's going on here? He says, wait, you guys don't do a green screen? I said, no. What the fuck's a green screen, dude? No, man. It's me and my buddy on cell phones talking across the world about Bitcoin. And that's the Bitcoin ethos, man. That truly is. So, yeah, before you go on stage, they got to rip down the green screen. Preston comes up, he ruins the whole show, and here we are.
I love how accessible everybody is. Like, it's still, like, if you've ever wondered if we're early, like, just shoot some Bitcoiner that you've been following for a while a DM, be like, yo, you come on my podcast that I started right now and I've never done anything else. And they're like, yeah, sure. See you in a minute.
I feel like you could get El Presidente. I know it. You can get him one of these days. Yeah.
I was tweeting him before this.
That was last minute, but yeah, I think you can next time.
It was a bit last minute. I just took a screenshot of the guest list and I tweeted the equivalent of like, you up? Like, but didn't pan out. But next time, I planted the seed, I think. So we'll see.
That's the real time value of Bitcoin. Bitcoiners just are fortunate to have so much fucking time on their hands. They don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, that's the nice thing. I've got to say, like, since making the shift into all Bitcoin, but also like gradually kind of doing my own thing, it has opened up. Like, I definitely get to dictate how I set out my time now. Obviously, I love doing this, but also I get to be like, oh, I can do it from anywhere, and then I can also, like, go places with my family, and like, if I want to do a video at night or some odd time, it just really doesn't matter. So it definitely has changed my time allocation for the better. I definitely think.
We also almost sometimes kind of work 24/7.
Yeah.
I was just thinking that. Thank you. I was like, oh, you guys have free time? When does that happen?
Weekend?
But we get to choose how we spend our time. But yeah, I think it definitely, I get buried sometimes. I'm sure many can relate. Yeah. But yeah, sometimes I'm like, what day is it? Is it daylight? I don't know. But yeah, wouldn't want it any other way, for sure.
Yeah. Before we continue on here, I gotta give the biggest shout out to an absolute saint of a woman that has helped me through this evening. Bitcoin Frankie. If you should follow her on Twitter. Bitcoin at Bitcoin Frankie, FRANKIEE. And she's been backstage the whole time, wrangling guests, helping Peter McCormack figure out how technology works, all of the great things. She's just helping out.
Did she explain an XPub to him finally? Did it finally happen?
She may have.
Is she helping him set up a football club now?
Yeah, poor Peter. He's so impossibly British and,
I love Peter.
Like not punctual or like dumb. He must, for him to put out his podcast, he must have just a team of absolute incredible people. Because like he definitely marches to the beat of his own drum, as I've learned from, like, I'd say 4 out of 5 failed attempts at having him on my show, and he's there, but it's just there's always shit not working. So Peter, thank you for mostly being here tonight.
His poor brother.
Yeah.
Also, Ben Prentice.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Ben Prentice is fantastic, and again, also another great hire. What's new with you guys? What are you thinking? Like, end of the year, we're like just over 51K. I mean, we've been sitting in the 40s all month. It's like kind of the opposite of what a lot of Bitcoiners expected, but at the same time, it's not like the bottom dropped out of this thing and we're just like, like balls deep in another bear market either. So it's like, it's just kind of sideways crabbed, and everybody's kind of not sure what to think, because we've never had, if it continues as a bull market next year, we've never had like an extended bull market spill over into a new calendar year, right? Like the first 2013 was November, 2017 was December. This would be kind of the
Okay. Ben, he's too
remember?
He's too polite to interrupt. A Scandinavian guy is like worse than a Canadian guy. Oh, I'm sorry.
You gotta actually speak there.
Listen.
Hold on. I need to know what's with the scarves, and is that going to be the first merch that y'all put out?
Oh, that's a good idea. But now
you guys don't have scarves. You need scarves.
No, we haven't gone commercial yet, but I think we need to, because we spent like more than 10 hours a week or something doing this, and we're running at a deficit because we have zero income. We got different expenses. Anyways,
well, the scarf must be through the roof,
things.
Right?
You have a Coinicarus distribution.
I just want to answer your question, Ben, because remember, I was on your channel October 2020, and I said the top would be likely in Q1 next year, 2022. I said 200,000 in 2022, but I since changed my target. I got more bullish when they were going like this beginning of this year, but I reasoned why that would be, and that's because of the deceleration of the stock to flow, inverted inflation rate, whatever. So let's see. But I think, yeah, the 2022 might turn out to be the new 2017. I think we're in for like a great party in Q1 and probably the whole year. I think Willy Woo is right about this is not going to be a clear 4-year cycle anymore because the sell pressure from miners just has really dropped because I think someone mentioned on your previous or it was you, CryptoMax, that because they're so well financed, they don't have to sell anymore. They are now starting to do the Michael Saylor, and because of that, the sell pressure really is from OGs that mined 10.5 million Bitcoin when there was like 100 miners in the world, the first 3 years of Bitcoin, and gamblers, right? Traders. So we might do shorter cycles. You could argue this is the third leg actually, because there was one in the summer of 19 as well, after which we fell down. So anyways, yeah, I think 2022 is going to be phenomenal, and we don't know what it's going to look like yet, but there will never be a 12-month bear market again. I'll take that bet any day.
I subscribe.
Go, Megs.
Okay, I subscribe to the saying, the secret to happiness in life is low expectations. So I ain't going to expect 100K, not even 58K, just I'm going to be happy with low expectation.
Cheers to Crypto
I mean,
Max.
Cheers to like Bitcoin being dead at 46,000, right? Like where
I know,
were we a year
right?
ago, right? Like it's dead at 46K. Okay, like this is my
Nailed it.
mentality. It's like, oh, Bitcoin's
Yeah.
dead again, and now the
I-
floor is 46K. Cool. Okay.
I remember
We're
listening
so
to
depressed.
they had a Swann lounge right around this time last year, and I remember hearing who was it? I think it was
Tina.
no, it wasn't Tina. No. It was it Brand? No, it wasn't Brandon. Who am I thinking of? Brady. It was Brady. And he was like, woo, like as we just surpassed the all-time high, the previous all-time high this time last year. And like to put it in perspective, like there's many Bitcoiners that are disappointed, quote unquote, disappointed by being at like 50K right now for end of the year. And I mean, I get it in the context of what we know Bitcoin is capable of, but at the same time, like in the context of basically anything else, you fucking nailed it. So like, I'm with Mags. Let's all be happy. And what are you gonna do? You're not gonna sell it. You know the value here. You're just gonna, just lower your time preference, pour a drink, sit back and enjoy the show. I think. Like there you go, Yellow. Exactly.
Take care of your goats. How are your goats, Justine?
They're good. They're good. We've been sort of I'm contemplating perhaps a move out of California. And so here the last few months, I know I shouldn't say too much.
Good for you.
But the next, it's been sort of trying to figure out where to go. And it's comical that every place I'm like, but do you allow goats? This is a constant question. And what I found is some realtors are really thrown by that. They're like what? I'm like a little cute, like a dog, but goats good. So yeah, they're good though. Thank you.
There's farms in Texas, right? They're just a ton of land.
I know.
Nothing
It's
on
hot
it.
there, Phil. There's humidity and stuff.
Justine, what's the tax rate on that? What kind of savings do you get by having some goats?
I don't get any tax savings. They just cost me money, but they're super cute. So
Do you eat goat cheese?
They're your composters.
Yeah.
They eat the grass and they take care
Eat
of
everything.
weeds.
No. Do you
Yeah,
eat
but
the
no,
goat cheese?
Yeah.
They're boys, so they don't produce milk. So
you shouldn't have told them that, and you should have invited them
I
over
know.
to help out.
Yeah, but yeah, I was gonna say on the price actions, it's always comical. Like I feel like I feel still new to the space, but it's always comical when we go in sort of a sideways action and Bitcoin Twitter like turns on itself, and it's some sort of weird, like if the price isn't going up, even if it's at a price that we should all be super thankful for, like we just start eating each other, and it's just funny
I feel
at
like
this point. But I think
I hadn't noticed.
Right now is such a like vitriol is spreading to everything. Like Web3 is like the enemy because we're so bored and irritated and locked down, etc.
I've got to say though that Jack going fucking off the wall was like, I feel like that was a unifying experience amongst Bitcoiners.
It was
because
brilliant.
we're we've been at each other's throats for the past few months, and then Jack like kicks open the fucking door and tears shit up.
Yeah,
like, yeah, Jack, let's fucking go.
You
like
can't fire me,
everybody,
I quit. Jack is the best Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, and if anybody had any doubt of like who the person versus like the corporate control and his lack of control over Twitter, well, I mean, he kind of stomped all over that in the past few days.
I got to jump in here. Did you retweet? Did you retweet my tweet earlier about Jack?
No, I didn't see it.
Bring it up on stage, man. Bring that shit on stage from today.
So in the meantime,
I think
that's coming on. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
No.
Those guys have been interrupt here themselves.
Wait, hold on.
So my question is, like, is he trying to get banned off the platform he created? And like, if he gets banned, how many Bitcoiners would leave? And is he doing that so once he makes Blue Sky or whatever, he's got even more demand?
Is this the one, Pubby?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I think you found it.
There we go.
Am I wrong?
Okay, excellent meme. Should I orally read it now for the people that will...
or anally, whatever.
Yeah,
whatever you got to do, man.
Let's anally read this one.
After party.
Toxic happy hour.
This being for the audio only crowd, I shall read this anally. It's the Kirsten Dunst and Spider-Man kind of. Tell me the truth. I'm ready to hear it. You don't own Web3. The VCs and their LPs do. It will never escape their incentives. And then she begins to cry. And then Danish loved it. So there you go. Memes read aloud. Who loves anything more than that? Yeah, no, that's great. I love it. I think it's
quick
fantastic.
question for Yellow. I want to hear how the Red Bull tastes with the Havana.
Yes.
It's good. It's good, man. The Red Bull also has a little bit of whiskey inside now, so it's working.
I was gonna also before I stop sharing my screen, I was just gonna say I got room for an extra pleb, and I tweeted it. So maybe if the panel off to the side at some point wants to take a look and nominate a random pleb to just come in and chill with us.
Oh, there's choices.
There's many.
What happened?
Let's choose live on air.
In here.
What happened to FU Greg? Where's FU Greg? I was expecting.
Yeah, what happened to? I wanted to wish him a happy FU.
He unfortunately is feeling under the weather, so he couldn't make it. He wished everybody the best, and I told him to fuck off. But he's hopefully faring well. So I want to do something though. I'll scroll, and you guys tell me. There's a few responses here. We're gonna pick a random pleb to come up with us and hang out.
I nominate BTC Manhattan. If he's here.
I would love that.
I'm throwing that one in, but
Only if he's drinking a
I
Manhattan.
chose quickly. I did not scroll, so somebody else can.
Okay. Well, too bad. I already
can
messaged
vote if
him.
they see
So.
somebody else do.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
he's there. He's around. Okay, let's
Is he?
fucking do. Oh,
No,
wow. you guys
that's
are quick.
me. That's me typing.
Oh,
to
I
him.
see. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll.
Jay Leno would never do this.
Somebody was asking if this was Mags sober because she's so funny. Like, this is Mags all the time. This is why, like, nobody can dislike you, which is why I love you. You're just like so
Smiley.
genuinely nice and intelligent and fun. And yes, like whoever asked that, I forgot where it went. But this is how she is all the time.
Thanks. Yeah, my boss isn't too happy with how nice I am. He's like, you're gonna have to get more toxins than this.
Yeah, you gotta tear some people apart. There has been some animosity in the hardware wallet industry.
Oh.
I mean, let's be fair. MBK is no stranger to stirring the pot.
Bitcoiners fight each other.
Yeah.
Well, I will say one thing.
way.
So here's who loses. It's like the plebs and the beginners lose because they see hardware wallets slinging this and that at each other, and it just kind of makes them question like, what's secure? Oh my God, like, is this really secure? And they don't know kind of like the more technical details. So then they're just like, oh, I don't even know if I want to do this, right? And I think I'd rather just not, I'd rather put the drama aside personally, because then everybody loses because they all think that everything's insecure. So that's what I think.
Other than buying a cold card, how do they win? Just to like navigate through all like the BS and just being brand new and being petrified, like my Bitcoin's gonna disappear if I don't pull it off in exchange. So like, how do they navigate to quote unquote truth, I guess?
Yeah. It's tough because part of me, I like the adversarial nature of Bitcoin because it gets down to the truth of what's real. It gets down to, what is actually secure and like what can be improved. And like part of that, like, picking out pain points and saying, this is a vulnerability. It's kind of like the nature of like free and open source software as well. But to your point, as an outsider looking in, you get that analysis paralysis where it's like, I want to self-custody. And then you go and you're like, holy fuck, I have no idea what to get. And then you get nothing. And imperfect security is still orders of magnitude better than no security at all, right?
Yeah, like a hardware wallet is way better than no hardware wallet. So 100%. And there's great folks out there helping handhold, like Unchained is one of them. We recently partnered with Bull Bitcoin on custody, and you can actually call in and ask questions on custody. So, we're helping people get there in different ways. But back to the point where like you get security researchers who want to like splashy, news articles, and it's like the most obscure like way to hack into, let's say, even like a hardware wallet that nobody is like, oh, look at this gotcha vulnerability, and it's like barely a vulnerability, but it makes the news because they want to feel like their life's work is important, and then everybody loses.
Yeah.
Right. So just way better to get a hardware wallet, any hardware wallet.
Exactly.
Like get a ledger is better than nothing, right? Like.
Yeah, it's 100%. Hey, guys, I got to bring somebody in. He came. Manhattan is here. Here he goes. Welcome, man. How's it going? It's been a while since Miami.
I know. It feels so great to be among all people. It's just it's been a while, and I just been bored with work and fiat mining, this kind of stuff. It's fantastic. Great to be here.
I'm glad to have you here. We're chatting about the hardware wars, everybody snipping at each other over semantics,
over air gaps.
over air gaps. Hey, I really do. I've got to say, I enjoy air gaps. I enjoy the QR stuff. I enjoy honestly anybody building anything that's going to be some sort of an experiment in custody. I'm down for it because I just want to try everything. So it is what it is. But at the end of the day, something is better than nothing. Yeah. So
I think it's just important to teach people about trade-offs, right? Like I think that's one thing that people in the space love them. Sometimes don't zoom out and think about trade-offs. And while yes, running Bitcoin Core on your own node and running a cold, having a cold card that you've got like geographically separated all over the world, that is the most secure way you can do it. Is grandma going to do that right off the bat? Probably not. So let's get grandma off Coinbase, right? Like, let's take those steps. Let's, it's okay to take steps, but I think people should know the trade-offs. That's what's important is yes, you can choose these things. You can take those stepping stones, and here are the trade-offs with it. Because there are times, and I shouldn't say this, I've been drinking slightly, so don't record this, right? But there are times where at Unchained, I'll have somebody show up who's a complete noob. They've never touched a Bitcoin key before. They have no idea how this works. And they show up with 2 cold cards they're terrified to use. And they're like, Twitter said I should use these. And I'm like, okay. So are you good for like 3 hours then? Because there's absolutely no way that we're getting you all set and confident, you know? So sometimes it's just like, I get it. I want you, but you need to be confident, right? The last thing we want someone to do is be terrified of it and then like throw it in a drawer and never use it and like completely, you know, defeat the purpose. So I think it is about trade-offs. I'm a huge cold card fan. But I do sort of, on one hand, I like the keeping everybody honest. I think it makes us all work a little harder. It makes us produce better things, but also totally am a big believer of like, it's okay. Bitcoin's a journey. Take the first step. You know, like it's totally okay to not be at the most secure your first step. So I agree, but I also, yes, I love keeping everybody honest too.
I just want BTC sessions to get hammered tonight. Okay, let him go.
Go faster, guys.
Let him go.
Happening, man.
I mean, this is some good
throw,
whiskey. I'm enjoying this, so
I'm
might have a few.
I'm gonna hijack this Danish go, and then Phil. But yeah, hey BTC, you ran a fucking brilliant show today, my friend. Go.
Thank you.
Danish, and then Phil. Let's keep this going. And watch BTC.
Are you the designated co-host? Is that what this is?
He might be, which is ironic. I don't like. Let's have a Pubby rug pull here.
Yeah.
No,
can I just get everyone to smile for a second? I want to do like a selfie with you guys.
I love
Thank
that
you.
we're streaming a selfie.
I'm on PDC sessions. Let's go.
You've heard of streaming sats. You'll love streaming selfie.
You know, you could have just did like a screenshot.
Whoa.
Look, I'm above 40. I'm not afraid to admit it. So Pubby and I, we are the boomers of. Well, I mean, also great Foss, I guess. But
this is becoming a trend because I'm going to do it too, just because I thought that was a beautiful moment.
Yes.
There we go. It's what is happening? Yeah, that was fantastic. Anyways, you guys, you felt like you were on a mission, so I don't know. Do your damage, Pubby. Anders.
Yeah. Oh, fuck, not my damage. Hey, you take a break, man. Because guess what? I'm looking at everyone on the stage here, and do you know what I realized? These are some fucking brilliant Bitcoiners, man. These are some brilliant Bitcoiners, man.
I was just passing by, you know.
Yeah. Oh, hey.
You're brilliant, Manhattan.
Thank you, Pubby.
I'm really just happy to be among.
I am also.
Some of you I had the opportunity to meet in person, some still not, but that's the beauty of Twitter. You know, it seems that I know each of you very closely. I follow all of you on Twitter, and it seems that we kind of know you, you know, intimately. It's amazing.
Intimately. Whoa.
I like that. It did feel intimate.
We said you won't disclose those DMs, Sarah.
But that's actually the thing that I find is like, so we hang out on Twitter, we shit post, we like do replies to each other, and then when we see each other at conferences, it's like we knew each other already, which is kind of neat. And then you just hang out and drink. It's like I already know what you're about, which is awesome.
Yeah. I find sometimes it's hard because I don't realize I haven't met someone in real life, and now I'm like, wait, is this our first meeting? Like, are you sure? Because it just feels like you know someone. So Twitter's awesome for that reason. And didn't Danish and Pubby, you guys had been doing this podcast for ages, and you just met recently at it Bitcoin 2021 or BitBlock Boom? I forget which one.
So we've been talking Bitcoin for weeks since I believe pretty much the bottom of that bear market, December 16th, 2018. And we didn't meet until Miami in June last year, and it was awesome to finally meet my very close friend Pubby, and I can't wait to meet hopefully all of you in Miami April 6 to 9 next year Bitcoin conference.
Very important date, 6 to 9.
Sorry, and I'm sure BTC Sessions you have an affiliate code, so I just want to lay it up to you.
I do, as a matter of fact.
One that
I will not mention Toxic 22 as a shill.
That's true. You can. Well, I don't even know what mine is. It's like BT. What is it? B.tc/conference. Use
don't even
code
care.
BTC Sessions for 5% off.
That's too hard.
If you're
Okay.
a Bitcoiner and you should try and make it to Miami and Yellow, I really hope you make it this year instead of going to Ohio. But make it to Miami. It was one of the best weekends of my life to hang out with like-minded people that have aligned values that want to improve the situation for humanity, which sound money will do. And Bitcoin has already won. So it's game over. Let's party. Come to Miami in April.
I just want to jump in real quick to tell the story the first time I met BTC Session. BTC Ben. Listen, Angela, we haven't, you meet on the phone and you talk, and then all of a sudden you come up with this little stupid podcast and you decide you're going to meet in Miami. Go to Miami, you show up at the hotel. I don't even get a chance to get into the room. I'm there. I'm meeting Anders. I got there Gigi that is there to meet me and say hello. I don't even know who the fuck he is. Gigi, what's up, dude? That's what I said, because he says, Pubby, don't you recognize me? I said, no. Because when you showed up on our show, you're fucking anonymous, man. I have no clue who you are. It's me,
Green
Gigi.
blob.
Follow the sound of my voice. Follow the sound of my Austrian.
Green blob. But I'll tell you what. Yeah. So BTC Ben shows up. The next day we go down, and Benny will admit, man, that was a total fucking clown show.
Did you recognize Ben?
Try to get in. Try to get
The
in.
guy with the
Boom.
hair.
Yeah, the hair. What's the story with the hair, Ben? Is it like your shtick?
It's a thing.
Is it a part of breakdancing and you
Okay.
couldn't let go?
Yeah. Here. I'm gonna
Are
mention
you Vanilla
Pubby.
Ice BTC Sessions? Are
I
you Vanilla
am.
Ice?
I am the Vanilla Ice of Bitcoin. I think I take that. Ori is the Kid Rock. Who is the other one? Oh yeah, and Tina is
Lewis Black.
Lewis Black. I like those personas. I'll take it. I'll take Vanilla Ice. Pubby, you were saying there was a guy who what's his Twitter handle? Mr. Roboto something. Anyways, he was local to Miami, and I was like, yo, come on down. And he was like, are you fucking serious? Because like at the time, what were tickets going for? Like just prior to the event, weren't they like they're $1,000?
Probably $1,000.
1,000 plus. Yeah.
Yeah. So I got them when they were like $20 or something. So I bought two, not knowing I was going to be a speaker. And then once I was a speaker, they're like, here's a little badge thing. And so I was like, oh yeah, if you want a ticket, just come down. And the guy's like, holy shit, that's amazing. So he drove in and then he got there, like thank God he was a keener, because he got there at like 7 a.m. and I can't remember when the gates opened, but it was like maybe 9 or something. So he was there super early, and he actually was like relatively close to the front of the line. So I waited with him to get in, and then sent him on his merry little way, and hopefully he had a good time. But yeah, it was. And then I got to see you guys in line. You guys were like, you came along and you had a little, did you segue into line with us, or?
I didn't segue. I just jumped into the line with you, man. I just jumped into the line. There was no segue around it. And that was hey, this is the first time. Also, this is the first time I met Justine. Same day, man.
Yeah.
That was quite a day. I was sneaking people through. I shouldn't admit that publicly, but when the lines were insane, I was like, we had a booth, right? So when I went through, I was like, oh, we have a booth. And they're like, oh, okay. That seems right. Okay, fine. And so then I just kept going back out and bringing more people in and being like, they're on our team, they're on a booth. And they're like, damn, Unchained team is like really big. But mostly it was like people who were, like they were, I shouldn't say that. But yeah, I was definitely sneaking people in.
You were already Unchained June this year?
Yeah, I started with Unchained in January, actually. Kind of as temporary. It was official in March was when it was publicly announced. But yeah.
You met Django?
And definitely Say what?
Django, I believe Django is the founder, isn't he? Django Unchained, isn't that?
What?
No. Okay, then forget it.
Sorry, I was like, I'm not understanding the boomer joke, Danish. Okay, you gotta like spell it out for me.
We have a different level of humor, and I'm not saying it's better. I'm not.
We should just pass it off to Yellow. Also, Yellow, did you just have up your background? That was is that Denver Bitcoin's room?
Yeah, man, I started mining.
I
and,
thought it was his.
It does look like his, yeah.
Oh,
I started
That's
mining,
not
actually.
creepy.
I started actually mining, and you can ask me anything. I'm an expert now.
Do you immerse your miners?
I don't know what kind of question that is.
He immerses them in
I
banana
have no
bread.
idea what that means.
Banana oil.
So, Pubby, can you tell us about the prophecy? Because last time you were on, it was a long time. It would have been I was still in Greece then. It would have been in August. And so there might be some people watching. They don't know. They're not familiar with the prophecy.
What is the prophecy?
Would you like to fill them in?
Yellow.
Pubby.
Do it. Yeah, you said Pubby first there, BTC. Yeah, Yellow.
I think where is it? There it is. Okay. I have the perfect background for this. Okay. So it's been foretold by the CEO of Bitcoin that like when my account when the fucking yellow puppet came back on Twitter, we were around 29K, and everybody was saying like we were gonna drop, and I'm taking full credit. My coming back on Twitter changed the market, so that's basically the meme. But it's also like the meme is about like also I'm explaining the meme, which makes it null now, but like fuck it. Basically, like it's making also all the TA experts making fun of all the TA experts, like right, like with their signaling and like going back, deleting their tweets that they weren't right, like keeping the ones that they were like correct. Like we all know the stuff that they do, and in the end it goes up. Like you don't have to be like an expert to know that in the end it goes up. What I wanted to say is that even for Bitcoin, that goes even for Bitcoin, man, like enjoy also the sideways. Like we should take like a little bit of time to regroup mentally and spend a little bit of time with my families. Like enjoy the sideways, man, because like that's the fuel that's gonna be like center you for the good times.
Yeah,
that are coming, right?
So you're saying that a sideways Christmas is a blessing?
Yeah, man, it is. It really is. You can stack more also.
Yeah. I got to say, if we were hitting like all time, like 2017, I was stressed as fuck for Christmas. Like it was all time highs. It like, I think we hit the all time high on like the 17th, but it was not like a relaxing moment in time. It was like, I was constantly on edge. Funny enough, like I was at that point in my life, I was better off than I'd ever been. And I'm constantly on edge because I'm like, oh fuck, is this it? Is this it? Is this like the best it's ever gonna be? And so
yeah, I think we're talking about that, like in the bear market or in sideways. Like there's one or two things that you can do. Like you can stack, and you don't have to worry about anything else, right? Like you just like have to stack. That's it, and do whatever content like you do, like here, right? But like when the craziness happened and the bull starts to run, like you're always in the screen checking and like I don't know.
I gotta jump in there. Yellow, is that like a crushed Red Bull can in your avatar? Yes. What the fuck, dude?
I'm drinking Red Bull.
Hey, it's 4 a.m. and he's drinking Red Bull with whiskey to hang out with all of us. Can we all just acknowledge like the production quality that happens for Yellow to do these things just completely blows my mind. Like I have a hard enough time pushing mute
parabolic
and
every time, like a little upgrade,
and like he's like doing a full production over here with like planned backgrounds and music.
It's pretty amazing.
Yellow is always on a different level than the rest of us. I know this.
I have to say, for any Bitcoiners that were kind of upset about not going all-time high, we kind of got a Christmas present relief of like 51, if that matters. But I don't know if anyone was still sweating that we were in the 40s up until like noon today.
51, yeah.
51.
That's good, man. We have 58K on top
7
of us.
more. 7,000 more.
It's funny because I was like the 58K gang memes. I wasn't like, I thought it was funny, but like not that funny. But the more I was like, fucking 58K, fuck. And then you're like, actually, this is pretty funny, especially when you like drop well below it and then return. To
Yeah, I really
like,
missed 58K gang.
Like,
Well, it's like the new. It's over 9,000, right? Like it's it's the new.
Yeah,
it's
just
the
add
new,
one
like,
more zero.
level of where we're trolling about it.
Yeah, let's face it. The 58K gang by Dennis M. Sad. He's the ringleader. Obviously, he single-handedly broke the floor model from Plan B. It's his fault.
Also, can we appreciate how amazing it is that 58K gang, the meme, actually picked a price point that would be like hit multiple times over and over to the ire of every Bitcoiner in existence. Whoever decided the price point for that meme was either incredibly lucky or better at TA than yellow here.
Yeah,
It's
it's probably the 200 days moving average of Bitcoin.
Maybe.
Right.
Very possible. They looked and they were like, well, 58 sits near this 58 200-day moving average for an extended period of time. Probably pretty safe, annoying meme group to start. And they were very correct.
57, not enough. 59 should be 69. So, we're reaching a low there, but 58 Goldilocks.
Excited for 69,420 though.
Right?
Oh, we were so close. But
We didn't reach 9420. I think that's the next bear.
I think it was like barely, almost.
It was close.
I have a programmed buy order on Cash App for $69.42 at 69,420. So I'm very happy.
There you go.
Maybe on BISC.
That's going to be the wall to break through.
Seems fitting. Seems like a fitting wall.
And if everyone else puts in orders like that, maybe that's our new floor.
I think we're gonna blow through it though, because everyone's gonna wanna, like, everyone's setting a buy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Well, actually, no. Sorry. Would it?
But once we are above it, everyone
You will
sets a
get
limit on
blown
buy.
through 69.
Thank you, Ben, for making that joke because I thought it and I was like, giggle.
Justine, this is the pleb after party. Like, pleasantries aside, just go for it.
I won't say I'll be disappointed, but this is my first quote unquote bear market to experience, just because after this time after happening or whatever, I wasn't even like adjacent to what was happening in Bitcoin in 2017, and so I'm just curious. Like, I will be content if we do like a little staircase thingy up our way to 100K if it's in spring or whatever. But yeah, and I'm not let down, but I'm just also kind of like at peace with everything.
Yeah, you're not mad. You're disappointed.
Yeah.
I love that one.
I didn't have any expectations.
Yeah.
Don't stop believing.
Secret to happiness.
I like to think that in a 2-3 year period from now, you're gonna be looking at the prices back then, and you're gonna see, oh my god, why we were suffering at the prices at the 49K or 50K or what might be the case.
Yeah,
it's always like that.
Well, yeah, it's early. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, seriously, think about, and I mean, there was such like animosity with 9K. Like, it would go over, the memes would come, it would drop immediately.
Oh yeah,
right? Like, it was like this constant. It was the 58K and gang, and now I'm like, dang it! You know what I need? I need some 9K Bitcoin. That's what I need. What is this expensive, 50K crap? So I think that's what we'll be talking about when it's sitting at 100K, and we'll be sitting around going, man, remember when it was 46K? Like, man, I should have bought more.
9K was like
so
the
it's
first
just-
notable
it's part of the
meme.
job.
Hey,
yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
And that's all because we used to just watch Dragon Ball Z.
Just because we're a bunch of dorks, let's be honest.
Imagine the historians looking back at this, being like, this is at one point Bitcoin hovered around $9,000 when that was still a unit of measurement, and there were a group of people centered around an anime cartoon show that
which just went on forever, and Goku just kept. Hey, that's what we're doing at 58K. We're just building that spirit bomb.
Yeah, it is. It's similar though, because like you keep on. I remember through the 2015, 2016, there was a kind of like this like 300 and 500, like in and around those levels were like, it was like recovering from the depths of the awful bear market, which like I've got to say, the last bear market was a fucking cakewalk. Yeah. I will add the caveat that the 4K drop, like as everything blew up, that was scary, but I had the wherewithal to be like, fuck it, all in. Like if ever there was a moment for me to just throw in I'm like, I'm fucked if this is all ruined anyways. So I'm just like, it was full degen, like I'm grabbing every fucking sat that is at my fingertips through that. And like, the only reason I caught the bottom is because I didn't stop reaching for things through the entirety of that decimation.
Yeah, I agree. I think that was a beautiful day in my mind, but I do think it was very terrifying for a lot of people. But for me, it was the lowest price I had seen. I wasn't around for the $300 to $500 range. So I was just like, what do I have? Can I sell anything? Like, what can I sell?
My ghost.
Like, can I sell my car? Is that possible? How do I get more dirty dollars to now put into Bitcoin?
Just pull this, take the sailor advice, die with as much debt as possible.
Yes. I hate debt. I've like in my brain, I hate debt. So that's a hard thing for me to get behind. I support it. It's like, I have to fight it internally. But I do think it is comical when we talk about bear markets, because I know we're down from where we were, but like, holy cow, zoom out. So it's funny. I like when it's a little bit slower these days. I feel like you have time to breathe. When it's just going up like a rocket ship, you're like, damn, wow, okay, people are noticing. Wow, okay, like we were right. But we're still right. We're right at 46. We're right at 10. We're right at every single number that they throw at us, right? So it's just kind of this constant up and to the right. Which I promise I'm going to start like a comedic TA YouTube at some point. It's just going to be like, it's going to go like this, and then it's going to kind of like, it's going to go like this.
Did you?
Because I think
don't buy Bitcoin because it always crashes.
Did you see it was, oh, you may not have actually, because it was big in 2017. There was these like 18-year-old idiots that, you know, with their parents' money started a YouTube channel about whatever the hell it was. Yeah. But it was they had like a car garage or something, and they were big on like
the white shop.
Yeah, they had like souped up Subarus or something.
I saw that thing.
Whatever the hell it was. And then they started a crypto channel. And that was like just seeing you were just bullshitting. But that was actually one of the videos where the guy was like, well, it went up like this, then it went like this, and then it went like this, but then it went like this. And that was the TA.
Oh, these guys.
Yeah, you saw them. Yeah.
I remember this. Yeah.
Yeah. This was the TA.
Were they Island Boys?
Fun TA happening.
Anders, I think this was Island Boys.
What is
Justine, no, Island Boys are 2021.
Oh, God. Am I playing it? No, I can't.
Wait. Is the crab pattern just flat, or what is the crab pattern, guys?
What?
Which
pattern? Is it just crab? Is the crab pattern just like doing nothing? What is the crab pattern?
Because they walk sideways. They don't walk forwards and backwards. So.
Oh, okay, cool.
I could be wrong because I just came to that conclusion, but that's
that's absolutely a correct conclusion.
What's with the fan behind you? Really, what's with the fan behind you? What's that? Fan?
It's a Mac. It's a car Mac. Right? It's
what?
Wheels.
What?
No?
The fan behind you?
No, that's
this?
Yeah.
That's I think like a windmill.
Is it a bullseye?
Oh.
That's
is
not
it an ASIC fan?
That's
I thought
a
it
big
was
ass
I,
ASIC. I hope so.
I thought it
That
was
is
like
an ASIC
rimmed
fan.
for a car.
The
or
ASIC
something.
fans
I
in
was
the
gonna say I
garage.
thought it was a tire rim too.
No,
Ben, you and me.
this isn't my shit. I
Yeah.
just think that-
Like Phil, this is super out of character for you. You don't like cars, I don't think.
I have a Subaru.
Do you?
Yeah. I
Oh
have a
man,
Crosstrek.
let's start a channel. I got a
Decent car.
killer idea. I guarantee you it gets tons of views.
Bitcoin Subaru. Oh, dude, do we make them like make a Bitcoin car like Subaru?
There we
Like,
go.
like they did like the Grand Prix thing, whatever Strike did. We have to do that with Subaru.
Like a
Well,
rap.
Just a
and
Homer
then-
car.
Yeah.
RTA can be like us, like pulling burnouts in a parking lot and whatever the
No, RTA is gonna be
In a
dressed
crowd
in
pattern.
flannel that
Yeah.
she stars, but she's gonna dress like a weather girl and have like the green screen, and that's what the TA is gonna be.
Okay, we can do that. This is it's funny. This is so stupid, but this would get views if
It
we're
would.
talking about
It would
shitcoins.
totally get views.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look at that's the comical thing is like we all are just sort of shit posting on Twitter, and not even I think most people I enjoy on the site are not attempting to do anything from an audience standpoint. We're just like sort of doing what we love and enjoying it. And then I see people come in and they're like very dedicated to get an audience. I'm like, wow, okay. Like, should we do that too? Should we do something like really silly to get an audience, and then like we can sneak in like cold cord tutorials in the middle? Ben, like we could be like
general mission.
Yeah. Yeah. That's how you do it.
like Island Boys with some like self custody stuff wrapped in. Like we gotta
Yeah, dude.
outsmart the others.
It's
they'll
ironic how
accidentally
like,
learn.
it's ironic how like shit posting isn't serious, but Bitcoiners take their shit posting very seriously.
Yeah.
Question. I mean, we're talking about the latest sensations and etc. Do we have any BTC good content on TikTok? Because I'm a boomer.
Tip.
TikTok.
Tip. Have you seen Tip? She was on just before.
Tip. Yes.
Tip is
Oh,
great.
she's
Tip.
yes, she does really cool things. Very unique.
Incredible.
Right. I do love her content.
What are you eating there, Ben?
I think. Can you
I'm
imagine?
having a quesadilla that my wife graciously made for me during the show. She's an
Awesome.
Poor
absolute
dude's
fucking
been on here
saint.
for like 6 hours.
I
Start
know.
eating.
He's got a
I'm so
catheter.
hungry right now. But it's great. I'm enjoying myself. And yeah, no, Alyse is an absolute saint. She put the kids to bed tonight. Also, I'm gonna do this. Hold on. I just want to take a moment to appreciate that I'm going to hold on. I got to figure out how to do things.
There's a background.
Like
I
you
was
did
about to
before,
say your
you-
Christmas card was epic.
There's you.
Yeah, I'm hiding it for a sec. Hold
Oh
on.
yes.
Wait, can I do that?
Where am I?
You're here. I gotta find it. I'll pull it up on my Twitter actually. But this was.
Oh my
Speaking of
god! And it
wife-
became contentious, which I can't. Well, I can believe it.
Oh no, that was Reddit though. Fuck Reddit.
Oh, Reddit. Okay. Okay.
Our Bitcoin. There was like okay. I'll pull it up here, but
Pull it up because it's awesome. Yeah.
yeah.
What is it?
That's what she said.
My wife was such a saint, and she was like, let's do a fun Christmas. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm doing a show, and it would be kind of
do
funny to put together like a Bitcoin, like 50s style, like, you know, the nuclear family sitting in their living room.
Yes.
with like all Bitcoin, like whatever. So anyways, she basically helped put this whole thing together, but here it is.
Oh.
And so that dress she purposely bought for nothing other than this photo.
Oh, dude.
And then she goes and she like bakes. There were more than 6 cookies. Somebody was like looking for Easter eggs. Somebody looking for Easter eggs zoomed in and then focused on a crumb, and they were like, is one Easter egg that there's 6.15 cookies? But no, but nonetheless, she did her hair up like the pinup style and everything. We just put all of the good Bitcoin books. The block clock is up there. Shut up, Max.
Very nice. Thank you.
But so the Reddit thing, Mags, that you were talking about, when people were like shitting on it, they saw. I went on YouTube. I was like Michael Saylor, and then just clicked on the first thing. And the most recent thing he did was Tucker Carlson, and that logo is in the bottom left. And there were like 4 or 5 comments being like, "Get that Nazi shit off your screen." And then I gotta bring this up. Hold on.
It's woke.
Wait, is it Michael Saylor's head that's cut off? Because is that the TV?
It is. It's Michael. It's Michael.
Yeah,
Saylor.
all I saw was Michael Saylor.
That's why I'm a pleb. You know, it's just I don't have patience for this nonsense, right? You can't please everyone. It's just people always find those type.
You can't.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys got to see this. Wait.
Is there a conspiracy theory here?
No.
They're
Somebody.
just dumb people.
We're Bitcoiners, so we're default alt-right Nazis. Like,
where is it? Oh my
It's just
god!
such a
Control
absurd
F
thing.
is your
It's like-
friend. Control F is your friend.
Control F.
also,
hold on.
dark mode should be your friend. I'm disappointed, Ben.
I don't.
I'm disappointed of the height of the
Almost
TV. Why is it
here.
that high?
It's
hold
good
on.
for your neck,
I'm
Yellow.
disappointed that your
No, it's
volume's
not.
low, Yellow. When you speak, I have to like strain my boomer ears to hear
Oh yeah,
you.
wait.
Yeah, you got the visuals
yourself
like
up.
killer, but we got to work on the audio.
How about now? Hello?
Oh, here we
That's a
go.
little
Okay.
Oh,
This is what I wanted to show you guys. After I posted that Christmas picture, somebody reported me to Reddit suicide watch.
What?
Which I've got to admit is kind of a funny troll. Like, that's kind of hilarious.
Wait, I don't get it. What am I missing?
So I posted my Christmas picture, and then they saw like they didn't like Tucker Carlson or something, and then
I
think I told them
No.
to go fuck themselves, and that they were the problem. And then I get this message from
Was it Craig?
Reddit Care Resources. A concerned Redditor reached out to us about you. When you're in the middle of something painful, it may feel. Is this an allegory for the bear market?
What the fuck?
Okay. When you're in the middle of something painful, it may feel like you don't have a lot of options, but whatever you're going through, you deserve the help. You deserve help, and there are people here for you. And it literally goes through like all of the like anti-suicide like messages to like, oh, also it was submitted for Grow Up Award. Awesome.
So
What
because
if-
you're watching
Wow.
Tucker
What
Carlson,
if-
you're trying to commit suicide?
What
I
if
think
you
so.
actually like have
Makes
a
sense.
problem and you get that message and you see that phone that it had there? It was like 40, 74, 17 something, but you're dyslexic.
Yeah, but
You might
I'm
commit
colorblind,
suicide.
so it's close.
Oh, are we gonna have the 85 gang then?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Dennis, I just love you to be like to sit on that gang, man. I love Dennis, by the way. The prophecy
Ben, it
in
looks
that
like
gang,
you're.
the prophecy and that gang are only allies in these like levels. When we're above it, we're enemies.
That's fair. Does everybody still have me, by the way?
Sorry, what?
Was I cutting out, by the way?
No.
No, you're good,
No,
but
you're
it looks
good.
like your kid joined us in the
I
bottom.
know. I was gonna say that too. Like your kid's just hanging out with us. I like it.
What?
He's just
No,
chilling.
he's in the
like,
club
wow,
party. Look at the
Max,
screen.
Look at that beautiful background.
Oh yeah, there he is. Oh, I was like, did my kid come in here? Like, I did not
Yeah,
hear
like that
at
guy that was like running over to get the kid.
all. Oh yeah. No, that was I was gonna show the family Christmas picture via the background, but that didn't work out. So I'll just go back to the norm. But yeah, he'll visit from time to time. Yo, what's up?
There you
Questions,
go.
I just want to say I will do. I'm doing my part to make sure we don't have a serious bear market in 2022. I got this one. You see, bear attack deterrent. So I will make sure we
Bear
don't have a
mace, right?
2022 serious bear market. It's going to be small.
Great. Do we
Do you
even
spray
have bear
yourself?
markets anymore?
Do you spray yourself every morning?
I stay bullish all the time. You know.
I was a little sad that I didn't manage to match up Tina and Odell for another rematch. I'm I feel bad for Odell because he was like screaming at Bitcoin Tina about being a fucking bear for saying anything under the 500K for end of year.
And here we are at 50.
Yeah.
I asked the question in the chat, like when Odell was on previously, like why did you have him like in a corner, like in a timeout? What was that about? Odell. Like
When was he in the corner?
He was like in the back, in the corner, like he was like in a timeout.
Oh, just now.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck he was doing. I don't know. It was maybe his setup was not as desired, and maybe he just wanted to chill and have a beverage. I don't know.
Ben, we got to jump in here. All right, man. You had the first foray into having an epic clash when you had Sailor, Preston, Jeff Booth on one. Okay, now there are lesson learned there. There should be lesson learned here. Lesson learned here, and don't get me wrong, man. You mashed up many people brilliantly. You mashed them up. Hey, take a drink. Yep. Step back. Looking forward, man. What I found out today is Bitcoin Twitter, when we crab sideways, we love confrontation. So who would you put forward as a confrontational, like duo, trio, quadruple, cinco, whatever? Because this one was about the people that agree with each other. Think about this for next year. Think about this one, man. Mix and
Probably
match.
was drama.
Am I going to becoming Jerry? I'm Jerry Springer for Bitcoin. Jerry.
This is the Seinfeld episode where they set up the old Jerry Springer stage. Yes, but because here's the problem, man. Even with people that agreed with each other, when I saw that you were doing it for 30 minutes at a top, I'm like, 30 fucking minutes, dude. We're just barely getting through introductions at 30 minutes. I'm thinking, this is a roundabout compliment. What you did tonight was goddamn amazing that you kept it that close to schedule. I thought,
I don't know. I did not expect that to.
That's the most impressive part, actually.
Yes.
It's like, think of every conference that never, after like within the first 15 minutes, is just off schedule.
But how that's possible is by cutting off conversations.
Ben's up here. Fuck you. Yeah, I know. I told you. I promised you this. Fuck you. Yeah. So no, would you change it up next time a bit? How do you go through this process? And yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah, you have MVK and JW on. There you go.
That wouldn't even be like.
Do I say
anything? Even be
entertaining
entertaining.
right now? Like, do I? I don't.
You can't. I mean, the rest
Yeah,
of
just
us
bring
can.
MVK on and somebody else.
We could just send JW some CD-ROM discs and just tell him Merry Christmas and then like leave them off.
Well, can we break down his thesis? Like, what is his? Because I haven't fully dove into it, but like, is it effectively like you have a computer that's never touched the internet? You're running whatever on it. You're running a copy of Bitcoin Core. You're doing like, what is his setup? That is.
Like the main argument, I think, is that it's just generic hardware that anyone can use for anything. And then like the website domain is called like why you only air gap something.com. And it apparently the good Bitcoin answer is you should use specified hardware that is just set up for that. And then I think another criticism of his is that like everything else that you're using is compromised in some way. I don't really know.
Right. I mean, I think it's as I mentioned before, I think it's good to keep everybody honest. I do think that there's like this weird, like if you don't do this, then you're failing as a human being. And that's just really dangerous from like an onboarding newcomer standpoint. So you want me to tell individuals to have their keys on their CD-ROM discs and they're going to distribute
Ben,
them,
you
and then
not
they're
go pee, Ben. We have that catheter for a reason.
yeah, I mean, it's just sort of like, I get it. I will say that as much as I'm a jackass, I'll admit that fully. I don't like a lot of people, and I'm okay to say that. I'm okay with not liking people. I'm okay with not being liked. Like, it's totally fine. We don't have to like each other. But like JW has this really like intellectually lazy, and I don't respect it. Of how he sort of attacks things and goes after things. And like, if you want to criticize, by all means, I fully support it. But just the way that he kind of goes about doing it, and then shilling his own things as a solution, and then his own things happen to be like quotes taken out of context, and supporters who didn't actually say they were supporting. And so it's just, I don't know. I think Bitcoin's for everyone, including JW, and I like that he has his own solutions. I'm not a huge fan of the way he goes about it, I guess. It's a good way to put it.
In the end, we're not gonna like everybody, and that's okay. And also, it comes down to options. And
yes, agree.
So
Fully.
if his solution is for you, go for it. If it's not, that solution is not for me personally.
I think
but
that
like, it's okay. No, it's okay, man. We don't have to fight that much. We don't have to fight that much, man. Like, I've been in space from 2013, man. Like, all we do is fight. Like, it's tiresome sometimes, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think it's unless you feel like it's worth your time, then I guess don't bother. And there's some days that I wake up and I get on Twitter and I see a tweet and I'm like, man, fuck this guy. I'm gonna spend an hour replying to this because apparently it's worth my time.
Is it worth your time?
I don't know. Is it a form
He's a
of
Bitcoiner. He's got all
entertainment?
the time in the world. So
Yeah, that's true.
What else is he gonna do?
Yeah, I mean, I think Yellow said it. Like, there should be options, and I'm totally fine with him being an option, and I'm actually totally fine with him being loud and criticizing and like totally fair with it. I'm not very different. So how could I possibly tell someone they shouldn't do that? So yeah, I mean, his solution, I have heard him explain it. I think he's thought about it very thoroughly and it works for him. And I think his concerns are valid. I just would say that, you know, as an individual, he's not someone who I'm going to send people to learn about Bitcoin. And that's fine. Like, there's other people I can send them to. And, you know, maybe he's great for some people. And the comment about, I don't know, there's an app that's authorized by the FBI to dox people. So is freaking TikTok. So what are we talking about? Everything's a spook and everything is collecting our data, and we have to be aware of that and plan accordingly. So I don't know.
I think one thing that he talks about that has more consensus around it is the whole get on zero thing. Him and Heavily Armed Clown and Laser Hodl have been doing these rooms about it. And
I don't
I'm not on zero, but it's really interesting how, you know, people are trying to really normalize it and play with these different options that make that possible.
Can you explain that? Like, because I really don't know 100% what that's about.
I think it's on a spectrum. So like Laser Hodl is fully 100% only Bitcoin or any fiat revenue. It's automatically converted into Bitcoin, and he'll sell for fiat to pay for certain things. And basically people always worry about, oh, well, what about taxes? And the argument there is that your Bitcoin wealth is appreciating over time, and so it kind of pays for itself. But it is a recursion when you spend Bitcoin to pay off bills or whatever. But again, it's just, if Bitcoin's going to moon, and it's just like take like your house loan, that's gonna appreciate fiat value in comparison to the value of your Bitcoin.
Isn't that like what we already doing? Like we spend like what we get from the fiat jobs for expenses, and then we stack all the other, right?
Yeah. So I think there's, like I said, it's on a spectrum, and some people might want to carry more fiat around, like dry powder, just in case there's a dip, in addition to their DCA. So Ben's the expert on this because he does this shit.
It sounds like Yellow, you've inadvertently just like picked up Laser Hodl's thesis, which is
Yeah.
Anything less than like 100% of your disposable income sitting in Bitcoin means you're short Bitcoin. Right.
I
so
remember, I think you will remember too, Ben, like back in 2015, it was one of the videos that became like very popular of Adonopoulos, that he was going on about like, see it as a savings account, like see it as a savings account, like in the end of the month, you have €2 left, $2 left, you have 10, you have 100, you have 500 left, like put it on Bitcoin. That's what I've been doing all these years. I don't know what's new about like go to zero, man. Get to zero.
If I may give my 2 cents on that topic as well, I've been probably more than 100% in Bitcoin in terms of what I make per month and plus what I save. I've been actually leveraging a little bit, and that's something that Sailor talks a lot about. If you have access to a good line of credit or something, that's probably a good idea given the inflation rates. So I even put a post on my Twitter today say, hey, I got a 5% annual credit loan. Should I buy Bitcoin? Should I do this? Should I do that? So it's basically you're betting that in a year, your Bitcoin is going to get this 5% back plus whatever more you can take, right? So it's a good proposition, but I would like
Manhattan is about, again, options. Like we have options. Bitcoin is for everybody. We had like I'm gonna see a little bit Meme Factor. We had Sailor the other week on, and he was talking about like even plebs should, like, as you say, leverage smart. He called it, like leverage. You can get you can get a little credit, a little debt, and then go buy and stack. So I'm against that. I can agree with most of what he says, but like I'm against that. Because I have the experience of like 10 years of austerity in Greece. I'm not getting in debt, man. I went to Bitcoin to get out of debt. I'm not getting in debt to buy Bitcoin, Like even Bitcoin, I'm not gonna let Bitcoin rule me. Like I'm gonna use Bitcoin to better my life. I'm not gonna leave even Bitcoin rule my life, like it's like how you use the tool, right? I guess.
Yeah. There's a comment. Yellow had it all figured out since 2015, a puppet outperforming 99% of Wall Street. I enjoy that.
No, I like that. And I think Yellow's spot on. Like, I feel like sometimes we sort of get stuck in how we use Bitcoin and how we feel it should be used and what the best choice is for us. And I mean, like anybody who's sort of shitting on an individual for selling Bitcoin because they're using it as a medium of an exchange, like that's what's working for them. It's solving a problem for them. We could talk about El Salvador a bit, that they don't have access to financial services. Are they going to take this Bitcoin and hodl it for years? Probably not. They're trying to just survive, right? But hey, if they're able to hold a little bit and start building a savings that they weren't able to before because their assets were devaluing year after year, that's huge for them. It's huge to just have that access. So I think, for many people, they already live off Bitcoin. For others, they're using it as a savings. Like that's the beauty of it, right? It is for everyone and everyone's going to use it differently. So I didn't realize JW was behind that. I had been seeing the get on zero and I was like, okay, cool. Like another cool, get off zero. Cool.
I mean, even if you sell it, you're
I think it makes
proving
sense.
how like liquid it is. So
Yeah, and I think that's totally fair. I've spent Bitcoin. I think this shirt I bought with Bitcoin, and it's probably like a $300 shirt now. But I don't regret it.
Designer. I love a good meme or two. Of course, Yellow is the grandmaster of memes. I love good meme, but let me tell you something. Get Off Zero was a pretty clever meme. Okay, it was a clever meme. Get off zero fiat. Okay, they repositioned the argument. Listen, get off zero, and when you talk to anyone, from Jeff Booth, Greg Foss, everyone down the line, they understand. Yeah, we're just trying to get people off of zero. Get people off of here. Greg Foss can go on there and we can all sit up there and circle jerk each other and say, what the hell is up with this bond market? Well, we know the bond market is fucked. We all know it. So now, listen, man, I'll throw a shout to JW. Yeah, get off of zero. Get off of zero fiat. At least buy something, man. I don't even give a shit if it's like 0.002, whatever Bitcoin. Just get off of fucking zero. And wait until the pension funds realize this. That's another story, but I hand off to anyone else that wants to run with it.
I was gonna say, I think that get off zero was very powerful because I think we still have a unit bias, right? Where people are like, well, I don't have 50K, I don't have 20K. How am I gonna get into Bitcoin? It's like, no, just get off zero, have $1 of it, watch that grow, have $5 of it. So I think that was a really powerful meme. I don't know who started it. I feel like I was just kind of coming into the Twitter space when that was happening, and I thought it was really powerful. And I think, maybe get on zero will be that as well. I'm not sure. It's for everyone. I use dirty dollars to pay for things. I have a home that I live in. I know I'm a total shit coiner. I have a house. But yeah, I think it's one of those things where it's just like, it's about spreading the message, and it's fun. I'm a shit coiner. Yeah, I don't know. I think so. Some memes are so powerful. And then I also just really enjoy the sort of dynamics in the space, which is silly to say when we're talking about, like, I'm not a huge fan of JW. If I saw him in a bar somewhere, I'd probably buy him a beer though. Like, whatever. He doesn't, there's people in the space I don't see eye to eye with. And that's kind of a good reminder all the time that Bitcoin is for enemies. And that's the most beautiful part, right? We don't have to agree. Nobody has to use Bitcoin the same way. And that's why we're all here. So yeah, more power to him and anybody who has some method that they think is the only way. I'll probably be like, yeah, okay, good for you. But yeah, I think it's cool either way. Options, as Yellow said.
Options, yeah. And also, like, if we can, I'm not gonna suggest what everybody should do, but like, because that's also wrong. Like, I'm gonna say what I'm doing, like, lately is I'm doing my stuff. Like, I don't care what you're gonna say in the end. Like, I don't partake in drama set. Like, I kind of mute the things that I don't like, and I keep on doing my stuff that I know works for me. And if we all did that a little bit more, I think the space will be a little bit better.
Merry Christmas. That's beautiful. That's Christmas spirit, Yellow. And I gotta go look at the food real quick, I think, and come back.
Be the alpha you want to be, man.
Don't burn it.
Hey, let me tell you guys a story about Denmark, the Markians. I think I call them.
Denmarkians.
Denmarkians. Let me tell you.
Marxists?
Oh, man. Let me tell you a quick story. I went to a Denmarkian party one time.
Danish, what Denmarkian?
Oh, Denmarkian. What the hell else do you call them, man?
Danish. Denmark? Danish.
The Danes.
Markians are Sims for Mark Wahlberg.
Cryptomag is a joke. I've been to over 100 countries and know how to talk to people. 100 countries, yeah, but
that's pretty cool.
My brother Anders from Denmark. You want to hear the coolest? This is the coolest fucking thing ever. So what happens is this: you have a big pile of porridge. Imagine porridge, if you will. And the game is this: they put in, Anders, correct me if I'm wrong, it's like there's one whole almond in there, and some slices of almond. And the one winner is you have to dish out the porridge to everyone else. And everyone reaches in and they got to dish out some porridge, right? And the one that gets the entire almond wins.
Yes. So that's the desert. We have the 24th in the evening. So right now in the kitchen, I have the actual savory rice porridge. And then tomorrow night, the leftover is being used for the dessert that Pubby mentioned. So what I'm doing right now is called Risengryll. tomorrow night it's riz à la main, because in goes the almond, vanilla, the whipped cream, sugar, and there will be one full almond, and there'll be a lot of chopped almonds, and everyone, you know, takes their piece. And the whole trick is to whoever gets the full almond, if you get it early on, you don't let anyone know. You keep it in your mouth, you put it in your tissue, and everyone gets, you know, eats too much, get full, you know, get nausea,
That's
and
fun.
yeah, and then whoever has it wins a prize. And yeah, it's fun. But every year when you don't get it, you're like, it's another 365 days before I have a chance at this. It's a big deal.
To get an almond. I almost feel like it should be a Kasakas coin or something.
Oh God, yeah. Why don't you send like 5 of those over?
Not real ones. Make like the gold.
Okay, hold on. Maybe the smaller ones. Like I guess now it'll be like 0.001 or something.
Just like 10 Bitcoin in one coin. Yeah.
Open dime. What am I thinking? Not an. There we go.
Mags, you are so fired.
Just edit that out.
Oh yeah, just do. There you go.
Edit it out.
I wouldn't want to accidentally swallow an open dime. I don't know if it's fungible by then.
Yeah. Is anybody gifting Bitcoin this year?
Oh, I did.
I gave my dad 150
Very nice.
Bitcoin. It was very nice.
That's awesome.
I like DM'd him, like, download this Blue Wallet, make the Blue Wallet one, now make the Lightning one. So like the first transaction, it was like the Bitcoin transaction. So we got to experience like, okay, got to wait 10 or 20 minutes, whatever. And then it was time for like, okay, send me a Lightning invoice. And we're just doing all this on Telegram. And it was just like that. It's like, wow. It's like, yep, that's Bitcoin. That's how money should work. Merry Christmas.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Manhattan.
I liked Blue Wallet for that. It was, I think, the quickest way that I could get on chain to Lightning.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
and then I was like, if you sell this, I'll fucking kill you. But then he's
Hold
like,
on, I want to hear Manhattan
what like
too.
where my heart was like, no. He's like, kind of want to like watch it grow. Don't you think? It's like, yes, that's the right answer.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
Manhattan. Go ahead.
If for your information, I informed JW that we talked about it.
Good.
Great, dude.
I think it's the.
I said.
Yeah.
I don't have any malice towards him, but I feel guilty because that was my fault because I brought him up.
No. We talked about it, so it would be the correct thing to like inform you at least. Like we talk about get to zero.
Yellow is such a gentleman. What are you doing? Like what?
I don't know.
For anyone who
like
does
it.
have something against him, you know you're just giving him more attention doing that, right? So you
Yeah,
may
but
have shot
it's
yourself.
the right thing to do, right?
I like it, but I know BTC Manhattan. I know Ben called on him, so I'm gonna loudly be like, BTC Manhattan, what did you have to say?
you were gifting Bitcoin.
Oh no! In terms of wallet, I'm just a big fan of Cold Card, you know, and I mean I knew Rodolfo since 2017 when we met in a meeting in Toronto, and then yeah, it was just by accident. I didn't know him. He didn't know me. And hey, and by somebody said, "Oh, you Brazilian? Oh yeah, I speak Portuguese."
Oh yeah.
It kind of went down this way, but it's a great guy. I really since then we didn't meet in person, but I just been following him on Twitter and all the spaces that he goes. It's just you know, it's kind of my animal spirit at this point in time. And really,
Manhattan, you give me hard NBK vibes every time I like interact with you. I'm like, this is. You guys are kindred spirits in some way, shape, or form.
100%.
Do you wear Crocs too?
No, that's the only thing that I'll pass.
You should. They're comfy.
I have the Brazilian flip flops, but not Crocs.
The Brazilian flip.
What's the Brazilian flip flop? Should I get this for him for Christmas or something?
That's a really good one. The I think they have it now in Canada.
Okay. I'll take a look at what this is.
Yeah,
I do not have a pair. I guess I just missed them in this.
No, I don't like Crocs. No. He lost.
So I have a funny NVK story. Because I also we just love NVK, right? Like I know he sort of ruffles feathers sometimes, but he's just such he just seems like this good-hearted teddy bear of an individual. And so I've never personally met him in real life, but
oh my God,
there was a conference I went to that was like, I think it was 2020, before COVID went crazy. It was still in like February 2020 when we were all trying to figure out what COVID was going to be. And I went to a conference and he was supposed to be a speaker there. And so I kind of seen like half of a photo of him, right? Like sometimes he has a photo out, but it's not fully. So I, like the idiot I am, was at some event with this conference, and I see this guy sitting there with a bunch of people, and I'd been seeing him around, and he looked like MVK. And I was like, I'm going to go say hi to this guy. He's just such a cool guy. And I like walk up to him and I'm like, it's so nice to meet you. And this guy's like,
oh no,
I'm not him. But it's really nice to meet you too. And I swear to God, the color must have went out of my face. Like I felt like such a dum-dum. Like I just was so excited to meet MVK that I'm just like walking up to some stranger in front of all of his friends, and I'm like, oh my God, I just love what you do. It's so nice to meet you. So this
it would have been great.
Not meeting MVK story.
It'd be great if it turned out he was some other like integral Bitcoiner building incredible things that he's like,
I think he was a minor. I think he was a minor, but
that was me, Justin.
That was you. I'm so sorry, Yellow. It's really nice to meet you. I just thought you were MVK.
You could have just having like the shittiest of days, so maybe you just brighten his spirits.
Yeah, well,
I really wish
one of the 800. The only female out of 800 people talking to this Bitcoin conference.
One out of the 5 girls in Bitcoin talked to me. Oh my God.
I was really excited to meet the random person, so I hope, it was just like they all kind of laughed at me and I was like, okay, this is what I'm doing at my, first ever Bitcoin conference. Great.
Okay.
You know who the coolest person to meet for me was Adam Back. And part of it,
oh boy, name dropping. Here we go.
I want to compliment Adam Back on the way that he handles people that he probably has no idea who the fuck they are, and how he handles conversations with them. Because you know how you get in a conversation with somebody and you can kind of tell based on their stature and like the way they point their feet and where they are in the conversation. It's like whether they're trying to exit the conversation or not. And like you run into people and maybe it's somebody that you wanted to talk to for a long time. And you get in a conversation with them and you can tell that they're like, yeah, thanks. And like their feet are turned and they're already like halfway out of the circle of people. And you're like, okay, cool. Well, thanks for your time. I'll let you go. I did not get that vibe for an iota of time with Adam Back. I walked up to him and all I said was, it's really nice to meet you. You've done a lot of great work. And I really, I think you're an asset to Bitcoin. So thanks for being a part of it. And then he just I didn't at all get that vibe of like, thanks, now I'm going to go. It was immediately like, oh, cool. So tell me what you think about this. And then it was like,
It's the hair.
Yeah. It's that rampant sex appeal of a blonde streak.
And his love for vanilla ice.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
I also went on that same convention 2017 when I met NVK. Adam Back was on that one too. So I was just starting-ish, and then I had the pleasure to talk to him, and I exactly had that same vibe. Like, he's a brilliant guy and super people-minded. He talks to you, give me his card, and it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's
like someone like that is their brain never turns off because they're probably always trying to solve problems. And this is like the best customer like support, like feedback thing. So it's like an opportunity for them.
Yeah.
There's no turning off.
What you guys are saying reminds me. So I used to go to a lot of conferences before, like in my old days, before Bitcoin. And I remember you would, hang out and try to talk to the speaker or get like a word in, and they'd be like, oh, whatever, just like, yes, ask the question, get out of here kind of thing, like move along. But here I feel like everyone's so welcoming. And like, so my first, because Canada's pretty small, we don't get as many big names here. So my first kind of like event, I remember Andreas being there, and you're a little bit starstruck because he did so much for Bitcoin education, and we just ended up going to dinner and hanging out for hours with like a group of Bitcoiners. It was so very different and so amazing and down to earth. So I, while I didn't meet Adam Beck yet, which I look forward to, I think this I love how welcoming everybody is.
That was similar to my experience when I met Bitstein. It was like just a month ago or something, and it was at the Unchained meetup. And afterwards, people were out. It was the week of the beef steak, I think, and you would never know, like, if you didn't see a picture of him. I think I had sort of an idea what it looks like, but like I was just standing like talking outside, and then he actually says like, "Oh, hey, you're Phil." I was like, "Who are you?" And this kid, so I mean, he's not a kid. He's like 5-7 years older than me or whatever. But it looks like he's in high school, and he's just like so nice and open and talking to you. It's like, who are you? Oh shit, you're Bitstein. Okay, cool.
You're just a Bitcoin legend, right? Like, yeah, no, totally. Yeah. Same thing with everybody. Like, so humble. That's what I love about Bitcoiners. And I feel like that's the difference. Like, you really know people's heart. And I really resonate with the people that are like that. And same experiences with Adam Back. Like, I used to joke that before people actually took this seriously and it became a thing, was like, Adam Back is my Bitcoin crush. Not because like in sort of a weird relationship way, but because he's so intelligent and so humble and like so talk to anybody about anything, kind of same thing. But yeah, I think the space is really cool in that way. And that's why I'm gonna be mean for a minute. I think it's really different than like shitcoin influencers that are traders that are so stuck up their own ass that they're like, hey, I grew up in a trailer park with ramen noodles and now I can buy steak and I'm like the coolest motherfucker ever and you all suck. And it's just like what? So I think that's a huge difference, and maybe that's not fair. So you can all call me on that. But there is like this amazing. I think it's because Bitcoiners are here for a reason that's not like profits, right? Like we see Bitcoin as a solution for society. It fixes the world, right? And so I think that people in the space, there's a lot that I really, really, I just am totally, I really respect, and I've been shocked and awed that people are just so humble and willing to just talk to whoever.
Pubby, you go ahead.
Yeah. Listen, you got to respect that. Hey, she's saying take a step down, have a drink, relax, man. You've done your work today.
I'm working on it, man.
Like,
I'm working on relaxing.
He's like, Ben, walk away.
We got the rest here, man. We got the rest here, brother.
Are you sure, Pubby?
Jesus.
Hey, Justin, if I may say, I think you mentioned something really special when it comes to Bitcoiners. And that was exactly the last day then when I stopped worrying about the price of Bitcoin. So just trying to tie together what you said and what Yellow said about you doing, buying what you can and catching your spirit. I think that's the zone. That's exactly what you want to be. You know what you're aiming for. You know your journey. You know what you're trying to do, the difference in the world, and you buying what you can. You getting your personal way out there, and then when you get to that point, you basically own your Bitcoiner journey, right? You know that you're trying to do the difference in the world. You're not caring that much about the price. The price goes up, go down. You know that you're doing your 2 cents day by day. You know, getting there, and that's it. I think that's a journey. And that's where I stopped worrying about the price, about, it went down 50%. It went down. I don't care. Now I'm probably, I would say that I'm an auto type of guy, but I just don't lose my sleep with the price anymore.
Yeah, it's you get into a mindset, right? You get into the mindset of I understand where this is going long term. I've built a life that is sustainable regardless of what Bitcoin is doing in the short term. And so I can just go on and enjoy my life and continue on. And at some point, you know, I will have stored enough fruits of my labor to do whatever the hell I want. And I'm kind of already doing that, which is wonderful. Like it is beautiful. Like just not worrying as much about that anymore. Like this has been a huge turning point for me, but, yeah, it's you know, Bitcoin changes kind of like your time frames that you think in. And I did want to say that, guys, I gotta start shutting this shit down.
Yes, we've been here for over 6 hours.
How long you were? Yeah, I was gonna say,
happy
like, how
HODL
are you guys
days,
going?
everyone.
Happy HODL days.
Happy HODL days.
Puppy, Ben, let's get high fives. Come on.
High five.
I'll put some like gang sign.
Yes.
Oh wait,
yes,
no,
yes.
hold on, wait. There we go. Okay, hold on.
Put it.
all direct.
Hey, what are we doing?
Puppy,
We're
Puppy,
high-fiving each other. High five.
I need to high five Phil.
Justine. Oh, okay, hold on. Here we go.
My hands
Let's go,
don't
Manhattan.
move.
Manhattan, come on.
Come on, Yella. That's disrespect, DJ Yella.
I can't let go of the Red Bull.
Oh, my hands.
Okay. All right. We take that.
Oh, that's a great way to
Ben,
end.
thanks for having us, man.
Yeah,
this
thank you.
is great. Thanks for
I had a lot
coming
of
in
fun.
and filling in for me as I made myself old fashions and ate quesadillas. it was
Hey, I
really
hope to see all of y'all at BitBlock Boom. It's in Austin, so
Yes, I will see you guys there.
What's the date on that?
Sometime in August.
I think it's still in August.
August.
Like the 20, usually around the 26th of August. Hey,
Something
real
like-
quick, Old Fart had a question about how to gift people Bitcoin, which I thought would be a really good way to end it. I've heard a lot. Is it Hexa Wallet that has the cool little QR code that you can gift people? Anybody else have a recommendation for him to gift
Swann, I
someone
think
Bitcoin?
Open dimes.
Cards.
Yeah. I haven't
Yeah.
used Hexa. I'm familiar with the idea of it. Mags, I know exactly what you're going to say, and I'm pulling out.
Open
Show,
dimes.
I'm pulling out my show
know.
and tell right now. Of open
Ooh,
dimes.
wow, you got colors, Christmas colors there.
Yeah, I do.
Oh.
Yeah. And actually, on that topic, I'm gonna say, and I didn't mention this prior, but this is for the people that stuck around. There's still like 100 and something people watching this live. So
Holy shit!
Wow.
you guys
Really?
that are watching right
Live?
now, yeah, right.
Actually, hop in our
It's
crowd,
like-
hanging out, man.
Yeah. No, but here's the deal. People that stuck around, congratulations, because you're the only ones that are going to know what's up. And there's 122 people watching right now. 100 of you, if
That
all
many?
at once you do this,
Whoa.
100 of you
What?
will get some free money right now, because
Anders.
I had Corey Clipston at Swann Bitcoin reach out and be like, yo, later in the show, do you want to give away $2,100 worth of Bitcoin? And I said, fuck yeah.
Wow.
And so
Here comes Corey.
basically all you have to do is shoot an email to btcsessions@swannbitcoin.com and basically say, yo, can I have $21 worth of free sats?
Pretty sweet.
And the first 100 people to do that will get $21 worth of sats. So do it.
Go,
BTC
go,
Sessions
go.
at Swann Bitcoin.
Happy HODL days indeed.
Merry Christmas, I guess,
Merry
from
Christmas.
Corey and the Swann team. That's awesome.
Bitcoin's the
It
gift that
looks like
keeps
you
on
were like
giving.
reading like a Gettysburg Address, by the way, there. It was like this big document.
It's literally
I
me
thought he was
being
gonna
like,
put up a QR code for like people
Here's-
to.
I
It was
was
like-
ready to scan the code.
yeah, no. I was
like it.
reading
I like it.
me jotting down the email because I was like, what is the email? I'm gonna
Nice.
forget this. I'm gonna be a few old fashions in and I won't remember what it was. So there it is. There's some free sats. BTC Sessions at swannbitcoin.com. Just ask for your $21 worth of free sats, and the first 100 people will get some. So awesome. That's
Cool.
great. Thanks, Corey. That's
All right,
great.
guys.
Yeah,
Thanks,
guys,
Swann.
thank you so much for spending
Thank-
time with me. This is like, again, I was talking, I don't know if any of you were around at the beginning of the show, but like
We were.
the
I was
past,
getting slept around by the wife as well, man. I was
Yeah.
getting slept around. What the hell are you doing? You said you don't go on until 9. I said, yes, I know, but he needs my support. Fuck you, punch you. Yeah, dude. Man, this is why we
Yeah.
Bitcoin, man. This is why Bitcoin.
yeah. I've got to say I'm very grateful to everybody being here, and also very grateful to everybody who's not only watching right now, but like the past 3 years, things have changed quite a bit substantially, even just in like being able to be in Bitcoin full time, but also being able to kind of work for myself because people have been so supportive in just being like, hey, like thanks for tutorials and things like that, and it just has worked out that I can just do this, which is crazy. So genuine thank you to literally anybody who's ever watched a single moment of video that I put out, or said a nice thing, or retweeted me, or dropped a few sats and a tip or something. It's all much appreciated. And I struggle to think of what my life would be without having, one, stumbled across Bitcoin, two, stumbled across all of the incredible people creating incredible things in and around the Bitcoin ecosystem, and just everything that I've come to learn, and kind of the life ethos that I've adopted has changed things quite for the better. So yeah, thank you guys. I very much appreciate it, and it's a very merry Christmas, and Merry Christmas to all of you.
Merry Christmas.
And thank you. Like A+ content.
Love you, man.
Merry
Thank you
Christmas,
when I
everyone.
can. Pleasure.
It's appropriate. It's amazing.
Yeah, man.
Christmas.
Yeah.
Or as we say in Denmark, glædelig jul.
Well, dude,
Yeah.
thank you. Thanks, Anders. Thanks, Pubby. Thanks, Phil. Thanks, Justine. Thanks, Yellow. Thanks,
Love you,
Manhattan.
man.
And Mags, I know you had to dip a little early, but thank you for being here, and everybody else. So yeah, thank you guys. Have a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Cheers.
Cheers. Awesome. And everybody watching the stream right now, you guys are very much appreciated. Damn, that was a marathon. I made it. I had like a full charcuterie board here that my wife bought for me. She made me quesadillas. She brought the ice that went into my old fashioned. So I will also offer a very sincere and loving cheers to my wife for letting me piss away 5 hours, 5 hours, 2 days before Christmas on doing this. Again, I just find myself surrounded by supportive people, and I'm just eternally grateful for it. And I hope that Bitcoin, the tool that it is to help people that are willing to put in the work, and are willing to learn a craft or do something productive, and just want to keep the fruits of their labor and delay gratification and perhaps have a better future. I hope that Bitcoin helps you in that way as well. And I think if you lean towards the Bitcoin standard, it very much will over time. So I leave you with that. A very Merry Christmas to everybody. Again, those of you that were watching, as I said, some free sats coming your way if you email btcsessions@swannbitcoin.com. First 100 people, they'll give you $21 worth of sats. Just let them know what I said. And they'll do that. It may take a few days or a week or something like that, but you will get those sats. And yeah, guys, Merry Christmas. It's been a hell of a year. And I don't think we've seen anything yet. So cheers. Subscribe if you haven't already. Smash that like button. And I will be back at some point next week, and we'll keep doing shows. So, I'm not going anywhere. And it's been a hell of a year. So thank you guys so much. I am Ben with the BTC Sessions, and this has been your daily session. Merry Christmas.
Hodl the Bitcoin.